Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in. Good morning. Good morning. I hope y'all can hear me, y'all. I hope y'all are having a good morning. Whew. Well, I hope you slept well. I honestly did not. I had a very heavy heart last night. Mods, I would like a sound check, please. It is 9/11, and some years we can go through our year and we come to the date of 9/11 and affects me harder some years than others. So today is going to be more of a patriotic themed day as we remember the people who were affected. All of us were affected, but remember those who lost loved ones on 9/11. Sorry, I'm hot in here, y'all. I have to get the fan on. Good morning, Miss Erin. Good morning, Miss Teresa, Miss Angela. Good morning. Hey, good morning. I don't know how you're charged with the membership unless you purchased a membership at one point in time, because when someone purchases a membership, they enter their credit card information in before the purchase. So if at one point in your past you were charged a membership, what I'm going to ask you to do, if you can take a screenshot or take a photo of it and put it into our Discord or my email, which I'll put up here in a second, I will take a look at it and see how I can help you. I've never had that problem before. But there's my email, babe. I'll leave it up there for a minute for you to write it down. But I'd love to have you as a member. Thank you so much for being here, Ruby. Sad day. It is. But first, I'm going to start off with, I have a few things I want to take care of before I even go any further. We're going to start off by honoring this man. It doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. I have something I've written out I'm going to read while this is up on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather today with heavy hearts to acknowledge not only 9/11, but the passing of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of how one may have agreed or disagreed with his views, today is not about politics or division. It's about the values of a human life. Charlie was a son, a friend, a colleague, a father, a husband, a fellow human being. Beyond his public voice and opinions, he was someone who laughed and who loved, who mattered deeply to those who knew him personally. It is important to say clearly, no one deserves to die because of what they believe, what they think, and what they say. None of us should ever forget that. Our differences, whether political, cultural, or personal, do not erase the fundamental truth that we are all human. In moments like these, we are reminded that life is fragile, precious, and worthy of respect. Death humbles us all. It calls us back to what truly matters, which is kindness, compassion, and understanding. Let us honor Chris's memory, not with anger, with bitterness, division, but with a commitment to see that humanity in every one of us. May his loved ones find peace in their grief. May all of us take with us as a reminder that while our words and belief may differ, our humanity is shared. May you rest in peace. May God's angels put his arms around his two little ones and his wife. I didn't know the man. Honestly, I knew of him. Didn't matter what I liked him. Didn't matter what I believed him. He didn't deserve this, and neither did his family. And may those who are held responsible to the fullest limit of our laws. Good morning. Good morning. Now, I'm going to play a video. I hope I don't get taken down, but I thought this was a beautiful little tribute to his family.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain.
Okay. Didn't know it was going to end so quickly. I forgot. I don't care who you are. This is not deserved. Those poor babies didn't deserve this. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was going to affect me this much. I've watched it multiple times today, and I didn't know it was going to affect me, so my apologies. Now, even more emotional. I'm going to share something else. We will never forget 9/11. I see you, Diane. I'll get you in a minute. I'm working on it, baby. Every one of us, I think every one of us. Why? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Knows where we were on 9/11. I can't believe all these years have passed. It seems just like yesterday. Angela, are you going to come in today? It's okay if you don't. Just put a yes or no. When that morning, I took my child to school, my 1-year-old to Mommy's Day Out program so I could get some errands done. And one of the first places I had to go was to Best Buy. And I walked into Best Buy and not a soul was around. Not a person was around. It looked like a ghost town. And I saw TVs and a lot of people gathered. So I walked back there, and that's when I walked up just at the time that the towers literally collapsed. Good morning, June. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for joining. And with horror, watched the towers collapse. I then bolted and went and picked up my child, went home, and I sat in front of the TV just sobbing and dumbfounded. That's where I was on 9/11. I tried to create a slide, add a video. It didn't work out well. So what I'm going to do is we're going to play a remembering of 9/11. We're going to have a moment of silence. And then this cute little girl's going to sing God Bless America. So that is what I am going to do. I just feel it's very important us to take a moment out of our lives to remember and honor those of 9/11.
killed on 9/11.
This morning, we honor the lives lost with a commemoration ceremony in Lower Manhattan. Natalie Doddridge joins us live from Lower Manhattan with more on how the city will pay tribute to the victims today. Natalie.
Chris and Mary, good morning. A solemn morning. And right now, cruise organizers are making their final preparations for today's commemoration ceremony, which begins at exactly 8:46, the moment that first flight struck the North Tower. That is then followed by a citywide moment of silence and the reading of the names. Every 9/11 commemoration starts the same way.
My brother, Robert T. Bobby Hughes Jr.
Family members who lost loved ones in the deadliest terror attack on American soil gather at Ground Zero to honor the 2,977 people killed on September 11th, and also the 6 people killed in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
We're here for a somber remembrance at a memorial we wish we didn't have to hold. September is a time of great sadness in the fire department. It's a time when we reflect on our losses.
The ceremony includes 6 moments of silence, recognizing when the plane struck and when the towers fell, as well as the attack on the Pentagon and crash of Flight 93.
The terrorists thought they broke our spirits and broke our resiliency on September 11, 2001. As you and I know, September 12th, we showed them who we were. We got up. Teachers taught, builders built, retailers sold their goods. And because we got up, America got up. And America knew what our resiliency represents. And we will never, never forget.
Tonight, the iconic Tribute in Light, 2 blue beams, will once again rise from Lower Manhattan. This year, it will be joined by a citywide display called Tribute in Lights, with buildings and bridges across New York illuminated in blue.
Now that we're here at the 24th anniversary, we know there are 100 million Americans too young to remember 9/11. When they see this Tribute in Light, which is created by artists who managed to recreate the Twin Towers that were here before the terrorist attacks of 9/11. They see these 2 towers of light in the sky created by 88 48-foot square lights arranged in a pattern that sends that light into the sky so high it can be seen for 60 miles.
And following the ceremony, there will be a special moment of tribute honoring the FDNY members who have since died from 9/11 related illnesses. In Lower Manhattan, Natalie Doddridge, CBS News, New York.
Natalie, thank you. Nearly 3,000 people were killed, including 2 of our own at CBS, Isaias Rivera and Robert Patterson. Isaias was a CBS 2 engineer who worked at our transmitter inside the towers. He lived in Perth Amboy, New Jersey with his wife and 4 children. He worked for CBS for 30 years.
Robert was also a broadcast engineer who worked there. He was originally from Massachusetts. Before working at CBS 2, he was a member of the U.S. Air Force and attended the Air Force Broadcast School. Both men were on the 110th floor of One World Trade at the time of the attacks. We at CBS 2 honor our colleagues today and send our heartfelt condolences to the Rivera and Patterson families.
To commemorate 9/11, President Trump will attend tonight's Yankees game. Here's a live look at the stadium right now. Yankees posting to social media, letting fans know there will be enhanced security, to say the least, screening and limited parking in the area. They're urging fans to arrive at Yankee Stadium earlier than usual to navigate street closures.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to have a moment of silence. And Diane, I will be, if you don't mind, if I can emotionally do it, I will be interpreting God Bless America, and you'll understand why in a minute. Where did it go? Give me a minute, guys. That's exactly the way today has gone already. Give me a minute. I didn't know it closed out, but here we go. Diane, join me. Are you kidding me? No sound. All right, we're going to do it another way. I can't believe there's no freaking sound. We tested this. We're doing it again. I cannot believe we have no sound.
Your signing is lovely.
Yeah, well,
I know.
try it again, Sam. We had our moment of silence.
Yeah.
It's that kind of morning, y'all. There we go. Now, let me know if you got it.
Now, yes.
Sorry.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains, through the prairies, through the ocean. Night would fall. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Please stand and join us in singing.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains, through the prairies, through the ocean, wonderful. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
She did a great job. So did you.
That was my daughter at the age of 4.
At the age of 4? Oh, what a sweetie.
Well, the thing is we're trying not to get copyright stricken, and God bless America is copyrighted.
Is I don't know.
Yeah. That was my beautiful daughter who's now 21 and getting married next year. Yeah. For a 4-year-old, she had some pipes on her, and that there was about 300 people, 300, and it was televised, and she knew it. So that is my beautiful, precious baby. And honey, 2,800. Thank God you didn't go to work that day. Oh, the daughter was on the way to work. We also have friends in Washington. Daughter on the way to work in the bridges. Oh,
I had a friend who was working that day. She was in the kitchen, I think, and they sent them out, and she had to walk across the bridge. And she didn't know what had happened. Nobody told her what happened. She just knew that she saw people leaving and she just followed them. She
Honey,
said,
honey, I'm so blessed that your spouse was not there that day.
yeah.
So, and I know this must be a hard day for y'all. Oh, thank you so much. You know, sometimes we have to bring something light into things. Now, that wasn't light, but she's the light of my life.
I understand that. I have one daughter, 3 sons, and they're awesome. But I have one daughter, and that daughter has 3 daughters. And one of them just had a birthday.
Oh,
She's now 8.
wonderful. Okay, so today I will have the flag up in the background, or red, or we're gonna honor and we're gonna remember. Is my sound still low, or is it good? Angela, thanks for joining me. June, thanks for joining me. For those of you who don't know, we are training some mods in the StreamYard. Angela, I just wanted you here for the moment until June got here. You can stay or you can go. It's up to you. But we're going to, the mods will be popping up comments. I might, we're going to be doing that. So if you see some anything unusual, that's what's going on today. I wore camo. I'm a military brat. I didn't have anything red or blue.
Surprise, I have on black.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
I know, right, Diane? Oh, the people on the bus saw what happened. The military rushed the bridges and got everyone to get off the bus and out the cars and move back across the bridge to Arlington. Yep. So we are so grateful for those whose lives were spared. We're so humbled at those who were lost. And it seems that yesterday's tragedy just adds extra weight today. And those who are just joining, I'm going to say go back and rewatch what I did. We did a brief memorial for Charlie Kirk, and we will have another moment of silence for him as well. All right. With an emotional swoop. Yep. So we are going to go into, let me get Miss Diane up on screen. Don't worry. I'll get her. We are going to start where we left off yesterday. Diane, is this too busy or do I need to go get black on? You really think I'm fine? Okay. If I need to, I'll go put something black on. I'm going to have you start off interpreting and I'll hop in a minute once I get everything settled. All right. So Michael Proctor's a court appeals. He is the trooper. Michael Proctor lost his job because of what he did in the Karen Reed trial. And the text messages, the drinking and driving in a police vehicle or trooper vehicle. And we have watched a good chunk of day 1. We are picking up right where we left off, but right after lunch break. And then we will finish this and go on in tomorrow. And then tomorrow's the second day. And then I do have a hard stop at 2:00 because we are moving an office and business space. So I will be having a hard stop, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow or Monday, whenever we do it again. Thank you guys for your patience and allowing me to honor the best way I can those victims of 9/11. And I made the comment to someone, we are all victims of 9/11. It impacted us emotionally, spiritually, but we did not lose our family members, all of us. So we honor those who did. Wow, that's insane. Insane. Okay, I got my cup of coffee. Everybody have their cup of coffee, and let's get back into court. Well, I got to clarify that. That's not court. This is a hearing. It is not. It is with the state troopers, whatever. So it's a hearing, but it is run like a court.
Thank you, everyone. The time is now 1:49. We're going to go back on the record. All right, we're back on the record. And Mr. Carley, I believe we showed the last video was 35, exhibit 31.
Does it sound okay, y'all?
Right. Yes. Do you want to continue your witness?
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'm going to now ask you a series of questions that include a reference to respondent exhibit 36. Would you mind turning to exhibit 36? Very good exhibit.
Which one are you, Ada K?
Respondents 1267 and 1268 in front of you now.
I'll do the lawyer, but give me a minute.
During the course of the disciplinary proceedings in this case and following, have you had occasion to learn of certain responses given by Mr. Proctor regarding his views about the messages obtained from his personal phone?
Yes.
And are you aware of his answers given, for example, during your interview with him, among other places, to the effect that he believed he maintained an expectation of privacy with regard to all messages on his personal phone?
Correct.
Prior to your testimony here today, did you have occasion to learn of a document issued by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office on this subject?
I did.
For the Commission's benefit, for all homicides and unexplained unattended deaths in a given jurisdiction in the Commonwealth, who or what entity has the legal authority under state law to direct the investigation?
The DA's office.
So in terms of homicide investigations, the legal authority in charge is the local district attorney and his or her office?
Correct.
Directives from those offices to Massachusetts State Police personnel assigned to the homicide units within those offices are orders for those members to carry out. Is that not so?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, showing you specifically or referring you specifically to Exhibit 36, you recognize the document as something you've seen prior to today?
I do.
All right. And it purports to be from the Office of the District Attorney from Norfolk County in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Yes.
And it's issue 2 specifically, Massachusetts State Police assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's detective unit.
Yes, sir.
And that would be equivalent to what we've referred to previously, the State Police Detective Unit, or SPDU, assigned to Norfolk County, where Michael Proctor worked.
I'm sorry, guys. It won't let me edit for some reason. I have to edit. Why can I not edit? Okay, guys, forgive me. We're going to do a quick reboot. Just give me a quick second. You're just going to go blank and then it'll come back up. I don't know why it will not allow me to edit, which is unusual. It won't let me edit anything. Wow. Diane, I don't know why it won't. I can't edit. That is strange. Okay, well, I'll fix the other thing. We'll just go ahead and keep it at is.
In early 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
Was specifically referring you to the date of this memorandum as included on Respondents 1267. It's dated March 19th, 2024, is that correct?
It is.
And was there a date for compliance given within the document, sir? Referring you specifically to 1268.
Yes, March 25th, 2024.
And was Michael Proctor still assigned to that unit as of that date as well?
He was.
Now, directing your attention to the first paragraph of Exhibit 36, Respondent 36, does this directive from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office reference its obligations, meaning that office's or that agency's obligations under a series of federal and state legal authorities?
Yes, it does.
And does that office state that it is, quote, inquiring of law enforcement witnesses as to potential exculpatory evidence that must be disclosed to the defense, unquote?
It does.
Does it further state, please search for and produce any and all exculpatory evidence that is within your control and custody as it relates to the pending criminal case against Karen Reed?
It does.
And does it further go on to specify, this includes any statements of law enforcement or witnesses contained within the department, issued or personal cell phone or other electronic device or platform?
It does.
Right, sir. I'm going to ask you with regard to this topic just a little further. You mentioned earlier in your testimony you have training and experience as part of a county, a state police detective unit. Is that not true?
It is true.
All right. And you're aware, sir, in your training and experience of special obligations held by all members of law enforcement above and beyond those of ordinary citizens. Is that true?
It is.
And one of those obligations for police officers, including investigators assigned to a local district attorney's office, such as that, to obey the directives of that district attorney's office.
Yes.
And it also includes the general obligation as law enforcement witnesses to turn over statements about cases made by investigators, made by police officers under what is known as Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14.
Yes.
And that is a special obligation of police officers and investigators in particular that extends above and beyond the ordinary rules and obligations incumbent on an ordinary citizen in our society.
It is.
How do you sign
My final
obligations?
series of questions, Detective Lieutenant,
Responsibility.
concerning the last finding and recommendation of your report. So I'm now going to refer you back to Respondent 18, which is on page 491. I'll give you a moment to get that.
Just give me a minute.
specifically directing your attention for this next question to page 505, response 505. That's the last page.
I'm there.
Thank you, sir. Detective Lieutenant, looking specifically at your page 15 of your report, Exhibit 18, which is also page stamped, Respondents 505. Specifically, I want to ask you now about allegation K, the only one I haven't asked you about yet here today. This allegation K.
Take over, and then I'll pick up the. I'm sorry, Diane. I'll need you to take over and do the lawyer because I'm not hearing well enough. I'll do the defendant. Thank you.
The allegation that on dates between January 29, 2022 and August 17, 2022, Trooper Michael D. Proctor, number 3863, engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into disrepute. You indicated thereafter the incident is supported by sufficient evidence to prove employee misconduct. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And it's more than sustained for that particular allegation?
Yes.
All right, sir. Now, if I could ask you to go back a few pages in your report to paragraph 21, this is your conclusion section, sir. It would be on page Respondents 499, starting on 499.
I'm there.
Starting with paragraph 21 there toward the bottom of 499, could you just please read the first three sentences and only the first three sentences of that portion of your report?
Starting with yeah.
Paragraph 21. Oh, I apologize. 1 second, please. I have an error here, so apologies for the confusion. Paragraph 21, yes, beginning with Trooper Proctor at the top of paragraph 21, if you could read the first three sentences.
Trooper Proctor testified that he sent text messages to friends whom he described as people he grew up with and who lived in different parts of the country. Trooper Proctor sent multiple text messages to this friend group that contained sensitive information about the active homicide investigation. He also sent text messages to this friend group that contained inappropriate comments about Miss Reed's medical conditions, as well as other derogatory and defamatory statements about Miss Reed.
All right, sir. Is it fair to say that in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute, these specific messages, the ones referenced in paragraph 21 immediately thereafter, those specific messages are also evidence of violations of allegations A, B, C, and D, as you categorize them in this investigation, sir?
Correct.
And it's found and related here, sir, the text that Trooper Proctor sent specifically included the following, if I can ask you this. The victim's name, that is John O'Keefe.
Yes.
The manner in which the victim died, quote, she waffled him, and quote, I looked at his body at the hospital, he was banged up, and quote, she hit him with her car.
Correct.
Did it also include, those texts include information and demeaning sexist, misogynistic, and abusive statements about Miss Reed, including, quote, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe with a weird Fall River accent, though. No ass, unquote. Nutbag, as Chief would say, unquote. And she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo, unquote.
Yes.
You could also say that.
Yes.
Did it also include information related to the investigation to which he was assigned and what police actions would be taken in that case, including, quote, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving left, unquote. Quote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl, unquote. Quote, zero chance she skated, unquote. And quote, she's fucked, unquote.
Yes.
Detective Lieutenant, is it also fair to say you obtained evidence that some of those messages were sent during the investigation's earliest stages, even some on the day it began, that is January 29th, 2022, before facts and information have been released to the public? Is that correct?
It is.
And as the authority in charge, the legal authority in charge of all homicide and unattended death investigations in their jurisdiction, who or what is the entity in this particular instance that had the legal authority to determine what information put out publicly in connection with this investigation?
It would be the DA's office.
All right, so moving you slightly further in that same paragraph, again, we're on paragraph 21, but now onto the next page, respondents 500. Did you note and include in this portion of your conclusion section a summary of Mr. Proctor's statements to you during your interview, including his explanation that he, quote, did not provide specifics, unquote?
Yes.
All right. You further stated, is it not true, sir? Quote, while he may not have provided other specific case information to this friend group, he still provided information, including the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries that had not been released publicly. Do I have that right?
You do.
And now I'd like to ask you about your findings and inferences regarding some of the comments that Mr. Proctor made about Ms. Reed. In your conclusion, is it not the case, sir, that you note the comment Michael Proctor sent about Ms. Reed being a, quote, whack job cunt, unquote, is an inappropriate and derogatory comment that shows Michael Proctor had a personal dislike of Ms. Reed?
Yes.
You acknowledge also in your conclusion section, sir, you acknowledge that Michael Proctor testified, quote, that his comments were partially due to the emotions getting the best of him, unquote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Even so, what are, in your training and experience as an assigned investigator to the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, what are the professional obligations of a sworn member in Michael Proctor's position when experiencing and confronting emotional difficulties concerning an active case investigation?
So it's understood that police officers are humans and natural feelings and emotions are going to develop. But as a police officer, it's important that any actions taken are based on reason and fact.
Referring you specifically to your words in your report, sir, did you include the following sentences and make sure I quote these correctly, sir? On this point, police officers have to act impartially and not based on emotion. However, police officers still experience emotions based on what they are exposed to. While this is understood, it is also understood that the emotions of a police officer, the emotions a police officer may feel about an individual are kept in check, and their actions are based on reason and fact.
Yes.
You also made some findings and inferences with respect to comments about Ms. Reed's physique, specifically with regard to the appellant's comments about Ms. Reed having, quote, a weird Fall River accent, though, and no ass. Were those appropriate, sir?
They were not.
Why not?
There were comments on her mannerism and her physical appearance.
In addition to being offensive comments about her physical appearance, are they also an indication or created the appearance that Michael Proctor, on behalf of the Department of State Police, is not an impartial investigator?
Yes.
With respect to his comments, quote, she's got a leaky balloon knot, unquote, and, quote, leaks poo, unquote, were those found to be a commentary on Ms. Reed's medical condition or conditions?
Yes.
And in fact, Trooper Proctor so testified that those were comments on her medical conditions. Is that not so?
Yes.
Did Michael Proctor acknowledge in his interview with you that those comments were, quote, unprofessional and regrettable?
He did.
What else did you conclude or determine about those particular comments as indicated in your report, sir?
He was sharing medical information with people who were not privy to that information, and it was also an issue that was irrelevant to the criminal invest.
Is it fair to say, sir, that in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute, again, allegation K that I'm describing or questioning you about generally, these particular messages regarding Ms. Reed and her medical condition are also evidence of violations, evidence of violations of allegations D and F, as you categorize them?
Yes.
Returning to your conclusions, sir, now specifically directing your attention to paragraph 22 on page 500, response 500. Did you also find evidence to conclude that Michael Proctor had sent text messages to his sister that conveyed sensitive and previously unreleased information about the active homicide investigation?
Yes.
What specifically did you identify in that regard, sir?
The location of the crime scene and potential witnesses.
Reading from your report, sir, if you could follow along with me, the second sentence of paragraph 22, and just make sure I read it correctly. On the same day that SPDU-Norfolk initiated their investigation of the death, Trooper Proctor sent text messages to his sister that included elements of the death scene, quote, just found a frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning, unquote, and information about potential witnesses, quote, actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you, unquote, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend, gotta interview them, unquote.
Correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Did you also identify evidence that Michael Proctor was subjectively and contemporaneously aware of the confidential nature of what he was communicating to his sister?
Yes.
What specifically did you identify in that regard, sir?
He texted his sister, don't say a word to anyone. This suggested that he knew the information he was sharing with her, he should not have shared.
Is it fair to say, sir, that in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute as to allegation K, these particular messages, the ones we've just been referring to, shared with Michael Proctor and his sister regarding the active homicide investigation, are evidence of violations of allegations A, B, and C, as you also categorize them, sir?
Yes.
Paragraph 24, please, sir. That would be page 5. Did you also find that Michael Proctor had made disparaging and discriminatory remarks about Ms. Reed to his sister as well?
Yes.
Can you tell us what specifically did you identify in that regard?
He texted her, hopefully she kills herself.
All right, sir. And in your report, do you also address something we've heard earlier here today, something he said to you during his interview with you, that he described it as a figure of speech?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you conclude in your report with regard to his explanation that that was just a figure of speech?
Even if he never had the intention for Ms. Reed to harm herself, it contributed to the parents that he was not impartial towards Ms. Reed.
Is it fair to say, sir, that in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute, his statement to his sister about hopefully she kills herself regarding Ms. Reed was also evidence of a violation of allegation D, as you categorized it?
Yes.
Paragraph 25, please, sir, same page. Did you also find that Michael Proctor had sent sensitive investigation information and disparaging remarks about Ms. Reed to his wife as well?
Yes.
What specifically did you identify in that regard?
He texted, we're going to lock this whack job up.
Is it fair to say, sir, that that particular text message, in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute, also was evidence of violations of allegations C and D, as you categorized them, sir?
Yes.
All right, so my final set of questions regarding your conclusions, paragraph 26, again, same page, 501. Did you also find that Michael Proctor had disparaged, discriminated against, and sent sexist and misogynistic remarks about Ms. Reed and her medical conditions in a series of messages sent to his coworkers and supervisors on yet another message chain?
Yes.
Specifically, is it fair to say that Michael Proctor referred on that chain to Ms. Reed as, quote, retarded?
Yes.
Quote, or not quote, excuse me, but to paraphrase, someone about whom one might search for nude images?
Yes.
And also a woman who shit herself?
Correct.
With respect to calling Ms. Reed retarded, what specifically did you conclude, sir?
It's a derogatory and offensive term.
Did it also contribute, among other things, to the appearance that Michael Proctor was not impartial toward Ms. Reed in this investigation?
It did.
With respect to suggesting that Ms. Reed was an object for whom one might search, or for which one might search for nude images, what did you conclude specifically?
While there was no evidence to suggest that he actually did that, that also contributed to the appearance that he was not impartial towards Ms. Reed.
And with respect to the suggestion that Ms. Reed was a woman
I have to do this. Diane, impartial, not equal. Not fair. Not fair. Hold on, you're muted. Sorry. What?
Done like.
Not
Done like. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Shit herself, as he phrased it. What did you conclude specifically, sir?
Again, that was commentary on a medical condition that was irrelevant to the invest.
Is it fair to say, sir, that in addition to bringing himself and the department into disrepute, these particular messages on that chain about Ms. Reed to department colleagues and supervisors are also evidence of violations of allegation F as you categorized?
Yes.
All right, sir. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, in your review of case evidence prepared not only for today, but before the internal trial court proceedings in this case, you had a chance to compare specific testimony that Mr. Proctor gave about the particular text messages he sent, as well as his characterization of those messages. Is that a fair statement, sir?
Yes.
With respect to the following, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about this, just so we have the characterization correct and the references correct, sir. With respect to the original text message, the original content of calling Ms. Reed a, quote, whack job cunt and a babe with no ass. Trooper Proctor testified that his those comments were, in particular, unprofessional and regrettable, something he was not proud of, and something he stated I should not have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Correct.
Correct. With respect to the original statements he made, and nutbag, as Chief would say, she's got a leaky balloon knot and leaks poo, did Trooper Proctor testify, these are about Ms. Reed's medical conditions, again, unprofessional comment I should not have made and I'm not proud of?
Correct.
Also, with regard to those same comments, did he also call them juvenile and unprofessional?
He did.
With respect to his original statement, we're going to lock this whack job up. Did he categorize or characterize that as unprofessional messages I should not have sent?
He did.
With respect to the original statement, if you like women who shit themselves, did Mr. Proctor describe that as a regrettable comment about Ms. Reed's medical condition?
Yes.
With respect to his statement, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone, no nude so far. Did he describe that as a distasteful joke in his testimony?
He did.
With respect to the original statements, again, babe, weird Fall River accent, and no ass, he testified that they were, quote, absolutely not, unquote, appropriate.
He did.
With respect to the original statement, she's fucked, and then a laugh, did he describe that as unprofessional, but it is indicated that he thought it was funny at the time?
Yes.
And specifically, the part that he found funny at the time was a comment by someone else on the text message chain indicating Ms. Reed was, it said, good, no ass bitch.
Yes.
With respect to when he was questioned about the text messages overall, content of his text messages overall, did he stand by his testimony that he was showing strong moral principles? Did Mr. Proctor testify, quote, absolutely not, unquote, the texts were, quote, juvenile and regrettable?
Yes.
With respect to his original statement calling Ms. Reed a cunt, did he state that that was, quote, in poor taste and, quote, inappropriate and juvenile, unquote?
He did.
And finally, with respect to the calling Ms. Reed a retard, did he also describe that as, quote, another disgusting comment, unquote?
Yes.
Those are statements and characterizations he made about his own comments under oath. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have only one more clip to play, Commissioner McConaughey. Could I have clip 10? There are no skips.
Is that a long one?
It is not. It is about 1 minute.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch. Objection. Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was word.
Diane, I'm so glad you're signing it today. I know you guys. Yes, I was looking off. Rodecaster Pro, which is my soundboard, we've been having a lot of problems with, just informed me that they have just got their shipment in, and they'll be shipping me a new one. Y'all know that we've struggled a little bit with our technology, so but I got a smile on my face because finally they're gonna ship me a new one at no cost. No
What are they
cost.
shipping? What are they shipping?
Oh, I can't do that. A Rodecaster Pro 2. It is what controls all of my sound.
Okay.
And
Just curious.
oh no, I'm gonna pop it up because people are like, "What?"
Yeah.
They do have a white one, but yeah, they're gonna ship me this Rodecaster. I'll pop this up real quick. This thing.
Oh, it's pretty.
Hey, party. So
Party.
that's why I was smiling, guys. I needed that.
I thought you were smiling because I had to do the swearing.
That
the
too.
ugly word. I've swore more as an interpreter than I've ever swore in my life.
Exactly.
They just never fit.
Well, let's bring a little. I'm going to take what we call a breather. Just if you're new here, we'll take a breather every little bit. Number one, to give the interpreter a little pause and break. Normally, interpreters 15 minutes on, 15 minutes off. So what's happened here is that interpreters, we're equal to a telephone cord. Whatever they say, we interpret. It is not us.
Yeah.
It's their words. We're just a conduit.
And sometimes you have to hunt for the sign.
It's like, I learned a new sign. I've always heard people sign the MF word as or now it's
yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah.
They're new ones every day.
Yeah. Yeah, that one. It's abbreviation.
So yeah, we've got a lot of ones. So if you want to learn bad words, start watching now. All right, Diane, you got a few bites in you. Here we go.
Right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
He can't be comfortable sitting there and hearing that. That's Trooper Proctor.
I'm going to pause the recording and meet the council briefly.
Correct. What's even more uncomfortable is when they're signing the words in sign language and you have to voice the words.
Let me talk for a minute. I remember an assignment I had, and the person that sent me to the assignment was laughing when they told me they were going. And as I was leaving, they said, just a warning, they are certifiable, meaning they could go to the mental hospital. And I went, And this individual person was having a normal day for them. For me, it was an experience. They were upset in a kind of a restaurant place. They were very vocal. They were very loud. The restaurant had called the police to come and escort them out. And they were they were MFing the police. Yeah, yes. They were MFing the police every which way. And what do you think you're going to do? I mean, every word under the sun they were using. And the police were looking at me and I went, excuse me, not me, her, him, them, whatever pronoun you want to put there. You know, that person. And so, they went, just wanted to be sure. And they just continued with the tirade the whole time they were taking them out. They just continued. And it was like, people really talk like that to the police? Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I've
So
been in
that
a
was,
situation like that where I was in a hospital emergency room interpreting, and they were on drugs and they were signing so many bad words. I just said, I can't keep up. It's just a lot of cussing. I'll
and the
let you
person
know. Yeah,
yeah,
I learned a few cuss words from deaf people I never knew before.
I learned a lot of signs from deaf people I never knew.
Good. Thank you, Darkly. I listen. Look at that. They said, "Did you feel possessed?"
I
Yes,
did. I
you do.
did.
You get embarrassed yourself, and what's worse are the phone intimate calls.
Oh, yes.
And when we have to sign and voice,
And you have to put the inflection in your voices.
oh no.
And then when the call finishes, you want to go take a shower.
Oh, it's horrible, y'all. People
Not,
think that being an interpreter is a glorious job.
oh, no.
Oh,
You want to go take a
no.
shower, not smoke a cigarette.
And you have to play each side of the fence. And what's awful is when you have two interpreters, because sometimes the one deaf person's very skilled in sign but can't hear, and the other person does not really have a whole lot of sign because they weren't taught and they're not really verbal and they can't hear. I did that once. So one of us was one person, the other was the other, and we had to I felt like I was intimate with somebody I didn't even know and never saw, heard, or touched. It was horrible.
It's like, no, can we finish this?
Yeah. So anyway, but that, I know, long story short is that in court it's the same thing. We say every word just like the lawyers are doing. These are not the lawyers' words, and that was what I was going to tie this into. I remember when the trial was happening, and there was somebody who was commenting, I can't believe the lawyers are talking like that. I can't believe they're saying that. Diane, I sent you an instant message. I can't believe da. Why do they have to say this? Why do they have to say that? Because it's in writing. He texted it. It is his words that they're using against him. So the lawyers do use them, and they will put the fluctuation in the words that they think it deserves for impact. And a lot of people couldn't believe that Judge Cannoni would made Trooper Proctor not just spell out "see you next Tuesday," but actually say the words. The reason why is because he didn't do in his text. He didn't say she is a CEUNEXTTUESDAY. He didn't do that. He said, and so we can't say that on our channel, but if it's said in court and I get dinged, I think I can challenge that. So that is, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to click on it. That's like the first appearance in a person who interpreted saw the swearing, and the judge said, you can stop swearing. And the interpreter said, legally, I have to interpret everything. That is right. You are so right that we have to interpret what we hear.
especially if the deaf person or the individual who is deaf reads lips and says,
Oh,
I didn't say that.
say
You
that.
didn't say
Yeah.
what I said. They can get
Yeah.
you in big trouble.
Yeah. And so it is true. So it can be very uncomfortable for us, but we get to the point to where even in court situations, and same with the attorneys, it's not necessarily comfortable. I mean, these
You just do it.
lawyers, yeah, these lawyers may not use this language in their lives, but it is a requirement for the job. So no judgment on the lawyers. I've had comments in the past. I can't believe the lawyers are doing this. One, no judgment on the lawyers, no judgment on the interpreters. The only judgment that needs to be given is on the person who used the words.
The other
And
thing is, I have had people, I've used that word before, and they go, huh? I go, oh, okay. They go, oh, that.
Well, we can do that too.
Yeah.
That's for JJ in sign language. All right, Michael, poor Michael from Michael Proctor. I don't want to call him Trooper. He's not that anymore.
No.
He's got to be uncomfortable. Has to be uncomfortable.
You think.
Actually, he did an interview but there was an interview and they say we don't enjoy it, but we will do it with the inflection and the intonation needed to get the point across.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Back to court.
Back to court.
Okay, we're going to.
So now we're back on the record. The time is now 2:20 p.m. and thank you. So basically, since the state police is finished with his direct examination, we will have the appellant begin his cross. We'll do a recess till 2:45 and then we'll come back and resume. And we're going to stop at 4:30.
Okay.
As you understand. Thank you.
Department for potential. And can you explain what your function is in OPIA?
I'm an investigator.
Okay, what does that mean?
For internal affairs investigations, any potential violations of policy or rules and regulations.
So you investigate other members of the department for potential violations?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been there for 4 years in that department?
Yes.
Okay. How many investigations would you say you've done in the 4 years?
A couple dozen, maybe.
25, 30?
Maybe that.
Okay. And this investigation was assigned to you on March 4th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was assigned to you by Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors?
Lieutenant Colonel Connors had requested the invest. I was assigned by Colonel Shoemaker.
Okay. And could you turn to, we have our exhibits in front of you now, appellant's exhibits. Could you turn to Exhibit 1, please? I'm sorry, we're looking at I'm sorry, I'm responding to Exhibit 1. I'm sorry, sir. Respondent's Exhibit 1 was dated March 4th of 24, correct?
Yes,
And it's from Lieutenant Colonel Brian P. Connors, correct?
correct,
And he was the commanding officer of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
correct.
Right. And that memo was sent to Lieutenant Colonel Dan Richard.
Yes.
And what was his role?
So
at
I
the time?
misspoke. Colonel Richard was one that assigned me the investigation.
Okay. But it was instituted by Lieutenant Connors, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm sorry, we're going to switch gears here because I'm going to be talking to you about exhibits from both parties, but could we go to Appellant's Exhibit number 57?
Did you say 57?
57.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
What is that in front of you, sir?
It's the Rules and Regulations, Article 4.
Of the Department of State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there are many rules and regulations of the Department of State Police, correct?
Yes, there are.
And there are many policies and procedures of the State Police, correct?
Yes, there are.
And you have in front of you Article 4,
I do.
and it's dated, and these change from time to time, correct?
They do.
And the date of this is September 27 of 23.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Article 4.0 is entitled what?
Title and rank, payroll, promotions.
And so in effect, this rule and regulation, Article 4, sets out the ranks of every member of the state police, correct?
It does.
Beginning with the top order of rank, correct?
It does.
And 4.1 reads, the order of titles and ranks in the Massachusetts State Police shall be as follows, : first bullet is Colonel/Superintendent, correct?
Correct.
As of February of 24, who was the Colonel/Superintendent?
February of 24, Colonel Jack Maughan.
Right. And the next bullet down, and I assume this is second in command, is Lieutenant Colonel/Deputy Superintendent, correct?
Correct.
And who was that as of February of 24?
Lieutenant Colonel John Pinkham.
Okay. And then the next item down is third bullet down is Lieutenant Colonel, correct?
Correct.
And is there more than one Lieutenant Colonel in the state police?
There are.
How many are there?
I believe there are 5.
All right. And so the order of rank, we have one colonel, correct? We have, you just had to guess the answer for the record.
Yes, yes.
One colonel,
Correct.
one deputy, correct? Second in command.
Correct.
And then we have, you say 5
I
lieutenant
believe there are
colonels?
5, yes.
All right. And the lieutenant colonel of, strike that, Lieutenant Colonel Connors was the commander of what division?
Division of Investigative Services.
Okay, so is it that each division has a lieutenant colonel in charge?
Yes.
Okay. And then below that, we have major, correct?
Yes.
And then on down the line, detective captain, captain, detective lieutenant, on down, correct?
Yes.
And you're a detective lieutenant, correct?
I am, sir.
All right. And so this Article 4 sets out the rank of all the senior officers of the department.
For all the ranks, yes.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant Connors was in the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, and again, this is going to be a little cumbersome with the 2 books in front of you, but could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 1? And could I ask, Madam Commissioner, if we could display Exhibit 1?
We're gonna play the,
Appellant's Exhibit 1, yes.
Exhibit 1, the video.
No, it's not a video, it's just an exhibit.
I'm sorry, say this again?
It's just Exhibit 1. I thought you had them all.
Can you approach?
Yes.
Both of you?
And we can do it if we
Commissioner, do you want to sign the record on the record? Thank you. I can't hear you if you want this on. We're off. Okay.
Okay, we have another break.
divisions. Thank you. So apparently it can't be displayed DLT, but could you go to Exhibit 1, please? Collins Exhibit 1.
I'm there.
And so this is entitled what?
The Massachusetts State Police Division of Investigative Services.
All right. And is this a chart of all divisions of the state police?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on the second page after the emblem, the first page is entitled Massachusetts State Police Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the first name at the top of that chart is who?
Lieutenant Colonel Brian P. Connors.
Okay. And then below him, there are 4 names. They're not Major Leonard Coppenrath, Detective Captain Gerald Collins, Major Michael Farley, and Detective Captain Eric Benson, correct?
Correct.
And what are their roles within the Division of Investigative Services?
So each major and detective duo, if you will, they each oversee a certain set of units.
Okay. And on the left side of the chart, there are numerous units and divisions listed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on the left side of the chart, the Norfolk SBDU is one of the units or divisions listed, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the Norfolk SBDU?
The Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
Okay. Norfolk County DA's Office Detective Unit, all right. And so just following along on the chart then, if you look back up, Detective Captain Gerald Collins would be the detective captain for the Norfolk SBDU?
Yes, sir.
And Major Leonard Coppenrath would be the major in charge of the Norfolk County SBDU, correct?
Correct.
And then above them, they would answer to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Now, have you, prior to investigating Michael Proctor, did you ever investigate anyone for comments, personal comments on their personal cell phone?
I am.
And could we go to your report, Exhibit 18? That would be Respondents, Exhibit 18. What's the date of your report, sir?
July 29th, 2024.
Okay. And so in the first paragraph, you indicate that the investigation was initiated by Lieutenant Connors, correct?
Correct.
And it was based on information received from the Norfolk County DA District Attorney's Office regarding Trooper Michael D. Proctor's participation in an ongoing criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that investigation was Comwell versus Reed, correct?
Yes.
That is not to suggest that there was a criminal investigation into Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Right. It was the investigation of the Karen Reed case, correct? Right. And you go on to say that in paragraph 2, the Norfolk County DA had advised the department that they had been notified by the U.S. Attorney's Office that there was a federal investigation that involved Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Again, not of Trooper Proctor, just he was involved in.
Correct.
Right. And as part of that investigation, the contents of Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone were obtained, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so on March 4th, you were assigned this investigation, correct?
I was.
And are you now aware that the basis of this federal investigation was a claim by the defense of a conspiracy and planting evidence?
I am now, but I was not at the time.
At the time, right. And you're aware also, sir, are you not, that the federal investigation was terminated in February of 2024?
So I heard that it was ended, but I don't know the facts about that.
You're now aware of that?
Yes.
And Michael Proctor never received a target letter for that investigation, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Michael Proctor was never charged with any crime as a result of that, was he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And he's never been charged with any crime under any circumstances, has he?
No.
And no one in the state police received a target letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And are you now aware that the reason that this entire case came to light was because Michael Proctor was subpoenaed to testify at the grand jury on February 1st, 24?
Again, at the time, I was not aware, but I am now.
You are now.
Yes.
That's right. And he was subpoenaed as a witness, correct?
I don't know what his role was at the time.
Are you aware now that he was
Now I
subpoenaed
am, yes.
only as a witness?
Yes, sir.
Not as a subject, not as a target, correct?
Correct.
All right. And are you now aware, and you became aware at some point in the past, I presume, that Michael Proctor learned for the first time on February 1st that the U.S. attorney had somehow surreptitiously obtained his text messages from his personal cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And then he learned for the first time that they had those text messages on his personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And are you now aware that do you have any idea of the basis for them obtaining those messages?
I wouldn't speculate on that, sir.
Now, March 4th was the day you were assigned the case, correct?
Correct.
And on March 4th, there was a meeting at General Headquarters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you attended that meeting, did you not?
I did.
And who else was at that meeting?
It was myself, Colonel Mon, Lieutenant Colonel Pinkham, Lieutenant Colonel Richard, Lieutenant Colonel Connors, Attorney Staples, Detective Lieutenant Goslin, and I believe that was it.
Okay. So you had, I just want to go through that again. Colonel Mon was at the meeting, correct, on March 4th?
Yes,
And this was held at the headquarters in Framingham?
it was.
And was it up in the legal department, or where was it held?
It was in Colonel Mon's office.
Colonel Mon's office. Okay, so Colonel Mon was present.
Yes,
Jennifer Staples was present.
yes,
She chief legal counsel.
she is.
Siobhan Kelly was present.
I can't recall. I think she may have come later on. I can't recall.
She's
for
deputy
sure.
counsel.
She is, yes.
And Detective Lieutenant Goslin was present.
Yes.
So what is his role? What was his role at the time?
So at the time, myself and Detective Goslin were some of this meeting. We were working the case together.
Okay. And was Colonel Daniel Richard there?
Yes,
And Lieutenant Colonel Connors was there, correct?
yes.
And Captain Benson was there, correct?
He may have been there, yes.
And so you had one colonel present.
Yes,
You had two lieutenant colonels present, correct?
three
Lieutenant Colonel Richard and Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
in Colonel Pinkham.
So you had a colonel, a deputy, two lieutenant colonels, correct?
Yes,
And you had one captain, Benson.
yes,
You had two detective lieutenants, yourself and DLT Goslin,
correct,
and two attorneys,
correct.
all present at a meeting with the Norfolk County representatives of the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
I don't think there were any reps from the DA's office there.
Okay, not at that time.
No.
All right. And so the topic of discussion was what?
The fact that the DA's office had disclosed to the department the existence of these text messages.
So, I'm sorry, say that again?
That the DA's office had disclosed to the department of the existence of these text messages.
Okay. And was it necessary for you to sign a non-disclosure agreement on March 4th?
It was.
And so in your report, you say only that derogatory and defamatory messages were discussed, correct?
Correct.
And you say that only an oral summary of the text messages was discussed, correct?
Correct. I don't believe that the content of the text messages was discussed, as far as I know, only the fact that these text messages had been found, but not the actual content of them.
So this meeting took place after the DA's office had disclosed the text messages to the department, correct?
Correct.
And that had happened in late February, in early February?
I'm not sure when the DA's office told the department.
So who was the speaker in the room on February 8th? I'm sorry, on March 4th.
There wasn't one speaker, sir.
Okay, but who was the one holding the meeting?
Well, Colonel Mon was the ranking member, so it was his meeting, but there was not one speaker in the meeting.
Okay, and everyone in the meeting had to sign non-disclosure agreements, correct?
Correct.
And so all those people in the room, and you're telling us that no one asked about the specifics of the text messages?
I don't know what conversations they had prior to I got there, or or what questions that they have for the DA's office.
And so the purpose of signing a non-disclosure agreement would be so that people couldn't disclose the content of those text messages, right?
The purpose of the NDA was so we cannot disclose the fact that we knew that these text messages had existed.
So your testimony is that an NDA, as we're calling it, was required just so you couldn't tell others that there were derogatory and defamatory messages.
Correct.
That's as far as you know.
Correct.
It's fair to say that others in the room may have known a lot more than you.
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay. But it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, sure.
But in any event, non-disclosure agreements were signed that day.
They were.
Or previous to that day.
No,
By others.
I would assume. I know that I signed the NDA that day.
As far as you're concerned, you signed the NDA only because you knew there were derogatory and defamatory messages.
Correct.
And do you know if that NDA, as we're calling it, was ever produced to Michael Proctor or myself?
I do not know.
But you signed one.
I did.
And everyone at the meeting signed one, to the best of your knowledge.
As far as I know, yes.
Now, could you look at our Exhibit 4? I'm sorry, hold on one second, I'll be with the LT. Yeah, Exhibit 4.
For the appellant's Exhibit 4?
Yes, about the top, yes. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm here, sir.
Okay. So that Exhibit 4 is an email, correct?
It is.
And it's from Siobhan Kelly, correct?
The top line from the from to looks like it's from Jennifer Staples.
I'm sorry, we'll go to the top, yes. The top two from, I'm sorry, the top email is from Jennifer Staples, correct?
Yes.
And she's Chief Legal Counsel for the department.
She is.
And this email is sent to Brian Connors.
Correct.
And we've already established Brian Connors was the Lieutenant Colonel, right, third in command.
Yes, sir.
And it's dated March 6th at 1:14 p.m., correct?
It is.
And it says a big capital FYI, correct?
It does.
That's the only content of the email, correct?
Yes, sir.
And below that, there's a second email, right?
There is.
And it appears as though that email below was forwarded to Lieutenant Colonel Connors on March 6th.
Yes, sir.
And who was that email from on the bottom?
Siobhan Kelly.
And who is Siobhan Kelly?
She's the deputy counsel
For the department.
for the department.
And the date of that email is when?
March 4th, 2024.
All right, at 3:41 p.m.
Yes.
And who is Attorney Kelly sending this email to?
To Colonel Mon and Colonel Pinkham, and she CC'd Attorney Staples.
Okay. And what's the subject?
The subject is proposed statement.
Okay. Do you know what that means?
I can surmise what it means, yes.
What do you surmise it means?
That they were drafting a statement for release, I would imagine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir, the drafting statement.
They were for release.
Okay.
But I don't know that to be true.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So, and it reads Colonel and Deputy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jen and I drafted the below statement on the read matter. Please let me know your thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And then the statement reads, on March 1st, 2024, the Department of State Police was provided by the Norfolk County DA's District Attorney's Office a substantive summary of the United States Attorney's Office's disclosures in the matter of Commonwealth versus Reed. Did I read that correctly?
You did, sir.
And that's March 1st, correct?
Correct.
To date, the department has not been provided with any information from the United States Attorney's Office regarding the findings of their investigation. Did I read that correct?
You did.
So she is telling the colonel and the deputy, Colonel Mon, Deputy Pinkham, that the DA's office provided a substantive summary of the disclosures from the United States Attorney's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And based on that, as it reads down on the bottom, the department initiated an internal affairs investigation into Trooper Michael Proctor, a member of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then it says, in consultation with the Norfolk County DA's office, Trooper Proctor was transferred out of the detectives unit pending the outcome of this internal investigation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Do you know if that ever happened?
I don't believe it did.
Now, are you now aware that the department actually learned of the text messages before March 1st of 24?
What's the objection, Mr. Cole?
Students next time, happens.
Other questions? You may answer.
So again, sir, I am not sure when the department became aware, other than what that email said.
Okay. Could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 5, please?
And there's,
All right, and I think because it's an email chain, we'll go to the last page first. And actually, the last page is from someone, if you could, let's go to the last page.
The page number of that.
I'm sorry, it's APP 0052. May I proceed, Madam?
Yes, please. Go ahead, sorry about that.
Are you ready?
I am.
Guilty. So the email, the email at the top is dated January 19th of 24, correct?
yes,
And it's from Siobhan Kelly, Deputy Legal Counsel again, correct?
yes, sir.
And it's to somebody named Gretchen Lundgren and also to Jennifer Staples, correct?
Yes, sir.
And copied on it is an attorney, Michael DiStefano, correct?
Yes.
And this is, it reads, "Hi Gretchen and Mike, do Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan have a date yet for the grand jury? Thank you." I read that correctly?
You did.
And so it's fair to say that the department was aware that there was a federal investigation and that Buchanan and Mike Proctor were subpoenaed to be witnesses there, correct?
It would have been prepared that way, yes.
And now jumping ahead to the previous page, APP 0051, if you could look at the bottom, email from Jennifer Staples. You see that?
I do, yes.
And so that's from Jennifer Staples dated Friday, February 2nd, 2024 at 12:25 p.m., Friday afternoon, correct?
Correct.
To Gretchen Lundgren, copied to Michael DiStefano. "Hi Gretchen, happy Friday. Are you and Mike available today or Monday for a quick call regarding Trooper Proctor? Let me know, thanks." Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And then moving above, there is an email from Gretchen Lundgren back to Jennifer Staples confirming that they could meet on that Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then going forward to APP 0050, there is an email from Michael DiStefano. Do you see that?
I do.
On Friday, February 2nd at 4:17.35 p.m. You see that?
Yes.
To Jen Staples. "Hi Jen, thanks for the call today. Do you have some availability to speak with me on Monday, February 5th? Thanks, Mike." And then if you go to the top, there's an email from Jen Staples to Mike DiStefano. "Absolutely, I just have a 2 o'clock. What works for you?" Do you see that?
I do.
And going to the previous page, APP 0049, from DiStefano to Staples again, February 2nd at 4:20 p.m. regarding call. And then we have to turn back to APP 0050. "How about 11 a.m.? Thanks and have a great weekend."
Yes,
See
sir.
that? And then moving above that, there's an email from Jennifer Staples to Michael DiStefano on February 5th at 2:21 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
"Hi, Mike, I have briefed the colonel and deputy about our call. Do you have time later this afternoon or tomorrow morning for another quick call? Let me know, thanks." Jennifer Staples, correct?
Correct.
Are you now aware that Michael Proctor and his attorney self-reported the discovery of these text messages on his personal phone to Attorney Staples on February 2nd of 2024?
I'm aware as we sit here today, yes, but not at the time.
Attorney Martin, in looking at the exhibits, on page base number Alex, no, on page 50, if you look at the bottom, Gretchen Lundgren's email is redacted. What was her role in this meeting?
I'm sorry, Gretchen Lundgren?
Yes, what was her role?
She was Sergeant Mechanic's attorney.
All right, thank you. Just want to get that on record. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, DLT, are you aware of the fact that there was a meeting held on February 8th at the department at headquarters?
Only as presented today, yes.
You know?
Yes.
And present at that meeting were Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Attorney DiStefano, Siobhan Kelly.
Yes,
Sorry, I didn't get an answer to that question.
so I'm,
Sorry. The pending question was Attorney DiStefano, and I had an answer on.
So who was at that meeting?
so I am not aware of who was at that meeting.
Are you aware now, did you learn it sometime in the past, that Trooper Proctor reported to DLT Tully the content of these text messages?
Yes,
And he did that on February 1st and on February 2nd, correct?
I'm not sure of the date, but I do know that he did.
And are you now aware that, and who is DLT Tully, by the way, in the team of this?
DLT Tully was the unit command of SPDU Norfolk.
He was Mike Proctor's boss?
Correct.
One of his bosses, correct? And so in terms of bosses for Mike Proctor, at the time we had DLT Tully, correct?
Yes.
And what was John Fanning's title?
He was the lieutenant.
Okay. And who was above John Fanning?
DLT Tully.
Okay, and then who was above Tully?
I believe that would have been Detective Captain Collins.
Okay. And those were all superior officers to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
That he would have to answer to.
Yes, sir.
And they were all been part of the Karen Reed investigation, correct?
I would assume they were, yes.
And are you aware now that DLT Tully, after Michael Proctor reported these text messages to Tully as early as February 1st, that Tully then reported these text messages to Major Leonard Carpenter?
I'm aware.
What's the objection? Yes, please. You go to the ladies'
February 8th and March 4th. And this meeting on February 8th, you were not present at that, correct?
I was not.
So you don't know who was there?
I don't.
Did you ever speak to Major Carpenter between February 8th and March 4th about this matter?
I did not.
And just to go up the chain again, Major Carpenter boss would be Lieutenant Colonel Connors, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that Colonel Mon was briefed by the DA's office in late February of the text messages?
I don't know when he was, but I'm aware that he was briefed, yes.
And you were aware that he was given specific details?
I am not aware of that.
And so March 4th of 24 comes, correct? And there's a meeting with all the people we discussed.
Yes, sir.
And the investigation begins on March 4th of Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And could you go to Respondent's Exhibit 25? That would be the Department's Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
And so we've seen already that a notice of the investigation was delivered to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
So as of March 4th, he's on investigation.
Correct.
And you're familiar with Respondent's Exhibit 25, which is Article 6 of the Rules and Regulations of the Department?
Yes, sir.
And for the Commission, it's R0658. And what is Article 6?
So it's a regulations that establish the disciplinary procedures and temporary relief from duty.
All right. And so it covers temporary relief from duty, correct?
Yes.
It covers duty status hearings, correct?
Yes.
And then it covers other disciplinary matters such as charges and disposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And letters of counseling, correct?
Yes.
And also hearings on charges, the Department Prosecutor, and trial boards, correct?
Yes.
So there's a lot in here, is there not?
There is.
6.8, Deputy Superintendent's action. 6.9, judgments and discipline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page 0R0665, this is promulgated by John Mon, Colonel Superintendent, correct, in September 27, 23, revised.
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say another version pretty similar to this existed before September 23?
I would assume so, yes.
And so if you could look at Article 6, it empowers the colonel in 6.1 to relieve a trooper from duty, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Michael Proctor was not relieved of duty on March 4th of 24, was he?
He was not.
So that was the colonel's decision.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you look at 6.2 on R0659?
I'm there.
Let me know when you're there.
Okay. I'm there.
So 6.2 reads duty status hearing, correct?
It does.
And it tells us 6.2.1, a division commander, with the approval of the colonel superintendent, may convene a duty status hearing relative to the member's duty status if, item 1, the member is the subject of a criminal investigation, is arrested or indicted, or if a criminal complaint or warrant is issued against the member, or 2, the member is the subject of an internal investigation. And I'll stop there.
That is correct.
And so a duty status hearing can be convened to change a trooper's status upon the opening of an internal investigation, correct?
Correct.
And the colonel has that discretion.
He does.
And so on March 4th, Mike Proctor was notified of this internal investigation about these text messages, correct?
Correct.
He was not relieved of duty.
He was not.
And he was not the subject of a duty status hearing.
He was not.
And he was not suspended without pay.
Correct.
Instead, he remained on full duty, correct?
He did.
contrary to that email that we saw earlier, he was not transferred out of the DA's office, correct?
He was not.
And so what was Michael Proctor's title as of February through July 1st of 24?
Trooper.
Detective?
Yes, he was assigned to that SPDU, yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say, is it not, sir, that he remained on full duty being investigating homicides from February 1st until July 1st?
I don't know what his role was there, but he stayed with the unit.
Okay. And could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6, you said?
Appellant 6, it's APP 0014.
Okay, sir.
And do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And is this an email?
It is.
And it's from a David Procopio. Who's David Procopio?
He worked in the media section.
Media relations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is an email from him to Elaine Driscoll. Who is Elaine Driscoll?
I don't know, sir.
And also to, it says EPS. Do you know what EPS is?
I don't.
And it's also to Siobhan Kelly, who's Deputy Legal Counsel, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated March 13th, 2024 at 5:13 p.m.
It is.
And the subject of it is statement for review, correct?
It is, yes.
And it says, good afternoon, does this sound okay? The MSP has opened an internal investigation into an alleged violation of department policy by Trooper Michael Proctor. Trooper Proctor remains on full duty. Dave Procopio, Director of Media Communications, Mass State Police. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So Michael Proctor remained on full duty as a detective in the homicide division. The colonel could have suspended him without pay or relieved him of duty, correct?
He could have, yes.
But the state police found it necessary to notify the media that an investigation had been opened.
That's how it appears, yes, sir.
Does that happen very often, that the department notifies the media about an internal investigation?
I wouldn't be.
There's another way to ask Mr. Conley. Objection. Another question.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that, sir.
Well, you've investigated 25, 30 cases, right? How many of those have been, when the investigation has started, how many of those 25 or 30 have been displayed to the media upon the opening of the investigation?
I wouldn't be able to put a number on it, sir, but it has happened.
Other than this case?
Yes, sir.
Once?
Again, I wouldn't be able to put a number on it. It's not something that I'm involved in, and I don't pay attention to that.
All right, and so DLT, could we go to Respondents Exhibit 18, which is your report again?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so this is Respondents Exhibit 18, looking at page 2, which is APP RO, I think it's 491, 492.
In there.
And so paragraph 4, which you discussed on direct exam, you have that in front of you?
I do.
And this concerned your words, in addition to the information provided concerning text messages sent by Trooper Proctor, there were concerns raised as a result of the federal investigation that Trooper Proctor had a personal relationship with witnesses involved in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
An inquiry was conducted by the department to determine if any substantial relationship existed between Trooper Proctor and witnesses related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So this investigation was separate from yours.
Yes, it was.
Why did the department choose to have separate investigations? Do you know?
I couldn't speak to that, sir.
And so you learned of and who conducted this investigation?
So it was an inquiry, I believe, and it was at the time Captain Benson and Captain Barrios.
And those, Captain Benson was in the chain of command for Division of Investigative Services, correct?
He was, yes.
And was Captain Barrios also in that chain of command?
No, he was not.
Okay. And are you aware that Michael Proctor voluntarily went in for an interview with those two gentlemen?
I'm aware that he was interviewed, yes.
And he wasn't ordered to go in?
I don't know how it came to be.
Okay, fair enough. Well, in any event, you are aware of the outcome of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you tell us that the inquiry showed that while Trooper Proctor had a relationship with some of the witnesses, those relationships were not substantial in nature, correct?
Correct.
And you go on to tell us that the inquiry found that the relationships were consistent with how Trooper Proctor represented them in the federal investigation, and it was also consistent with how Trooper Proctor portrayed them in his testimony in the criminal trial against Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And there was a separate case number assigned, correct?
Yes.
And this separate investigation was requested by the Norfolk County DA's office, was it not?
I don't believe that to be true, sir.
And have you ever seen a completed report on that?
I have not.
And are you aware that that investigation was conducted in March of 24?
Yes, I believe that to be true.
So the nature and the scope of that invest by Benson and Barrios was related to the allegation of inappropriate personal relationships.
Correct.
Okay. And related to any bias you may have.
Correct.
And there was no finding of inappropriate relationships or bias by those two gentlemen, was there?
No, there were not.
So despite this wild allegation of a grand conspiracy, they found it was not, correct?
Mr. Martin, you can word that differently.
Well, there was a theory presented by the defense in the Reed case that there was a conspiracy, correct?
I don't think I can speak to that, sir. That was information I learned well after the investigation.
Okay. But there was no finding of a conspiracy by Benson and Barrios, was there?
No, there was not.
So it's fair to say, is it not, DLT, that any relationship that he had, that Mike Proctor had with any witnesses, did not affect the integrity of his investigation?
Nothing would show that.
And the trial for the Karen Reed #1 started April 29th of 24.
I believe that to be true, yes.
And so the Benson Barrios investigation was done 3-4 weeks before the beginning of that trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you attend the trial?
I did not.
You watched it on live stream?
I did.
On the water?
And so you listened to Michael Proctor's testimony?
I did.
And then you saved the videos for this case?
I did.
That's what we've been watching all morning?
Yes, sir.
And you created a summary of his testimony, correct?
I did.
And that was one of the department's exhibits here today, Exhibit 8, correct?
Yes.
And so you had all of the text messages that we watched on video summarized in a neat fashion in Exhibit 8, correct?
Yes.
And those texts were presented initially by the DA, correct, in the trial?
Yes, sir.
And then they were highlighted, were they not, by Attorney Jackson?
They were.
In a very theatrical way?
Your word, sir.
Okay. And Michael Proctor admitted that the texts were unprofessional, correct?
He did.
Immature,
Yes.
juvenile,
Yes.
and offensive.
Yes.
Texts on a personal cell phone.
Correct.
He didn't deny his texts.
He did not.
Have you ever seen the full thread of text messages, the hundreds of thousands of text messages?
I have not, no.
Is it fair to say, DLT, that it was not Michael Proctor's intention for his personal thoughts on his personal phone to be published to the world?
Correct, yes.
And the text to his friends were sent late in the day on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that they were sent after a full day of investigation into the Reed case?
I would assume it was a full day. Again, I wasn't present for the invest.
Are you aware he was assigned at about 6 a.m.?
I don't know when he was assigned the case.
Okay. Fair to say there were numerous law enforcement officers involved in the investigation during that day?
I wasn't there, sir. I can assume that there were, though.
And you've told us in your investigation, in your report, even you said that every text should not be taken in a literal sense. Did you say that?
To a family member, yes.
And you're aware that this Karen Reed case right from the outset was extremely high profile, correct?
Yes, it was.
If you could go to Exhibit 10, Appellant's Exhibit 10, please.
I'm there, sir.
And you're aware that Michael Proctor testified on June 10th and June 12th, as you told us earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware there was quite a bit of media pressure on this case, correct, and on the department?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that there was also political pressure?
I wouldn't be able to answer to that, sir.
All right. Can we look at Exhibit 10, please? And so, were you aware that on June 14th, Governor Healy made public comments and opinions about Michael Proctor and about his text messages?
Only after seeing this article at the trial board.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the article. On page APP 0073, it discusses Trooper Proctor's testimony. Does it not on June 14th?
It does.
And Governor Healy said, it's terrible. I mean, anybody looks at that, it's completely unprofessional. So she's commenting publicly on a criminal trial at the time, correct?
She is.
And she's publicly commenting on Michael Proctor's text messages, correct?
Correct.
And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 11, please, which is APP 0076.
I'm there, sir.
Now, again, it's an email chain, so we could go back, I believe. I'm sorry, the bottom, it works backwards on an email. The first email is from a Timothy McGurk. See that?
I do.
Who is Timothy McGurk?
He works in our media relations section.
Did he take the place of David Procopio?
I'm not sure how it worked out, but he's there now.
Okay. And the date of this email is Saturday, June 15th at 4:11 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So this would have been after Michael Proctor's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And this is an email from Mr. McGurk to Colonel Mon, Deputy Pinkham, correct?
Yes.
And copied on the email is Jen Staples, Brian Connors, Siobhan Kelly, Mark Wheeler. Who's Mark Wheeler?
At the time, Mark Wheeler was the chief of staff to Colonel Mon.
Okay. Doug Levine copied. Who's Doug Levine?
Doug Levine works, I believe, in our legal section.
And then
in the legal section.
And then also a Sean Quirk. Who's Sean Quirk?
Sean Quirk worked in the media relations section at the time. Media relations.
And so this is copied to all those people, correct?
Correct.
And it's on a Saturday afternoon, and the subject is for review and approval, Boston Herald inquiry, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, good afternoon, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, and team. Please, below, please find a proposed response to the Boston Herald on an inquiry media relations received late yesterday. If this group can provide feedback before 8 p.m. this evening, I'd like to send our proposal to EOPS for approval as soon as possible. Thanks for prioritizing this in advance. Tim, did I read that correctly?
You did.
What is EOPS?
EOPS is the state agency or state organization that oversees the state police.
And below that, there are a series of questions from a reporter from apparently the Boston Herald, correct?
Yes.
4 questions.
Yes, sir.
And the proposed response below that from Mr. McGurk is, Joe, thanks for your inquiry. Colonel Vaughn is aware of the proceedings and the reaction of many. Here is a statement which you can attribute to him. And it reads, while the Massachusetts State Police remains committed to respecting the integrity of the ongoing criminal trial and our own internal affairs investigation, I share the outrage and acknowledge the concerns surrounding the contemptible and disparaging text messages that emerged at the trial. Any form of police misconduct undermines the public trust we earn and depend on to effectively accomplish our mission. Despite the example of honest, hardworking women and men in our ranks, my leaders understand that more must be done to uphold the higher standards of professionalism. / Colonel John Vaughn, correct?
Correct.
And then below that, here is some background that may be helpful to you in your reporting to answer some of the questions, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so that's a proposed statement. And then at the top of APP 0076, there is an email back from John Vaughn, correct?
Yes.
John Vaughn is Colonel Vaughn, correct?
Yes.
And he sends that back to Timothy McGurk and Deputy Pinkham, correct?
He did.
And copied on that is Jennifer Staples, Brian Connors, Siobhan Kelly, Mark Wheeler, Doug Levine, and Sean Quirk, correct?
Correct.
The subject is for review and approval, Boston Herald inquiry. So Colonel Vaughn makes one change, correct?
So I don't know if that was meant as a change. I can see that he quoted a line in there.
He says, quote, as leaders, we understand that more, correct?
Yes.
All right, so it appears from that it's been sent to Colonel Vaughn for his review and he's read it, correct?
Yes.
And so after Michael Proctor's testimony, it's fair to say that the governor had publicly commented, right?
She did.
Media outlets were calling the department about this, correct?
Yes.
And then on July 1st, there was a mistrial declared, correct?
Yes.
Mistrial in the trial of Karen Reed.
That's correct.
And could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 18, please, APP 0103.
I'm there, sir.
So this is an email as well, correct?
It is.
Dated July 2nd, 24,
Yes.
7 a.m. in the morning, right?
Correct.
From Timothy McGurk, he's in media relations, correct?
He is.
And it's to MSPDL Communications Working Group EPS. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
But Mr. McGurk says, very busy day for media relations. We really appreciate the collaboration with our colleagues in legal, whose guidance helped us secure lots of good coverage last night. TM, correct?
Yes.
And then Colonel Vaughn's statement on the mistrial in the Commonwealth versus Reed case, it appears to have been provided to about a dozen news outlets, correct?
It does. Yes.
And that's a press release that Colonel Vaughn made on July 1st, the previous day, correct?
Yes.
And so below that, there is a State House News Service email as well that's attached to this, correct?
There is.
And it says Campbell defends state police, mum on Colonel pick by Chris Lazinski, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, the state's top prosecutor does not want to weigh in on whether the next head of the Massachusetts State Police should come from outside the department, racked by a series of scandals. Did I read that correct?
You did.
Attorney General Andrea Campbell criticized the conduct of Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in the Karen Reed murder case, who sent crude text messages about Reed's appearance and potential guilt. Did I read that correct?
You did.
AG Campbell goes on to say the conduct by that state trooper in that case is absolutely unacceptable. The commentary was vile. It was just horrific, to say the least. Campbell said in an interview on WCVB's On the Record that aired Sunday. State police have the obligation, of course, to continue to build trust, to maintain that trust. He clearly has broken that by his conduct before and during his prosecution. At the end of the day, there's a process within the state police to evaluate and to hold him accountable. And he should absolutely be held accountable. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say that the day after Michael Proctor is relieved of duty, the Attorney General of Massachusetts is publicly commenting on this?
It appears that way, sir.
Now, could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 14?
What was it?
Appellant's Exhibit 14.
14.
I'm sorry, 15 first.
I'm there, sir.
All right. What is this Exhibit 15?
This is the letter, a to-from letter composed from Detective Captain Gerald Collins. The subject is Trooper Michael Proctor, relief of duty.
Okay. And it's, now July 1st was the date of the mistrial in the Reed case, correct?
Yes.
And this relief of duty, called a to-from, right? A memo,
It is,
internal
yes.
memo. And it's from Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, correct?
Yes.
To Leonard Copenrath, the major of the Division of Investigative Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
And also to Lieutenant Colonel Brian Connors, who opened the investigation 3 months earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dated July 1st, same day as the mistrial. And it says that on Monday, July 1st, at approximately 19:25 hours, that would be military, 7:25 p.m., correct?
Correct.
I, Detective Captain Gerald P. Collins, relieved Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and advised him that he was on administrative leave with pay pending a duty status hearing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So is it fair to say, DLT, that within hours after the mistrial in the Reed case, Mike Proctor gets relieved of duty?
Yes, sir.
And we already went through the fact that this could have happened back in March, correct, under the
Correct.
articles?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you could turn back to Exhibit 14, Appellant's Exhibit 14, APP 0085. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready, sir.
Very good. What is this, sir?
This is it looks like a press release titled Colonel Mont's Statement Following the Mistrial in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. And so this is from Colonel Mont, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is dated July 1st, correct?
I don't see a date on it. Unless I'm missing it, I don't see a date.
Well, you testified about this in the trial board, do you recall?
I'm talking about this document. I don't remember the date that it was, though, sir.
All right, well, let's read it and we'll answer the question about the date.
Yes, sir.
The first paragraph, first of all, it's from Colonel Mont, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's a public statement, a press release.
Yes, sir.
And the first paragraph is referring to the O'Keefe family and the tragedy that they have undergone, correct?
Yes.
And then in the second paragraph, it says, upon learning today's result, does that suggest to you that it's July 1st?
It does.
Upon learning today's result, the department took immediate action to relieve Trooper Michael Proctor of duty and formally transfer him out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, State Police Detectives Unit. This follows our previous decision to open an internal affairs investigation after information about serious misconduct emerged in testimony at the trial. This investigation is ongoing. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so Colonel Vaughn is telling the media that he has relieved Michael Proctor of duty after learning of the mistrial, correct?
Correct.
So July 1st, 24 becomes a very important date for Michael Proctor, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Objection. Mr. Carlin?
This is cross-exam.
Sir, other question, Mr. Carlin. Mr. Carlin?
Of what possible relevance is Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's speculation about whether or not that was an important day to Michael Proctor? Of what possible relevance to the existing proceedings could there be?
I'll ask you to rephrase your question, Mr. Lieutenant.
Michael Proctor was relieved of duty on July 1st, correct?
Correct.
The mistrial and the retrial was July 1st, correct?
Correct.
And so July 1st, when a trooper gets relieved of duty, becomes a very important date for him, does it not?
Objection.
Again, Mr. Firehan, it's the same question.
May we approach?
You may.
Okay, guys, now what we're going to do is they're taking a quick break. And then when this is over, we'll come back and go into day 2. We're almost done with day 1.
Could we go to Appellant's Exhibit 16, please? It would be APP 0090.
No, sir.
And so, were you aware that after the department relieved Michael Proctor of duty, that the governor was again weighing in publicly on the decision?
Again, not when this article came out, but yes, I'm very aware of this article.
And so looking at this article, APP 0090, Governor Healy said in the press that the state police, quote, made the right decision, end quote. I'm sorry, made the right decision by relieving Michael Proctor of duty. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then looking at the article on page APP 0091, Governor Healy, again, this is on July 2nd, the day after the relief of duty, Governor Healy stated publicly, the colonel made the right decision. I fully support the decision by MSP on this. As you know, it's under internal investigation, and that process will have to go forward. This was the right move to remove him. This is a process. We have to wait for that process to go forward. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Now, is it fair to say, sir, that the state police wanted to move quickly with the disciplinary process of Michael Proctor?
Objection. I'm sorry.
Mr. Carlin?
What the agency wanted is not an appropriate question to be asking what the agency wanted. What does that even mean?
Can you just rephrase that, Mr. Firehan?
Were you told that the Mass State Police wanted to move quickly with this investigation?
I was not.
Were you aware that, July 1st was a holiday week, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that the state police wanted to convene a duty status hearing within a day or two after his relief from duty for the holiday?
I wouldn't know that, sir. I'm not involved in that process.
Were you aware that that week Michael Proctor was in California?
I had learned that afterwards, yes.
Were you aware that I was away that week as well?
I did not know that.
Are you aware that the duty status hearing was held on July 8th?
I believe that to be the date, yes, sir.
Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 17? Just EPP 0106.
Yes, 17, you said, sir?
17. And is this a notice of the duty status hearing?
Yes, sir, it appears to be.
And what's the date on that?
July 2nd, 2024.
And what's the date of the scheduled duty status hearing on that?
July 8th, 2024.
And are you aware that Michael Proctor had to appear virtually?
I had learned that after, yes.
Now, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 55? It's APP 0365.
Okay, sir.
What is this, DLT?
Appears to be the department's policies and procedures index.
Cover sheet and then an index of all the policies and procedures.
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with all the Mass State Police policies and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say there's over 800 pages and with rules and regulations, about 1,000 pages with policies and rules?
So I don't know the number, but that wouldn't surprise me if that was the number.
Now, could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 19, APP 0106?
Yes, sir.
You have that in front of you, right?
I do.
And is that an email from you?
It is.
Dated Monday, July 1st, 4/22/35, correct?
Exhibit 19.
Yes. APP 0106.
The email I have here is dated June 26th. Oh, I'm sorry. The one at the top is the July 1st, but the forwarded message is July 26th.
Right.
On June
Did you see
26th.
that?
Yes,
APP
yes.
0106.
Yep.
And so that's an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Keith Egan?
To Colonel Shoemaker. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
So,
sorry, yeah,
so
at the
there's
top,
so there's
very
two
top.
email headers on there. Yes, the top one is to Keith Egan. Yes.
Okay, let's go with your method. Down the bottom first, what email is that?
That is June 26, 2024, and that is to Colonel Shoemaker and CC'd to Detective Lieutenant John Gosling.
Okay. And who is Robert Shoemaker?
Robert Shoemaker became the division commander for the Division of Standards and Training.
All right, and so thinking
Standards and Training.
back to our chart that we talked about earlier, that he would be one of the 5 lieutenant colonels.
Correct.
And what is the Division of Standards and Training?
In that division, my unit is housed along with the training side of the house, which would be the academy, as well as a number of other units.
Is it fair to say that DST, Division of Standards and Training, is the unit of disciplinary procedures?
So that function falls under that division, but there are many functions.
There are
within the
functions,
division.
but
Yes.
one of the functions of DSD is OP, correct?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker is a designee of the current, correct?
He, for lack of a better term, yes. Yes.
So in lack of a better term, he'd be one of your bosses in OP, correct?
Yes.
And so would Keith Egan?
Yes.
And Keith Egan, what is his title?
Major.
And he was a major back in July?
Yes.
And so the first email on APP 0106 is from you to Robert Shoemaker, and John Goslin is copied, correct?
Correct.
And what's the subject of this?
IAS 24-0014 potential violations.
And you authored some potential violations, correct?
Correct.
For Michael Proctor's case?
Yes.
And so you mentioned on an APP 0107, what is that?
That is the letter that I drafted that highlighted the possible violations.
And you mentioned possible violations, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned in paragraph 2 of your from the information that Trooper Proctor
I think he'll be on the stand for another day.
sent included information about the decedent, as well as information about potential suspects. This could be a potential violation of rules and regulation 5.23, correct?
Correct.
Now, could you look at the respondent's exhibit 24? This would be R0642643.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And this is what you previously discussed on direct, and that's Article 5 of the Rules and Regulations of the State Police, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned in your June 26th that potentially there's violation of 5.2.3, correct?
Correct.
5.23. And 5.23 is dissemination of information, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mike Proctor was never charged with that, was he?
I don't know what the specific charges were. It's not something that I'm involved in.
Okay. And down below in paragraph 3, you mention at the end of 3 about some of the text messages. This could be a potential violation of policy and procedure admin 47, bias-based policing, and admin 18, unlawful harassment / sexual harassment, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if he was ever charged with that?
Again, sir, I'm not sure what charges were because I was not involved in that.
That wasn't your call.
It was not.
And is it fair to say that as of this time, you're confronted with a case of text messages on a personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say that you were spitballing to try to figure out what the violation might be?
Correct.
And is that because there is no Mass State Police policy concerning personal content on personal cell phones?
No, sir.
No, there isn't.
No, that's not the reason why I
But is it fair to say there is not a policy of the state police concerning personal text messages on a personal cell phone?
That is correct.
And so, just going along chronologically, the duty status hearing was held on July 1st, correct?
Yes.
And if we could look at Exhibit 17. Which I believe is the personnel. And and if you could go to APP 0101.
Okay, sir.
And what is that?
It is personnel order with Trooper Proctor's duty status.
So on that date, Michael Proctor was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
And is there any effect to one's health insurance when that happens?
There is.
What's the objection to Carl?
Elements?
I'll another question. If you know your answer.
I believe there is, yes.
What is that?
I believe that it ceases.
Now, could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 22, which is APP 0117? You have that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is an email, again, from Timothy McGurk, correct?
Yes.
And he's the media relations person, correct?
Correct.
And this is subject, update on Trooper Proctor's duty status hearing. It's dated, the date of this email is Monday, July 8th, 2024 at 2:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And so Mr. McGurk is releasing a press release concerning the duty status hearing the same day it's held, correct?
Yes.
And he says, good afternoon, below is the latest information regarding Trooper Michael Proctor's duty status hearing. Thank you, Tim McGurk. And then he goes on to tell us about the duty status hearing. Midway down the page, he says, as previously announced, the department relieved Trooper Proctor of duty on July 1st, making him ineligible to work. Above that, on background, it reads that the Massachusetts State Police convened a duty status hearing regarding Trooper Michael Proctor. In any duty status hearing, a board of 3 commissioned officers gather sufficient facts to reach a fair determination about whether the individual should remain on full duty, be placed on restricted duty, be suspended with pay, or be suspended without pay. During the hearing, the department could present evidence or witnesses. The trooper, who has the right to be represented by counsel, can cross-examine the department's witnesses and present evidence or witnesses of their own. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And then he says, in Trooper Proctor's case, in bold print, the board recommended suspension without pay. Colonel Vaughn accepted the board's recommendation, making it effective immediately, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you met with me immediately after the duty status hearing on July 8th to discuss an interview?
I believe I did.
Is it still your position that you were not told by anyone to hurry this case along?
I was not.
Have you ever met me before after duty status hearing to immediately convene an interview in any other case?
I can't recall if I did, sir.
Is it fair to say that it's highly unusual to want to schedule the interview immediately on the day of the duty status hearing?
It is not a normal practice.
Is it? Now, this was an internal investigation, correct?
Correct.
It was requested, internal meaning Lieutenant Connors requested, correct?
Yes, sir.
External would mean some civilian complained about something.
Yes, sir.
So this was internal. And could you go, please, sir, to Exhibit 53?
For the appellant or the respondent?
I'm sorry, yes, appellant. 0340.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, looking at APP 0340, What do we have in front of us here?
This is the policy that it governs internal department investigations.
Okay, admin 14.
Correct.
And it discusses policy on page 1, correct?
Yes,
And gives us some definitions, correct?
it does.
And then on page 2, which is APP 0341, it discusses the rights of the accused employee, correct?
It does.
In this case, it would be Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes,
So it reads, an accused employee shall, receive a copy of the complaint, including the name of the complainant, if known, prior to any employee interrogation, correct?
correct.
Be afforded full constitutional and other legal protections, correct?
Yes,
And be afforded the appropriate protections under the applicable collective bargaining agreements, correct?
yes, sir.
And so Trooper Proctor, under the admin 14, should have been afforded full constitutional protections, right?
Yes, sir.
And he should have been afforded full protection under the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could you go to the next, to exhibit 52, please, which is APP 0336.
Yes, sir.
You there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this, sir?
This is admin 15. It's the policy that oversees the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability. The policy that oversees the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability investigations.
So this is kind of like the Bible for opiate, correct? So to speak.
It's the policy that governs how it works, yes.
All right, governs your unit.
Correct.
And so it's titled Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability Investigations, correct?
Yes.
And the first part of it reads policy, the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, OPIA, in other words, investigates allegations of serious misconduct by employees of the department or as ordered by the Office of the Superintendent or the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Correct.
And so this policy also defines serious misconduct in the middle of the page, correct?
It does.
And serious misconduct is defined as serious misconduct includes, but is not limited to, acts of, 1, corruption, 2, criminal conduct, 3, use of excessive force, 4, civil rights violations, correct?
Correct.
Was Michael Proctor alleged to have been corrupt? Was he charged with corruption?
He was not.
Was he charged with criminal conduct?
He was not.
Was he charged with excessive force?
He was not.
Was he charged with civil rights violations?
He was not.
And on page 2 of this, which is APP 0337, it tells us about the procedure for opiate cases, correct?
It does.
And step 1, open an opiate case file, correct?
Yes.
2, notify the affected employee in writing. And
Correct.
it gives us a number of things you have to tell them, correct?
Yes.
Number 4, conduct the investigation in a timely manner, correct?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, prepare a report on the investigation for DST. Again, what is DST?
It's the Division of Standards and Training.
Okay. So that would be Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker at the time,
Correct.
with supporting facts for each allegation and a classification of the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And then it tells us that you have 4 options: unfounded, exonerated, not sustained, or sustained, correct?
Correct.
And it tells us in paragraph 6, in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 6E, Section 8, Part B, DST shall act as the designee of the colonel, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, pursuant to this policy and General Law 6E, shall act as the designee of Colonel Mott, correct?
When it comes to matters of personal investigations, yes.
Correct. Now, when you conduct an investigation, do you normally conduct interviews of witnesses first or the subject first?
If there are witnesses to interview, they will go first.
And then after if there are witnesses to interview, you interview the subject after the witnesses during the course of your investigation, correct?
Typically, yes.
And do you recall, the answer may be no, but do you recall in this case asking myself or Michael to be interviewed on the date of the duty status hearing?
I don't believe I did, sir.
Okay. Prior to that date, I mean?
Can you ask
Prior
that?
to July 1st?
No,
I'm sorry, prior to July 8th.
Prior to, can you ask the question again?
I'm sorry. Prior, July 8th was the duty status hearing, correct? Will you agree with that?
Correct, yes.
Do you recall speaking to me before that date about having him be interviewed on that date?
I don't recall, but it's entirely possible that I did.
But again, nobody instructed you to hurry this investigation along.
Correct.
Madam Commissioner, could I request that we maybe stop at this point? I'm sort of at a juncture here with respect to exhibits and such.
I mean, the time is now 4:19, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, now we're going to be going into day 2. I think this guy's going to be here for quite a while. Oh, sorry, my microphone's kind of far away. My apologies. I sat back a little bit. So thank you everybody for joining me. Welcome to my channel. Today, as you know, is 9/11. We did a little memorial thing this morning. So if you'd like to see that, go back to the beginning and on the replay crew. Sorry about that. Here's a part that will suck if he gets his job back. Yeah, exactly, June. And once he receives all that money and everything, he can retire. He can quit. There's nothing to say he cannot quit. The moment if he gets everything back, all the back pay, all the everything back again, he can quit, turn around and sue them. Yep. That's an interesting perspective, but you're right about that. Hey, day 2. We're continuing with the same witness.
19, correct?
Correct.
I'm there, sir.
All right. And so what we had there, sir, was a June 26th to from, as you call it, from you to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And we asked you yesterday what the purpose of this was, and I think we sort of characterized it as potential violations, and you told us that you were spitballing about potential charges, correct?
I wouldn't use the term spitballing, but yes, it was the possible violations.
I think
yes.
I asked you about spitballing.
You did.
You agreed with me.
You did.
Okay. And so in this, you told us also that you're not responsible for the ultimate charges in these cases, are you?
Correct.
And that's up to someone else.
It is.
And who's that someone else?
Again, I'm not part of the process. It's the leadership in DST, along with the legal section, I believe.
Colonel Shoemaker?
He would be part of that process, yes.
And so you're drafting this email, I'm sorry, this to from before the mistrial and the relief of duty, and you are highlighting and potential charges, correct?
Correct.
But why would you do that if you're not responsible for the ultimate charges?
So again, I'm not responsible for the ultimate charges, but part of my job is to identify possible violations that directs my invest into what violations I should be looking at.
Right. And in here, you mentioned 5.23, which we went over yesterday, was dissemination, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with that, correct?
I don't believe he was.
And you also highlighted and mentioned admin 18, bias policing, et cetera, correct?
The admin 47 for bias policing, yes.
Yes. And he wasn't charged with that either, was he?
So I'm not positive, but I don't believe he was, no.
Okay. Now, you're aware, sir, are you not, that Michael Proctor was ultimately charged with unsatisfactory performance?
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention that in your to from, did you?
I don't believe I did, no. Sure.
All right, so somebody else came up with that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we discussed yesterday that we had some discussions early on, whether it was on the day of the duty status hearing or immediately thereafter, about getting Michael in for an interview pretty quickly, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us that nobody told you that you had to hurry this case up.
That is correct.
And in the normal course of an investigation, you would normally do interviews of witnesses first before a subject, correct?
If there were witnesses to interview, correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that a trooper is entitled to an interview as per policy, correct?
Yes.
And a trooper is entitled to an interview as per the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, he's entitled to an interview per those two sources before any conclusions are reached on an investigation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your report, well, let me back up. First of all, after you conclude your investigation, you prepare a report, correct?
I do.
And that report is done after you've interviewed witnesses, if it calls for it, and the subject, correct?
The final copy is yes.
Because the subject might be able to offer important facts in the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And mitigating factors.
Yes, sir.
And it's actually a matter of due process, isn't it, sir, that a subject should be allowed to be interviewed before conclusions are reached about an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And we saw yesterday under the policy that the subject of an opioid investigation is entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And all collective bargaining protections, correct?
Correct.
And could you turn, sir, to Appellant's Exhibit 52, APP 0336?
What was the page number again, sir?
APP 0336.
I'm there, sir.
Okay. So I think we went through this a little bit yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is the general order, essentially the rules for our OPIA, Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on page 2, it describes the procedure for opiate cases, correct?
It does.
And the normal process is that you prepare a report on the investigation for DST, correct?
Correct.
And we said yesterday, DST is the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's the division that you're part of.
It is.
And in your report, you provide supporting facts for each allegation, correct?
Correct.
And then a classification of the complaint, correct?
Yes.
And so the report is done after the investigation is finished, right?
Yes, sir.
And the findings, your findings, are presented in the report after the investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And so any sustained findings that you make would only be presented in the report after your investigation is finished, correct?
Correct.
And this investigation would include the interview of the subject, correct?
It would.
And it says in here again, and I don't want to repeat myself too often, but the report is submitted to the colonel of the DST, who is Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker at the time of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker is the designee of the colonel, of Colonel Mott, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so in the normal course of events, you would conduct your full investigation, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Interviewing the subject, witnesses, then you'd prepare a report,
Yes, sir.
and then you'd present it to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And you'd have findings and conclusions.
Yes.
And after the report is finished and it's sent to Colonel Shoemaker, fair to say that the report is then reviewed by Colonel Shoemaker
Yes, sir.
and the legal department?
Yes, sir.
And in the normal course of events, if I'm the attorney for the trooper, then that report gets sent to me with a recommendation, correct?
That is correct.
And many times, negotiations take place between myself and the department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a matter of fact, it's a small percentage of cases, is it not, where we have to go to a trial board?
So I couldn't speak to that, but that's my
Your
understanding.
experience?
Yes.
Could you, sir, go to Exhibit 27, Appellant's Exhibit 27, which is APP 0131.
Yes, sir.
All right, you there?
I am.
Okay, and so on APP 0131, we have an email, correct?
We do.
And that's from you to me?
Correct.
And that's dated Friday, July 12th at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Friday afternoon. And you have attachments, subject, the second one is Trooper Proctor subject call-in letter, correct?
On the email page.
I'm looking at the email.
Yes, yes.
All right. And then your email is, good afternoon, Dan. Attached to this email is the subject call-in letter for Trooper Proctor for 7/19/24, correct?
Correct.
I've attached transcripts we received from the court, as well as a summary I created. Let me know if you have any questions. If not, have a good weekend. Kevin, correct?
Correct.
So you sent me that on Friday afternoon on 7/12 at 3:22 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Who is Suzanne Caravaggio?
She is the department prosecutor.
Do you work hand in hand with her?
I work with her, yes.
And are you or are you not aware, sir, that Suzanne Caravaggio is the department prosecutor, was trying to schedule a trial board with me on the morning of July 12th before we even agreed to an interview date?
I was not aware at that time, though.
Okay, fair enough. Were you aware that Suzanne called me on Friday afternoon to discuss that?
No.
That same Friday afternoon?
I am not, no.
Were you aware of my email back to Suzanne on the following Monday, the 15th, concerning the irregularities of this?
No, sir.
Okay, fair enough. It's still your testimony, though, sir, that nobody at the department told you to rush this case along?
That is correct.
Okay. Zach, can I have Exhibit 29? Why don't you give me all 29, 30, 30? Could you, DLT, turn to Exhibit 29, please? Zach, 30, 35.
Yes, sir.
Are you there? So, Exhibit 29, APP 0140. Are you with me there?
What was the page number again?
APP 0140.
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is an email from you, correct?
Yes,
And it's to Bruce O'Rourke.
it is.
Who's Bruce O'Rourke?
At the time, he was the OPAA unit commander.
He's one of your bosses?
Yes,
Okay. The date of this is Thursday, July 11th of 24, correct?
yes,
And the time is 3:57 p.m., correct?
yes,
And the attachments are Proctor IAS 2024-0014 report drafts, ... correct?
yes,
And so this is addressed to Captain and Goose, correct?
yes,
Captain is O'Rourke?
it is.
Who's Goose?
Goose is DLT John Goslin.
Okay, that's his nickname,
It is, yes.
right? And so your email says, on July 11th, attached is the draft report for IAS 240014, correct?
Yes,
Please review and let me know any suggestions, corrections, changes. It has not been peer reviewed yet. For the interest of time in being able to submit it tomorrow. Goose, if you could look at it too, make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you. Kevin, did I read that correctly?
you did.
And so this is a draft of the final report that you're sending to Captain and Goose, correct?
I don't believe it's the draft of my final report. It was the draft at the time.
Correct. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yes,
It is
yes.
a draft of a proposed report,
Correct.
correct? And you're sending it on July 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
8 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Correct.
3 days after his duty status hearing.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that as of July 11th, DLT, you're not finished with your investigation?
I'm not.
And you make the statement that it has not been peer reviewed yet. What does that mean?
So prior to us submitting a final report, when I read a report, it gets submitted to a peer for another set of eyes to look at it to see if anything was missed.
Okay. And you state for the interest of time in being able to submit tomorrow. What did you mean by that?
I can't speak that probably for another review. At that time, I can't speak to what I meant by that. The invest wasn't done yet, so I don't know why I would submit. I assume it was to submit it for a peer review.
Well, don't the words for the interest of time suggest that this was a priority?
This case was a priority.
And don't the words for the interest of time suggest that somebody might have told you, hurry this case along?
No, sir.
Okay, you just wrote those words.
I did, sir.
And so this document has 8 pages, correct? The draft report.
Yes, sir.
And on page 6, you have conclusions, correct?
I do.
So you had conclusions already drafted on page 6, 8 days before Michael Proctor was interviewed, correct?
As a draft, but I
got
believe, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe I also, in somewhere in one of the emails, I specified that any conclusions that I drew was based on information that I knew at the time, and was pending the results of Trooper Proctor's interview.
Okay. You said you wrote that somewhere?
I did.
Has that been produced to us? Not right now.
Courtesy.
But in any event, sir,
For the record, this was turned in,
Wait, hold on.
I apologize.
One second.
I'm speaking, I'm the only one.
I apologize.
All right, what did you just give to Mr. Moynihan?
A courtesy copy of an email he already has, that was produced in the same production that the department gave to counsel for the appellant as part of its full production prior to August 12th as ordered by the commission. This is a courtesy copy because I suspected Attorney Moynihan was going to go here and attempt to misrepresent the record. This is an attempt to correct the record.
Can I see a copy, please?
May I approach?
Mr. Moynihan, will you admit this into the record?
Do you have time to read it?
I'm sorry?
Do you have time to read it?
I quickly just read it. There is an email. I can move on.
Right, I'm just saying, do you want to submit it? You want to do that later?
I don't wish to submit it.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold on to this for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
DLT, I've asked you a number of questions, factual questions here this morning about this draft, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have I misrepresented anything to you?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Now, on the draft, it's dated August 14th, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was the significance of August 14th?
So if I could, it's actually dated August 14th, 2025.
Yeah, right.
Which would have been about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I can only surmise, but this was probably a Word document. The Word documents I use auto update the date field. So I assume that that was the date that this document was printed. That is not the date that I drafted that letter.
Okay. And Was there any significance to August 14th to 24th?
Not that I can recall, sir.
But in any event, you do have conclusions on page 6, right?
Correct.
And they take 3 pages.
They do.
Now, could you look at Exhibit 30, please?
Yes, sir.
And we have on APP 0150 an email from you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio.
Yes,
the
yes, it is.
Department Prosecutor, right?
Yes.
And also copied to Bruce O'Rourke, the captain.
Yes.
And the date of this is Friday, July 12, 2024, at 10:33 a.m., Friday morning.
Correct.
Same day. And you say to Suzanne, attached is the draft report for IAS 240014 for your review. Thank you, Kevin. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, I think you told us you were not aware that Suzanne was trying to schedule the trial board already on that day.
Correct.
And this is 8 pages, correct?
It is.
And again, you have conclusions already made, correct?
I do.
And why are you sending it to Suzanne?
It's normal process to have multiple people look at a report to, again, find any missing elements or something that needs to be addressed.
Is it normal process to send her a draft of a report before the subject's been interviewed?
It's not unnormal or abnormal.
How many times have you done that?
I can't put a number on it, sir, but I'm sure I've done it multiple times.
When was the last time you did it?
I couldn't speak to that,
Michael
sir.
Proctor's case?
It could have been.
Could you go to 31, please, which is APP 00160?
I'm there, sir.
All right, and so we have here an email from Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
Yes, sir.
To you.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Subject Proctor.
Correct.
Date, Friday, again, it was a busy day, wasn't it?
A lot of emails, sure.
Friday, July 12, 2024 at 12:46 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report, ... correct?
Yes, sir.
And Suzanne says to you, Kevin, please see the attached draft report with edits. Thanks, Suzanne, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the first thing I have to ask you about is on the first page of this, now the report's 9 pages, correct?
Yes, it is.
And again, this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview, correct?
Yes.
And so on the first page of the report with edits, the date is changed by somebody, correct?
Again, I believe that's the auto update feature because it's again changed to August 14th, 2025.
Okay. Do you know what date originally was on these documents?
It appears it was July 12th, 2024.
And so in any event, she makes additional edits to the report, correct?
She does.
And it now becomes 9 pages.
Correct.
And this is a week before Michael's interview, correct?
Correct. I believe it went to 9 pages though, because when Suzanne looks at it, she uses what's called track changes.
Yeah.
So the bulk of her edits have to do with grammar or spacing. So when you make the track changes, it doesn't take out what was originally written. It just puts her recommendations in there. So that's why it makes the document longer.
Could you go to Exhibit 32, please, sir? Appellant's Exhibit, which is APP 0171.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
All All right, so this is another email from Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
It is.
To Kevin Dwyer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And its subject is Proctor, draft charge outline, correct?
It is.
And the date of it is Friday, July 12th, 24, again, correct?
Correct.
12:49 PM.
Correct.
3 minutes after she sent you her draft report with edits, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
And this is 4 days after the duty status hearing where Michael was suspended without pay, correct?
Correct.
And it was 7 days before the interview.
Correct.
And she's sending you a charge outline, correct?
For potential charges, yes.
So is it fair to say that Suzanne Caravaggio is advising you of what charges you need to find Michael Proctor guilty of?
That is not accurate.
Well, what is the purpose of this?
To advise me of what the potential charges are. I think that is unfair to say that anyone tells an investigator what charges to find guilt on.
Okay, well, I'm just reading a document.
Charges to what?
To find guilt on.
I'm just reading a document, sir, and I'm trying to infer what it means. But you told us that you don't decide the charges and
I
how
do
the
not.
case plays out at the end, right?
I do not.
Well, would it be fair to say Suzanne does do that?
Suzanne is part of that process, yes.
So Suzanne's the person who decides what the charges should be.
She,
Has been answered.
I believe, Mr. Martin, I believe the witness did say she's part.
Thank you, he answered it. And so she then attaches an email, with her email, she has an attachment with potential charges, correct?
she does.
And she has 4 charges listed.
She
Correct.
does. Yes, sir.
And the first one is unsatisfactory performance.
It is.
And that's ultimately what Michael was charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's ultimately what Michael Proctor was fired for, correct?
I can't speak to that, sir.
You don't know that today?
I don't know what caused that determination for
No.
discipline.
My question,
I'm
sir,
sorry,
is,
hold on a second.
sorry.
His voice is dropping and you're asking the
Apologize.
question. So what I have so far is
I know this is not a normal court of law, but it is being run as if it's a court of law. And the bantering, I'm not liking the way they're talking over each other. I'm glad to see her finally step in. What are y'all's opinions on this after hearing this part of the testimony? What do y'all think?
I don't know what caused the termination for the,
I don't know what played into the process to cause the termination as far as what weight was placed on which charge.
Okay.
That's fair.
But you know that as we sit here today, that Michael Proctor was fired for unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And that's one of the charges Suzanne Caravaggio suggests to you.
It is.
And then she has dissemination, alcoholic beverages, and use of equipment, correct?
Correct.
Now, use of equipment is a Class C violation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Commissioner, could I have 1 second just to? If I could just have a moment. DLT, could you go to Respondent's Exhibit 26, please? Yeah, I have this. Thank you.
26, you said?
26.
Sorry, guys. My bad. Let me get it back.
Yes, sir.
And so looking on page 3 of 5, RO
Angie, let me know
669.
if I need to go
Do you
forward
see
or back, please.
5.8.2 in the middle of the page under unsatisfactory performance?
I do.
And is it fair to say, sir, that the department can choose at its discretion to classify it as a Class D, which would not be fireable, correct?
Correct.
Class C, which would not be fireable, correct? Class B, which would not be fireable,
Correct.
or Class A, which would make it fireable, correct? And so it was discretionary in this case to classify Michael Proctor's unsatisfactory performance charge as an A, B, C, or a D.
I don't think I can speak to that, sir.
Well, no, I'm just going by the guidelines.
Oh, well, yes, based on the guidelines, yes,
Right.
it is, yes.
And Suzanne, in this email, is telling you unsatisfactory performance, Class A, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was never charged with dissemination, was he?
I don't believe so, sir.
Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 33, please? Which is APP 00, I'm sorry, APP 0174.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, this is an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Suzanne Caravaggio again.
Correct.
Subject Proctor draft charge outline, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is on that Friday afternoon, July 12th of 24 at 1:08 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And your email to Suzanne is attached as the copy for you to continue reviewing. Thank you.
Correct.
And again, the date on the report is misstated again, correct?
It is.
And this is again an 8-page report, once again, correct?
It is.
And on page 6, we begin with a conclusion section, correct?
Correct.
And this is 7 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
6 days. Yes, 7 days. Correct.
Could you turn to Appellant's Exhibit 34, please? Which is APP 0184. Page number.
Yes, sir.
All right. This is another email from you to Suzanne Caravaggio, correct?
It is.
She's the prosecutor of the legal department.
She is.
And again, subject Proctor-report, correct?
Correct.
This one's dated Tuesday, July 16, 2024 at 5:06 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it says, thanks, Suzanne Kevin, correct?
Yes.
Now, apparently just prior to that, Suzanne had sent you an email on July 16th at 5:06 p.m., correct? Does it appear that way?
Yes.
And it says, subject Proctor report, and it says, hi, Kevin, attached, please find your current draft of your report in Proctor with my changes. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks, Suzanne, correct?
Yes.
And the report is now 9 pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is 3 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Yes, sir.
Could you go to Exhibit 35, please? APP Bates number 0196.
Can you please repeat that?
Bates number APP 0196. You there, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so this is an email from you, correct?
It is.
To Jeremy Sweeney.
Correct.
Who's Jeremy Sweeney?
Jeremy Sweeney was a DLT that was an OPIA.
All right. And the date of this is Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 7:07 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the attachment is Proctor, case number, report draft, ... correct?
Correct.
And attached to this, sir, is a report of 12 pages, correct?
Correct.
Draft report of 12 pages.
Yes, sir.
So the report has now grown from 9 to 12, right?
Correct.
And this is 2 days before Michael Proctor's interview.
Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, July 16th, this report's been reviewed by Suzanne, by you, by Goose, and by Sweeney, right?
Correct, sir.
And Suzanne had suggested to you what the charges should be, correct?
She did not suggest to me what the charges should be.
Well, I guess, let me just, I don't want to misstate what she's doing there, but what is she doing there when she sends you that potential charge outline?
So I believe that's what the potential charges would be.
So she's not suggesting that to you, is that what you're saying?
She's not suggesting to me as in regards as to how my invest should move forward.
Okay, fair enough. Now, on page 6, if you could, of the report, which is APP 0203, could you please look at that?
Yes, sir.
So you added paragraphs 9 and 10, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in paragraph 10, you state, now this is dated July 16th, correct?
It is.
So in paragraph 10, you say, on July 19th, 2024, I, along with Detective Lieutenant Jeremy Sweeney, interviewed Trooper Proctor at General Headquarters, correct?
It does.
That didn't happen yet.
No, but if you notice, those two paragraphs are in bold.
Yeah.
So this is a draft copy of my report.
Okay.
The way I do reports is I write the report as it goes. At the time that I wrote this, the interview was scheduled for July 19th.
Right.
So I pre-wrote this because that is a boilerplate paragraph. That is the same language that's used in every paragraph, but I put it in bold because it was subject to change.
But answer this question, sir. Had the interview happened yet?
It had not.
And you state that Trooper Proctor was accompanied by Sergeant Johnson and Spam Attorney Daniel Moynihan. We hadn't arrived yet, right?
Again.
Yes or no? Yes or no? With all due respect.
Nope, it has not.
And you say 4 lines down, this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. That hadn't happened yet.
Objection.
Correct.
We've been through this. He says it's a form paragraph that is written. It's the same in every report he writes. He fills in the details and then he corrects it after the fact if it needs it. But he has already testified that this is something he pre-filled before the interview took place because it's a boilerplate paragraph. This questioning is badgering and irrelevant and misleading.
Another question. Thank you, Mr. Conley. Do you want Mr. Monahan to repeat that question?
Please.
So it says this interview was digitally recorded with the consent of all persons present and later transcribed. Again, that hadn't happened yet, correct?
It did not happen yet, correct.
And then in paragraph 11, you say, in summary, Trooper Proctor stated the following with a colon, correct?
Correct.
And then it says, Trooper Proctor said, ... right?
Correct.
So in other words, you were going to fill in the blanks.
That was a placeholder. So when I completed Trooper Proctor's interview, I could fill in what he told us. Yes.
Is it still your testimony, sir, that nobody told you to rush this case through?
It is.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's subject interview here was just a formality?
That is not true.
Is it fair to say that Michael Proctor's termination was just a predetermination?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Now, on page 10 of that report, can we look at that, please?
Yes, sir.
Now, you spent quite a bit of time with Attorney Carley going through your sustained findings, did you not?
I did.
And here, 3 days before Michael Proctor's interview, before your investigation is finished, you have made 12 recommendations, correct?
Correct.
And you've recommended whether to sustain or not sustain before the interview's done, before the the investigation is done. Is that fair to say?
Again, this was a draft report, and I would point you to that email that I sent before, saying that these recommendations were only based on the information we knew at the time, and they were subject to change pending Trooper Proctor's interview.
Did any of these recommendations change?
I don't believe they did.
So fair to say again, sir, that 3 days before the investigation was, let me strike that, 3 days before he gets interviewed, before your investigation, you've made 12 recommendations to sustain or not sustain, correct?
Based just on the information that we knew at the time, correct.
And it was these charges, were they not, that got presented to the trial board?
These recommendations
Yes.
in the final draft, yes.
Yes. And it was these charges which served as the basis to fire Michael Proctor.
Yes, sir.
And in the regulation, Michael Proctor, as an employee of the Mass State Police, was entitled to all constitutional protections, correct?
Correct.
And doesn't that include due process?
It does.
Now, I want to ask you a series of questions about Michael Proctor's interview on July 19th.
Yes, sir.
So this interview took place on July 19th, 3 days after that last report we just looked at, right?
Yes, sir.
And I was there,
You were?
and there was another attorney there, correct?
Correct.
And you were there, and then Mr. DLT Sweeney was there, right?
Correct.
Right. And is it fair to say, as of that date and even up until the present, you've never seen the entirety of these text message threads?
Can you ask that again?
Two questions, I'm sorry. So let me say it up to today's date. Have you ever seen the entirety of these text message threads, hundreds of thousands?
I have not, no.
Okay. We only have these clips, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we went with on July 19th?
It is.
So it's fair to say that there are 4 groups of text messages, and I'll go through them, just part of my question. There's a text message with friends that he grew up with, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that those guys all grew up in Canton?
Yes.
And then there's text, and I think we discussed this, there are 38,707 total texts between him and his friends over a period of time, correct?
That number sounds accurate, yes.
And we don't have all those.
No, sir.
And then the text with his sister, correct?
Correct.
And there were 2,865 total texts between him and his sister, correct?
Sounds to be right, yes.
And then there were texts with his wife Elizabeth, correct?
Yes.
And these are private texts, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's such a thing known as a spousal privilege in the law, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
And Michael never asserted that privilege, did he?
He did not.
And there are 1,162 texts between he and his wife, correct?
I don't know the number, but that
Sound
was
about
surprising.
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we didn't have all those.
We did not.
And then the text with other troopers in the unit. There were 43,380 texts between he and the other troopers in the unit, correct?
Again, sounds about right, yes.
Okay. By the way, was any other, and these all happened back in 22, the text with the other troopers?
Yes, sir.
No other trooper faced discipline as being part of these conversations, did they?
I don't know if I can speak to that, sir. I wasn't involved in any other process.
Okay, fair enough. Did Michael Proctor ever deny the authenticity of these texts
He did not.
in his interview,
He did not.
at the trial?
He did not.
Did you ever find him to be untruthful in any way
I did not.
with respect to the text, with respect to his investigation?
I did not.
And is it fair to say that Michael Proctor has repeatedly apologized for these texts?
He has.
And he's told you and others, many, many others, that they were unprofessional and regrettable and juvenile, correct?
He did.
Now, you served as a detective in a DA's office, correct?
I have.
That was in Worcester County?
Yes, sir.
And you were there for 6 years, right?
Approximately, yes.
And you're familiar with the protocols of a DA's office and detective units?
I am.
And so there have been terms used here, lead investigator and case officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are those the same thing?
Essentially, yes.
And so in the Reed case, Michael Proctor was assigned by his bosses to be the case officer.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that the case officer is kind of like a secretary for the case?
I don't know if I would use the term secretary. My understanding of case officer, while they're the person responsible for the complete investigation, they're not necessarily the one that does all the work. They do a bulk of the work, and then they ensure that everyone else who's assigned different tasks in that invest do what they need to do.
And it's the case officer's responsibility to collect everyone else's reports, correct?
Correct.
And there are many people who work in an investigation on a homicide, correct?
There are.
And so as case officer, it doesn't mean Michael Proctor's in charge of the unit, does he?
It does not.
And he's kind of like a spoke in the wheel, right?
Yes, sir.
And so by coining Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the Reed case, it suggests that he was in charge of the investigation, does it not?
I think the argument could be made that, I don't know if in charge is the right term, but he's the one that's responsible for the investigation.
Okay, but he still has to answer to Sergeant Buchanan, right?
Correct.
And DLT Tully.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Fanning.
Correct.
And Captain Collins.
Correct.
And Major Coppenrath.
Correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Correct.
And ultimately Colonel Mon and Deputy Pinkham, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so he's at the bottom of the rung.
In that chain of command, yes, he is.
So he does, and as a trooper, you're obligated to follow the orders of your superiors, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that in a homicide investigation, which you're familiar with, right?
I am.
It is a collaboration between all members of the DA's of the SPDU unit.
It is.
And it's also a collaboration between the State Police SPDU unit and the DA's office.
It is.
And Michael Proctor did not have authority to supervise this investigation in the Reed case, did he?
As a supervisor, no.
And he did not have authority to decide what to charge Ms. Reed, did he?
Correct.
And he did not have authority of whether to charge her, correct?
Correct.
That's the decision of the Norfolk County DA's office.
It is, yes.
And so could we go to Respondents Exhibit 20, please?
You said 20?
Yes, please. And it is base number RO 513, 514.
I'm going to take a little breather here. Sometimes we do that, and it's okay because we've been listening to this a little bit. So everybody have a little stretch, move around. I want to take a minute to do a few things. One is, you wouldn't change a thing. Boo, if you wouldn't change a thing, I have a problem with you. I really do. Just saying. Proctor's mad because he claims that others that exhibited similar behavior were not fired. But what did your teacher parents say growing up when you got in trouble doing things others did? Worry about thyself. Wow. Well, and here's the thing. Everybody's kind of talking about the hierarchy and how his supervisors or people didn't get in the same kind of trouble he did. My hair has a mind of its own today. He did the act. So I would expect him to be punished more severely. His supervisors did get a warning or get their little hands smacked, and other people did too. I believe it should have been more severe all the way around for them. Not sure if I would fire them. I would penalize them heavily and make things very uncomfortable for a while for them. But he did the act. He deserves the more, in my humble opinion, deserves more of the severe punishment per se. I know, but I don't think they will. I guess it's getting hot in Texas, Angela. The fact that others were not fired for doing similar things is just now if they it's a hard thing.
I can argue both sides of this fence, so I'm going to play devil's advocate here. They all should have been fired for participating, laughing, being a part of it. They should all been fired. I understand, as I've been in management, that if the people below me do something, I'm responsible ultimately. But I think that a lot of that needs to be handled case by case. Sometimes I think that the sins of those who are below me, I should not be responsible for. Other ones I should. It depends on the training, the situation. Yes, June. One thing we do in this channel is that you are free to state your opinion and your point of view. Just put in my humble opinion. Make sure it's not fact statements, because we don't have all the facts. But on one side of the coin, I think that the level of reprimand should meet the level of what's the word I'm looking for? I'm took some meds because I had a headache coming on it. I'm a little foggy. I guess what I'm trying to say is that the punishment should meet the crime. However, I also think that those who are in command above the person committing the crime, it should be looked at in a better. It's hard to play devil's advocate when I have my own personal opinion. It really, really is. So basically what I'm saying is I think everything should be case by case, and it shouldn't be a blanket thing that if you have somebody who is done something really bad, that the upper people should be just fired with them. I don't think that's the case, but I think that they do need to do a full department review of this, and that those who were involved and responded and answered and cantered and back and forth with him should have a stiffer penalty than what they got. What bothers me, not so much just about the comments in the text message. He started that. He's the one that initiated that. That was his sin. But what bothers me is that you have people who are equal or superior to him that were involved in drinking and driving and committing other infractions that they should have been fired for that were not. My humble opinion. And that's, I could be wrong. The fact that others were not fired for doing similar things. Yeah. I think that though the level of this, I think his was at a higher level. Hey, little Miss Red Velvet. They need a clean house. Thank you very much. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that there's a lot of infractions and a lot of breaking of the rules from the top down. I think there's a lot of heads in the sand from the top down. But in my humble opinion, this is the MSP for you. The others were his superiors, also lost their holidays. I think loss of holidays and some minor pay is not an equal punishment for what it had. I think there should have been more. Do I think they should have been fired? Some of them not. But I think that it should have cost them a little more. I think it was too light. I think there should have been a little heavier penalty brought against them, in my humble opinion. That's why I say I'm a hoe, because in my humble opinion. But just to fire everybody, I don't think that's the answer. I think should have been fired. But I think the penalties of those who were involved should have been a little stiffer. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm having a hard time pulling words this morning. I think it should have been a little stiffer, in my humble opinion. And 3 to 5 days of vacay pay lost is nothing. In the end, is nothing. I think that was just trying to put a Band-Aid on a cut. In my not humble opinion, I want to be humble. I don't want to be humble. You can just say in my opinion. You don't have to be humble about it. In my opinion, MIO. MIO. Yeah, exactly, y'all. Exactly, y'all. But So that's how I feel. I like the humble bit. I say in my humble opinion because, I don't want to offend anybody. But in this situation, I kind of think he could have gotten off and all. He could have had a stiffer penalties actually. But he will be. I think is he Brady listed? I think he is. I think in that other woman. Oh God, what was her name? She was another trooper or something like that, and she left and went to another department. Oh my gosh, you guys, that woman was freaking crazy, and I could not believe she was a part of that whole thing. Anyway, back to this. We've had our little brain cramp break. Angela, you still doing good back there? Deborah, that's right. She was in Canton and went to Boston PD. That woman, she's on a whole nother level. He did lose his job. And this is him telling him that it was unjustified and he should get his job back. Deaver, thank you. Well, I'm deaf. I can't hear how they say it. Diver, Dever, Dever, Diva. How about we call her Diva? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, she's a diva. And that's one thing I'll call her. She's definitely a diva. So anyway, yeah, but it's one thing for him to lose his job. The problem is did he get his license as police officer, state trooper, whatever their licensures are? Did that get revoked? Can he go? I think he can go and work for another department if someone's stupid enough to hire him. I'm just saying. Just saying.
You have a page number, sir?
Yes, as RO 514 is where it starts, and I just need to get my bearings to go to the specific page. And I'm going to go to
Proctor did not get his post revoked. It was another trooper that got his revoked. He should have gotten
I'm going to go to page number RO 521.
My apologies. If you get fired for something like this, revoke it should be revoked. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I got to quit saying sorry. In my humble opinion, it should have been revoked. Yeah, I said it.
I'm there, sir.
All right. And so this is exhibit AAA in the Reed case, correct?
Correct.
Dated 6/12/24.
Yes.
And going through this, first of all, this is the text message chain with his friends who grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when conducting an investigation in a homicide, is it fair to say that as an investigator, you form opinions about the case after a certain amount of investigation has been conducted?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that you form opinions as a human being about the suspect based on fact and reason?
Yes, sir.
And it's natural, it's human nature, is it not, to form an opinion about someone you believe to be the suspect of a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it should be based on fact and reason.
Correct.
And you have conducted, I think you told us previously that after you conducted an investigation, you formed opinions about suspects, correct?
I'm sure I have, sir, yes.
You don't have warm, fuzzy feelings for somebody you think committed a homicide, correct?
I probably wouldn't know, and I have not, yes.
And you said in your report, it's entirely reasonable for some investigator to form an opinion about a suspect.
Yes, sir.
And it's entirely reasonable to express your personal opinions to family members and close friends, correct?
It is, but as a police officer, there are certain things that you cannot share.
Okay. And the statements that we're going to look at here, I'm not going to go into detail on, but these were made in a private setting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that you and me and everyone has an expectation of privacy on your personal cell phone, correct?
As a citizen, but as police officers, we have a different expectation.
Okay, but we did say earlier, did we not, yesterday, that there's no state police policy governing personal conversations on a personal cell phone, correct?
There is not.
Objection.
Is the objection, Mr. Conley?
That's misleading and it's mischaracterizing the testimony.
What is your recollection?
My recollection is that there was no specific policy violation suggested with regard to Detective Lieutenant Dwyer's investigation, but it is not the same thing as there is no policy that governs the conduct of an investigator like Michael Proctor with regard to their behavior using a personal cell phone. That is not the same thing.
I agree with Mr. Conley and Mr. Martin, it's not the same thing.
Man, I didn't ask about conduct. I asked about personal content of conversations on a personal phone, and we've discussed the fact there is no policy. If DLT Dwyer can go through the 1,000 pages of policy and find it, then let's go do it.
I'd be happy to point him at the charges with which Michael Proctor was brought up and convicted.
I understand, but he said that it isn't a state police
Policy. Correct, that's my question.
I'm just saying, what do you have in regards that we close to that?
I'm sorry.
The policy, there's a policy about the state police work phones, isn't there?
Yes.
What?
Well, no. So let me clarify.
Okay.
So I don't want to testify, but what I'm suggesting as a representative of the department is that the rules governing the conduct of members apply at all times, including Article 5. They do not differentiate between personal cell phones, work cell phones, or any cell phones. They simply apply at all times to all members. And it's possible, without reference to a phone, as Michael Proctor did, to violate those policies by means of a phone. But it doesn't matter whether it occurs via email or smoke signal or personal cell phone. It doesn't matter. Those policies equally apply to all behavior of the member as members of the Massachusetts State Police. So it's misleading and it's argumentative to suggest that just because a specific policy was not written for this member's misconduct, that therefore no such policy applies to him. That's simply false.
I'll accept Mr. Carley's explanation and his objection.
May I follow with a question that's very, very specific and not like the discussion that Attorney Carley just presented. It concerns only whether there exists a policy concerning personal content on a personal phone in a private conversation. Is there or is there not a policy? And we talked yesterday, there is not a policy. I'm just confirming.
Do you have an objection to that question, Mr. Carley?
I don't have an objection to the question being posed, but the premise under it is flawed.
I understand. Mr. Dwyer, do you want him to repeat the question for you?
Please.
Thank you.
We have probably 1,000 pages of policy and regulations, correct?
Correct.
Is there a policy or regulation prohibiting the way that you speak to friends and family on your personal cell phone?
There is not.
Thank you. So could we look at Bates RO 521, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you please repeat, Mr. Martin?
I'm sorry, Bates RO 521. And so, are you with me, Lieutenant?
I am.
And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it comes from somebody named Bird, right?
It does.
And we learned from the video we watched yesterday that Bird's one of these guys from Canton's nickname, right?
Correct.
And he's also known as 1311, who's a It's the last floor of his cell, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
And then we have, just so I'll go through it now, we have 1311, we have 5051, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that another person's cell phone, the last four numbers?
I would assume yes.
All right, and then following on the page, we have more. 5051, and then we have down the bottom of page RO 522 0095. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And so it appears from this initial text thread that there are three people on this, correct?
It would appear that way, yes.
And there's Michael Proctor and then three buddies from Canton.
Yes.
And so the first text is late in the evening on January 29th at 10:36 p.m., correct?
Could we back up? I just don't want to be, so it does appear that there's three phone numbers there. It also appears in the gray, there's a fourth person. I assume that's Trooper Proctor.
Yes,
So-
right, that's what I said.
so
Trooper
four.
Proctor
Okay,
plus
okay.
three buddies from Canton.
I apologize.
And so, and you may not know this, but I think I asked you, are you aware that Michael Proctor was assigned to this case in the early AM hours, around 6 a.m. on the 29th of January 22?
I don't know when he was assigned as a case officer.
You're familiar with the fact that there had been work all day long, 16 hours plus on the investigation, correct?
So I don't know when the invest started, but yes, I would assume that there was a full day's work put into this.
And you're familiar with the fact that Trooper Proctor had been with Sergeant Buchanan pretty much all day conducting the investigation?
I'm unaware of that.
All right. It's fair to say that there would have been many units of the state police, Canton police, all doing an investigation, correct?
Again, I wasn't there, but I would assume that there were multiple assets there.
And based on your experience in the DA's office, Worcester County, fair to say that when there's a homicide early in the morning, there's a debriefing at the conclusion of the day?
Sometimes there is, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that at 10:36 at night, that night, Michael Proctor was at home?
I am unaware of that.
Okay, fair enough. Could we look at Exhibit 48, please? Appellant's exhibit, and I'll have the Bates number in a second, Madam. It's Bates number 0297.
Yes, sir.
You there?
I am.
And we have here a Canton Police report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told us in the previous hearing that you don't know who was there at the scene. You don't know how many people were there because you didn't go there, right?
Correct.
You aware of the fact that Michael Proctor didn't go there either that day? Are you aware of the fact that Michael Proctor did
I'm
not
not
go
aware
to
of
the
that.
scene?
No.
And this Canton Police report is dated January 29th of 22, correct?
Correct.
And right at the top, it says it's done by Sergeant Sean Good.
Yes.
And it says above his name, January 29th, January 29th, 2022 at 8:24 in the morning, correct?
For the report date, correct.
Right. So Sergeant Good has completed his report as early as 8:24 in the morning, correct?
I'm sorry, objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
I thought this was public.
Objection. Y'all, there is a YouTuber. Do you know how I'll sit there and go sidebar? How I do the sidebar thing from the Karen Reed making fun of a certain person. Somebody else has copied me. It almost sounds the very same sound clip. Just wonder. Just wonder. Just wonder. I'm going to try and zoom. Give me a second. Okay, we're going to do it the hard way. Boy, that's a long sidebar.
SPDU to
Let me get back. Okay. Sidebar. Yep. Sidebar. Somebody, I mean, they say it just like I do. And I was like, what?
Yes. And I'll ask first, sir, your experience as a homicide investigator, correct? You're an experienced, the answer is yes, I think. You're an experienced homicide investigator.
Yes, sir.
And so when there's a homicide, it's necessary for a lot of state police units to appear at the homicide scene, correct?
Usually, yes.
Who are those units that show up?
It could be anyone from the SPDU to crime scene services. If a firearm's involved, ballistics, the crime lab, it could be a number of units, sir.
And so is it reasonable, is it also fair to say that the local police show up at the homicide scene?
Yes.
And there would be EMTs there?
There could be, yes.
Possibly, and fire departments possibly?
Again, possibly, yes.
And so in this particular case, we're talking about Karen Reed. Is it fair to say that all those units were probably there at the scene that morning?
A lot. Even as it's like.
So I would assume,
Based on your experience.
I would assume a number of those assets may have been there, yes.
Okay. And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 48, please?
Yes, sir.
It's APP 297. This is a report from the Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
And on page 2, there are persons listed, correct?
There are.
And there are how many people listed as persons being present?
On this page, there are 7.
And then 3 on the following page?
Yes.
Total of 10 persons present at the scene?
Correct.
And are you familiar with Canton?
I am not.
All right. Familiar with the fact it's a small town?
I know nothing about Canton.
Good, okay. Back to Respondents Exhibit 20, sir, RO 521.
Yes, sir.
Now, again, Michael Proctor was not charged with dissemination of information, correct?
Correct.
And so looking at that first entry, these are all, again, just don't want to repeat, but January 29th, 1036 is the first text message, correct?
Correct.
And it's from Bird, and it says, as we heard in the video, I need to brandish a gun more often, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then somebody 5051 at 1037, a minute later, says it's bold.
Correct.
Correct. Now, did you ever interview any of these friends from Canton to find out what they knew and what they didn't know?
I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
It was irrelevant to my invest.
How do you know? How would you know what they knew already before Michael Proctor texted them?
Again, that was irrelevant.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't know who 5051 is?
I do not.
And you don't know who Bird is?
I do not.
And that wasn't relevant to you?
No, the focus of my investigation wasn't that Trooper Proctor was advising people or teaching people about information. It was the fact that the information he shared, he should not have shared.
Okay. And so at the bottom of page 0521, 5051, who we don't know who it is, correct?
Correct.
Says, and by the way, I guess Mike's nickname is Chip, correct?
Yes.
So 5051 at 10:52 on January 29th says Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, there had been no transmissions from Michael Proctor, correct?
It does not appear to be, yes.
Do you know how this guy, 5051, already knew that the decedent was a BPD cop?
I do not.
Is it not clear that this guy already knew that the victim was a BPD cop?
It appears that he knew, yes.
And based on the text, that information did not come from Michael Proctor.
I don't know where that information came from, sir.
But not from Michael Proctor on this text chain.
From what I see in front of me, no.
Right.
Okay, our fabulous Miss June has sent me something that I think we need to look at. I think it's important, and I hope I'm reading this right. God, I hope I'm reading it right. We'll see. Okay, let's take a look at this, y'all. Well, I'm trying to get it. Okay, that's what I need. Trying to get it in front of me. I got to rearrange a few things. Give me a split second because I have to make this in biggin. OMG. Trooper Michael Proctor, his ID certification status certified, current agency unassociated officer. So this is March 4th of 2004. I guess these are all cases 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. They're all sustained, which means it's accepted. Other misconduct. First one, failure to respond to incident according to established procedures. Trooper participation in ongoing criminal investigation. Trooper provided information about a homicide victim to non-law enforcement personnel. The next one, failure to respond to an incident according to established procedure. Provided information about potential investigation steps and policies of actions related to a homicide investigation, non-law enforcement personnel. So these are the texts that they talk about. And they keep going that. And then here's the one that's 1, 2, 3, 4 down where my little cursor is. Sent derogatory, defamatory, or disparaging text message to law enforcement personnel about the suspects in the homicide investigation. Again, failure to respond. So he's got 2 counts of that. So he's got 3. Information on outgoing is the first. Potential investigation steps, policy, and procedures. Information about a witness. Defamatory. He consumed alcohol while on duty. Consumed alcohol and operated his department-issued vehicle. That was the same day as the incident. The day that John O'Keefe was unalive, what some people are forgetting, was early in that day, early in the morning. He and a group of people did travel to a funeral, to an out-of-department police officer's funeral. And on the way back, they stopped and they had a meal. And in that time that they had a meal, while he was in a department vehicle, he drank 2 beers and got behind the wheel. So that's what that's about. Failure to respond, engaged in behavior that brought himself and the department into dispute. So that is what's there. However, I'm going to disengage this, re-engage that. I'm going to read something to you real quick. So those are the charges that, that's what all of this is a list of. However, Proctor's lawyers also confirmed to Bowman that the Proctor's information has been listed by the POST, P-O-S-T capitalized commission, which certifies state and local law enforcement officers. The website lists Proctor, who remains certified as an officer, but not with a specific agency. So that's a good answer. Thank you, Ms.
You never
June.
spoke to 5051.
I did not.
And is it fair to infer, sir, that people in Canton, as well as the Boston Police Department, would have known during the day of January 29th of John O'Keefe's death?
People would have known. I don't even know what counsel's asking. It's completely vague and
Or cross-examination?
Can you raise a question?
Yes, sir. Officer O'Keefe's body was found early in the morning, 29th of January, correct?
Correct.
And he was a Boston cop.
He was.
Boston Police Department would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume he would, yes.
And people in Canton would have known about it at some point. Various people in Canton would have known about this during the day, correct?
I would assume yes.
And during Michael Proctor's interview, he told you that many of his comments about waffling and various things were opinions of his, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a homicide investigator, and again with human nature, you formed opinions about a case after conducting a full day of investigation, correct?
You would.
And fair to say Michael Proctor did not share any investigative strategy in his text messages, did he?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, let's look at your prior testimony. Do you recall testifying in a trial board in this matter?
I do.
Could you go to exhibit 20, respondent's exhibit 28B? Oh, okay.
Do you have a page number, sir?
Just give me a moment. Page 159, line 11.
I'm sorry.
Page 150, RO 969, page number.
Give me a second, sir. $969, you said?
Yes.
I'm there.
So let's start at the top. Question, when Mike Proctor was interviewed by you, we told you that many of those comments you made were opinions, correct? And your answer was correct, right?
Correct.
Going down to line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy was the question, and your answer was not that I'm aware of, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
I'm reading that incorrectly?
You are.
How so?
If I could read.
Those two lines?
Yes, sir. You're talking about line 5?
No, I'm talking about line 11.
All right, I was looking at line 5.
No, I'm looking at line 11. Question is, he didn't share any investigative strategy, and your answer is not that I'm aware of.
Objection. Doctrine of verbal completeness. The witness has just directed counsel's attention to line 5, where that question was asked the first time, and the witness's answer, if I may read from this page, lines starting on line 7, answer, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Miss Reed under arrest. It's completely inappropriate for counsel to then point to line 11 and then suggest that the witness's answer in line 7 and 8 never occurred.
You know, Ms. McCartney, I know it's uncomfortable sometimes to hear the other side of the story, but I asked him to look at line 11.
He did ask him to look at line 11 only. That's true.
Okay, hold on one at a time.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you guys again.
Line 11.
We're making recordings, we have a stenographer. It makes your job difficult. If
I understand.
one person is speaking.
I'm just trying
It
to.
makes my job difficult because I'm trying to listen to you in real time. All right, so when there's an objection, you finish your question, there's an objection, the person has the floor. Then you can speak again, but I can't keep reminding people, just stop speaking over each other. Okay.
Okay.
Did you get all that? Did you?
Well, I'm off the record for a second. When there's crosstalk, I can't. So I go with the reading person at the time,
Yeah.
Ms. Dashes. So crosstalk is really an issue.
Okay. So do you, how far do you want us to go back?
No, I mean, the record is what it is, but you said then you can speak again, but I can't keep reminding people, Mr. Moynihan understood. Then you, Commissioner, stop speaking over each other, so if we could pick it up from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. So Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Carley's made the point that if you look at the page, and I understand that you're directing Mr. Dwyer to line 11, but there is preceding information. Mr. Carley, I'll leave that to you to do later in your redirect, but I'll allow Mr. Moynihan to continue, but again, please don't talk over each other.
Could the commission take notice of the doctrine of verbal completeness, that it's inappropriate for counsel to select and cherry pick lines out of this witness's prior testimony and to suggest that he answered something he did not answer.
I understand all that, but we can revisit that in your redirect.
That's fine.
Okay. Please go, Mr. Moynihan.
So let's be verbally complete here, I guess. So Mr. Carley is satisfied. Line 5, I asked, he didn't share with anyone investigative strategy. And you said, well, so he did send a text saying that he was going to place Ms. Reed under arrest, right? Is that what you're referring to, DLT?
Yes,
Just over
yes,
there.
sir. Yes, sir.
I don't want to be accused of misrepresenting anything by Mr. Carley. And then I said, but that was after the indictment. And you said, correct.
Correct.
So that was after she was indicted already.
Correct.
By a grand jury.
Correct.
And the next question, which I was originally asking you about, was line 11. But he didn't share any investigative strategy. And your answer was what?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the next question I asked was, he didn't share any specific collection of evidence, correct? And what was your answer?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And the next question was, he didn't share any specific statements by suspects, did he? What was your answer? You said, I believe he did to a text, I believe to a sister, correct?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. And the next question down the bottom, line 23, he didn't share any specific damage to Ms. Reed's vehicle, did he? Your answer was what?
No, I don't believe he did.
And the next question was, he didn't share any statements or opinions of any other investigators in the unit, did he? What was your answer?
No, he did not.
Could we go to your report, DLT Exhibit 18, and I'll get the base number in a second. It's base R490, again, beginning of the report.
Yes, sir.
All right, could we turn to paragraph 21, which is page 10 of your report, and it's base stamp R5, I think it's 500. I could be correct.
21 starts on 499.
Paragraph, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 21 starts on 499.
I'm there.
I could just have a moment now. Okay, it's actually on the following page, sir, 500, you know, in paragraph 21. Fourteen lines down. Where it says that there is no evidence to show.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
I do.
So you concluded, did you not, that there was no evidence to show that Michael Proctor's personal feelings influenced his actual investigation in the case, correct?
Correct.
And if you could go to paragraph 30, which is page R0503, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And you stated in your report after your investigation that there was no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Michael Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
And then up in paragraph 29, sorry to jump around. You stated in there, it's about 5 lines from the bottom of paragraph 29, that there was nothing learned in this investigation that showed that Michael Proctor acted with intent to affect the outcome of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And so you had testified previously, and I'll get the transcript if we need, that the integrity of Michael Proctor's investigation was not compromised by his personal feelings, correct?
Again, nothing in my investigation showed that it was, but my investigation did not focus on the facts of the criminal invest.
Okay, but you did make that statement and you made that conclusion,
I
correct?
did.
And you told us that his performance, in your opinion, was above grade, correct?
I said from what I found, there's nothing to suggest that it was not.
And do you recall telling us also that his personal cell phone text did not affect the performance of his duties in this case?
Again, nothing found suggested that it did.
And you told us also that there was, based on your investigation, there was no evidence of bias in this investigation.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And paragraph 23, you also looked into this business about the allegation of a gift. You recall that?
I did.
And you addressed that in paragraph 23. You testified about it previously. And you concluded that there was nothing learned through this investigation that suggests that Trooper Proctor or his wife ever had communications with a potential witness about a gift, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that that statement was made as a joke.
Correct.
Jest. And you concluded that Michael Proctor clarified that he had no intent for Karen Reed to kill herself, correct?
Correct.
And you did tell us also that not every text can be taken literal, correct?
With a family member, absolutely.
And this business about nudes, there was much to do made by Alan Jackson. You looked into that as well, correct?
About the nudes, yes, sir.
Yeah. And Michael Proctor admitted that he had regret about that juvenile comment, right?
He did.
And he told you it was unprofessional and inappropriate, correct?
He did.
But you also told us that it is common when searching, especially, first of all, Michael Proctor was looking at Karen Reed's photo because she was a criminal suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he had a search warrant for that.
That's what I believe, yes.
So he was entitled to search her phone pursuant to a court-ordered search warrant.
Correct.
And his purpose in looking through the phone wasn't to look for nude photos, was it?
It was my understanding that he was looking for, I believe, geographical data, any text pertinent to his invest, things along those lines.
And so, in your experience, I think you told us yesterday, it's very common when searching a suspect's phone that in this day and age, people take selfies and pictures of others in a nude fashion, correct?
It is not uncommon.
And so, it could be a joke that guys in the unit are joking around about it, correct?
Correct.
And you concluded that this comment about no nudes was a joke, in fact, correct?
So I found his explanation reasonable in that aspect, yes.
And you concluded that he was not looking for nudes, he was looking for incriminating evidence, data, location data, correct?
Again, there was nothing found that suggests that he actually did look for any photos.
And there was never any allegation in your investigation that Trooper Proctor planted evidence, is there?
No.
Or that he compromised any evidence, correct?
No.
And so, as a case officer, is it fair to say that one of his duties is to collect evidence?
Yes.
And to analyze evidence?
Yes, to the extent that a case officer can, yes.
Correct, because some things have to be done by a lab or some specialist, correct?
Correct.
And it may be his duty to draft and execute search warrants, correct?
Correct.
And it may be his duty to communicate with the labs who are doing testing, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to respond to requests from the DA's office, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare and testify for a grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And it may be his duty to prepare for testimony at a trial, correct?
It would be, yes.
And it may be his duty to coordinate with other agencies in conjunction and collaboration on the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Moynihan, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we do need a call on recess at 11.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this would be a good place for
Oh,
you
sure,
to
yeah.
make a note, so I didn't inform you earlier.
Yeah.
Thank you. 15 minutes?
Sure, thank you.
Gosh, Erin, 5 months. Oh, thank you for being a member for 5 months. That is so awesome, and I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, thank you. You were such a valued member of our channel. Thank you so much. We're gonna zoom. I think he's on the stand for a whole nother day.
Council record?
Thank you for your patience. As you know, technical difficulties happen in real life. So we're going to go back on the record. So again, the time is 11:27 a.m. and Mr. Moynihan is continuing his cross of Detective Lieutenant Dwyer.
Thank you, Commissioner Connor. Good morning again, DLT.
Sir?
So we just went through all of the duties of a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And in other words, all the duties of a case officer, all the duties that Michael Proctor would have had as a case officer, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, sir, that you testified, and it's true that there's no evidence that Michael Proctor failed to properly perform any of those duties we specified, is there?
No, there is not.
And his duties, in this case, were to collaborate with others to identify the cause of John O'Keefe's death, correct?
That would be one of the duties, yes.
And this IA investigation, I call it IA, Internal Affairs.
Can you hear her purr? Look at that. She's all like, oh, I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven. Not bad looking for a 15-year-old cat.
Investigation is solely about personal cell phone messages, correct?
Correct.
And many of them were while off duty, correct?
Correct.
And his personal cell phone messages had no relevance to his duties as a case officer, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. I would agree that there was nothing shown that his duties were affected. But as a police officer, I think all of your behavior is relevant to your duties.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 20? And it would be RO 977 base stamp. Right. Sorry.
What was the stamp, sir?
The base stamp?
Yes, sir.
RO 977.
The appellants or the respondents?
Respondents.
Oh.
Yeah.
You did say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Respondents.
One more time with the base stamp, sir. Sorry.
977. Okay, sir. So looking at line 13. Question, all right?
Yes.
Question was, so these personal cell phone messages had no relevance to what we just went through, all of his duties as the case officer. That was my question to you, correct?
Correct.
What was your answer?
Correct.
So you agreed with me on that.
Yes, and what I said previously is that while the text messages weren't his duties, they affect everything that he does.
But in this case, he's charged with unsatisfactory performance of duties, correct?
Correct.
And so is it fair to say then, DLT, that his personal cell phone messages did not affect his ability to perform his functions as a case officer?
There's nothing to find to suggest that it would.
And the actual steps he took as an investigator were based on a fact and reason as far as your investigation, correct?
So I can't speak about the steps that he took as an investigator.
But you found no evidence to suggest that the steps he took as an investigator were not based on fact and reason, did you?
Correct.
And the Norfolk County DA's office did present this to a grand jury, correct? The Karen Reed case. And Karen Reed was indicted by a grand jury, correct?
She was.
And as a matter of fact, the DA's office prosecuted Karen Reed, correct?
He did.
Not the decision of Michael Proctor by any means, correct?
No, it's not.
Could we look at Respondent's Exhibit 24, please? It is RO 643, page stamp.
Yes, sir.
May I proceed? And so this is, what is this we're looking at?
Article 5, the rules of conduct.
Okay. And could we go to page page 3, page RO 645, page stamp.
Yes, sir.
All right, and so 5.8 is titled unsatisfactory performance, correct?
It is.
And if we turn to the following page, we see 5.8.2, correct?
Yes.
And that's the charge that Michael Proctor was fired for, correct? 5.8.2?
One of them, yes.
Well, that's the only one he's fired for.
Okay, yes,
correct?
correct.
Because the other one is a Class B.
Correct.
And so 5.8.2, we've already demonstrated that that can be classified by the department at the discretion of the department as A, B, C, or D.
Yes, sir.
And here's an A.
Yes, sir.
And so looking at 5.2, there are a couple of components to that section, are there not?
There are.
And so the first one is, it says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by, first, a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, correct?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of that on Michael Proctor's part in this case?
There was not.
The second part is an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks. Was there any evidence of that on the part of Michael Proctor?
There were not.
The third part is the failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, and position. Now, you just told us that Michael Proctor did not derogate from any of his duties, correct?
From his DA duties, correct.
Correct. And there's no evidence that he derogated from any of his duties as a investigating officer, correct?
Again, as it relates to his duties with the SPDU, correct.
Correct. His job.
Correct.
As an investigator.
Correct.
And the next part of that is the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention.
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that uncovered, correct?
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry.
Is that correct?
There was no evidence of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you answer, sir?
It was correct, yes.
I'll slow down.
I just missed the word, thank you.
And the fifth part of 5.8.2 is states by an absent without leave, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of that here, correct?
Correct.
But Mike Proctor was charged with unsatisfactory performance, Class A, 5.8.2, and that's what he was fired for.
Correct. Again, if I could just clarify, I found no evidence to suggest that any investigative steps or things that affected the case were affected by the text messages.
Okay.
Again, I didn't look at his duties as a trooper or as a member of the SPDU.
Yeah. And so you didn't come up with the charges. We concluded that, right?
Correct.
And who's Captain Scott? Do you know?
Captain Scott at the time was the assistant department prosecutor.
You can look at that while I ask. And DLT Dwyer, you uncovered no evidence of any unprofessional conduct on the part of Michael Proctor, other than on his personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing except on his personal cell phone that affected his credibility, was there?
Nothing that I can find, correct.
And did you ever talk to Captain Scott about the appropriate charge in this case?
I did not.
If I could just have a moment. Could you go to Appellant's Exhibit 58, APP 0382?
No, sir.
And so this is a to from, as you call it, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24.
Correct.
And it's from Captain William T. Scott, Assistant Department Prosecutor, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's directed to three people: Suzanne Caravaggio, the Department Prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Major Keith Hagan, the Deputy Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And to Lieutenant Colonel Robert G. Shoemaker, Division Commander of the Division of Standards and Training, correct?
Yes.
And the subject is review of case number Trooper Michael D. Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And Captain Scott, now is Captain Scott an attorney?
I don't believe so, no.
And so number one in his to from is, I have read and reviewed the material contained in case file IA 2414. Would that mean he read your report?
Yes, sir. I would assume that.
And he says, number two, my recommendation for the appropriate charges in this matter is attached, correct?
It does, yes.
And then Captain Scott identifies charge summary, charge 1, article 5.8, unsatisfactory performance, correct?
Yes.
And he labels them three specifications as class A,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then charge 2, 5, 10 alcoholic beverages labeled class B, correct?
Yes.
And so was it was it William Scott who was responsible for the decision of what to charge Michael Proctor with?
I was
Sorry, Madam Commissioner, I have to object again. We've covered this. The appellant, witness has now testified several times he was not involved in that process. It does not know that it is a process suggesting it involves multiple individuals. This question is now repetitive and it's asked and answered.
I'll allow you to ask the question. Do you want to repeat the question?
Please.
You looked at this document from Captain Scott, correct?
Yes.
Right.
After the investigation was over, correct?
That's it. I'm talking about today.
Yes.
Right. So was it Captain Scott who was responsible to decide what to charge Michael Proctor with?
Again, I wouldn't know that. I know there's a process that's involved and there are multiple people that are involved.
Okay, fair enough. Respondents Rangel. Anyway, do I have just have a moment now. Now, could you look at Respondents Exhibit 24, DLT, it's Respondents 24, date stamp 0643. We just looked at it.
Yes, sir.
And could you turn to,
Sorry, is that respondent 24?
yes, respondent 240643. You have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
And so, Michael Proctor admitted to you the texts were unprofessional, immature, juvenile, poor choice of words, correct?
He did.
And that they were unbecoming,
He did.
and that they brought the department into disrepute.
I don't know if you use those words, but yes.
You used those
Yeah,
words.
I did, yes.
And by the way, that term disrepute, that means the opinion of others has now been changed, correct?
Correct.
And you familiar with 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
Yes, sir.
What is the genesis of that charge?
What are you referring to with Mr. Whitehead? Are you saying that Mr. Proctor, there was an unbecoming charge included?
No, my question to the DLT, and I can lay more of a foundation.
Yes, please.
Sir, you're familiar with Article 5, correct?
Yeah.
And you've conducted investigations under 5.2 unbecoming conduct, I assume, correct?
I've never, so when I do an investigation, it's not under a specific rule or reg.
I get you, but as a department IA officer, it's incumbent upon you to be familiar with the rules, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in Article 5 and Article 6 and so on,
Correct.
correct? And so you're familiar with the term, the Article 5.2 unbecoming conduct, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. And so what is the genesis of that charge?
I'm sorry, I still have to object. I don't know what counsel is asking. What is the genesis of, is he asking who wrote it? Is he asking where it came from? What is he asking?
I'll read it.
At a time, at a time, please. You finish, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I'm honestly asking, I have no idea what that question is asking. Is he asking for the origin of the, genesis means the origin of something. What is he asking about 5.2? Who wrote it?
Mr. Whitehead, do you want to finish your response?
I can do either of two things. First of all, I'm asking about his understanding of it.
Do you want to respond to what Mr. Carter just said?
Yes, I'm asking the DLT about his understanding of what unbecoming conduct, the basis of it is. And I can also read the article itself.
I think what I've heard is that the witness is saying when he's investigating, he has to conduct first, not the charge, and then what's the conduct, and he goes by what the conduct is, and then examines the department's rules and regulations. Are you asking what unbecoming conduct is?
His understanding, based on his experience.
I'll allow him to answer the question.
I'm fine with that question.
If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I mean, that was my question. It might have been
Sir,
improperly
but
worded.
there's a process. I'll allow you to ask the question.
So you asked me what my understanding of 5.2 is?
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it says that the behavior of a member, whether on duty or off duty, should reflect favorably upon the department.
Okay. And in fact, 5.3 reads, does it not, on page RO 644, members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, correct?
It does.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform. I'm sorry. Do you want me to start again?
Yes, it's meant to take it from members.
I'll start all over.
Okay, thank you.
5.3 general conduct, DLT, reads as follows. Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have said that Michael Proctor brought the department into disrepute, right? That was one of your standard sustained findings?
Yes.
And I believe it's Respondent's Exhibit 26. just have a moment, Madam Commissioner.
Of course.
Sir, I have it in front of me now. Respondents Exhibit 26, if you have it in front of you.
I do.
It is RO 667.
Yes, sir.
Could you look at page 3 of that document, which is RO 669?
Yes, sir.
And do you see there 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
I do.
And what is the level of discipline that is titled per the regulations of the state police?
Class B.
And there's 5.21, which is also Class B, correct?
Correct.
There's also 5.2.2, which is Class A, B, or C, correct?
Correct.
All right, but 5.2.2 is not related to this because 5.2.2 says members shall not frequent or remain in any place where they know or should know criminal activity is occurring unless in the performance of the duty or official business, correct?
I have to check that real quick.
I'm sorry. Back to RO 643.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and that doesn't apply in this case.
It does not.
And 5.3 above that general conduct, which we just read, that's a Class B.
It is.
And if you look back on page 1 of this appendix for the state police rules, a first offense Class B carries no more than a suspension without pay of 30 days, correct?
Correct.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with unbecoming conduct, correct?
I don't believe he was.
Now, you also investigated Michael Proctor for this allegation of drinking on duty, correct?
I did.
And this concerned a trip to the Cape in July of 22, correct?
Correct.
And it had nothing to do with the Karen Reed case, correct?
No.
And this came up only because you started to put a magnifying glass on Michael Proctor, correct? In the investigation.
Argument.
I thought this was cross-examined, sorry.
Yeah, still no argument is allowed under cross-examination, and
You
counsel
have
knows
to
that.
address me, not each other. Please, with the crosstalk. Okay? Not enough into asking questions to Robert.
You started to focus on Michael, the department and you started to focus on Michael Proctor, correct?
No, the alcohol aspect became a focus of the investigation because that's what he testified to in the trial.
Okay, right, so he had volunteered that information.
Yes.
Okay, fine. In any event, it came up unrelated to Karen Reed's case, correct? Except it came up in the trial.
Correct, yes.
July of 22, going
Yes,
to
sir.
the Cape had nothing to do with Karen.
Unrelated to the Karen Reed investigation, correct.
And so the trip to the Cape wasn't to go to the beach, correct?
No, it's not.
It was with another law enforcement officer, correct?
It was.
And it was to investigate a cold case, correct?
It was an unrelated invest, yes.
Okay. Cold case.
correct.
What is a cold case?
So I'm not assigned to the cold case unit, but it's typically a case that has been around for a certain amount of time, and as they get older and needs lessen, it becomes a cold case.
Okay.
Again, that's a very rudimentary.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. In any event, he went to the Cape on business, on job duty.
Correct.
to investigate, to speak to witnesses, correct?
He did.
And in the investigation that you conducted, his interview, I should say, he was completely truthful about what occurred that day, correct?
Correct.
And all of his statements were confirmed by this auto vehicle locator device that are in the cruisers, correct?
It was.
And it was all his testimony and his timeline was confirmed by the administrative law, correct?
Yes.
And when he went down to the Cape, he wasn't wearing a standard French electric blue state police uniform, correct?
I don't believe he was. No.
He would have been dressed as an investigator with a suit on, probably.
Most likely, yes.
And he told you that he went down to the Cape in an unmarked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that he conducted interviews, correct?
Yes.
And he told you that on the way back, after working down the Cape all day, he went to dinner, correct?
Correct.
And he told you that he had 1 or 2 beers while he was having dinner.
He did.
And in fact, there's been a receipt produced from that dinner, correct? In this case?
Not to me, there was not.
We have Exhibit 39.
Is this a public story?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
What was it, sir?
Appellant's 39, APP 0263.
Okay, sir.
Have you ever seen this document?
I have not.
Okay. And you're not aware of a receipt?
Prior to today, in preparation for today, yes.
You did see it?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you familiar with the fact that this was an investigation by the local police department concerning that day?
Yes.
And they obtained from the Treehouse Brewing Company in Sandwich a charge for $34?
Yes, I do see that, yes.
Okay. And that was for the dinner and the drinks at that establishment, correct?
That's what it shows, yes.
And there was another stop where somebody purchased something else, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, Michael Proctor told you that he, by no means was he intoxicated as a result of having dinner and 1 or 2 beers, correct?
Correct.
And he never told you that the other officer was intoxicated, correct?
Correct.
And he told you also that when he went into the restaurant, he locked his firearm in his glove box, correct?
He did.
And that is appropriate per policy
It
in
is.
the law, correct?
I don't know if it was a glove box, but it was locked in an approved container.
Okay. And he did not inappropriately request overtime, correct?
He did not.
I could have a moment. Could we go to Appellant's Exhibit 38, please, which is APP 0245?
What was the exhibit again, sir?
I'm sorry, the APP number?
No, the
base
exhibit.
number. Base number is 0245.
What was the exhibit number?
38. Appellant 38.
Oh, okay. I got it, sir.
All right. And so this is an email again from Suzanne Caravaggio to you, correct?
Correct.
And its subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And the date is now Friday, July 26th, 24, 11:36 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Late at night. And so Suzanne Caravaggio says, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments, questions. I'm on vacation next week and won't have access to my email, but you can reach me by phone with any concerns.
Yeah, so now with me, and I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm on vacation next week, I'm sorry.
I'll go back, I'm sorry. I'm thinking everyone has this in front of them, I'm sorry. Let me go back. So this is an email from Suzanne, correct?
It is, sir.
And it's to you, Kevin Dwyer.
Yes.
The subject is Proctor report, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated Friday, July 26, 2024, correct?
Correct.
At 11:36 p.m.
Yes.
The attachment is Proctor, case number, report, correct?
Yes.
And now this is a week after Michael Proctor's interview.
Correct.
And it reads, "Hi, Kevin. Attached, please find your report in Proctor with my latest additions and comments/questions," correct?
Yes.
It then goes on to tell you she's on vacation next week.
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Suzanne is making additional edits to your report, correct?
So again, the edits, I think it's important to point out that the edits are mainly grammar and formatting, the edits. The bulk of her, or what I'm looking for is her questions and comments about what is in my report.
Okay. But in any event, this page now, this report has now grown to 16 pages.
Yeah. And again, that goes back to whenever she makes a comment or an end in there, it doesn't take out the previous written, it just adds to that.
Yeah. So if you could look at page 14, which is APP 0259.
Yes, sir.
So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have 11 charges there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, there are 12 charges, correct?
With the L, yes.
And are any of these findings different than the report you sent with sustained and not sustained findings before the interview?
Yes. It was determined that, I can't tell which one, but some of them were, they covered the same aspect. So it was decided rather than have two separate ones to cover the same aspect, it was combined into one charge or one file.
Okay, but my question is, the previous document we saw with the report with 12 findings.
Yep.
You now have a document a week after the interview, it still has 12 findings, correct?
I believe yes, I believe so.
And those findings that you had proposed before the interview have not changed now with this final editing process, have
They did not.
And so then after this report's done, he's been interviewed, the report gets finished and it goes to Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Correct.
And he's the designee of the colonel.
He is.
And were you aware that Suzanne and I were communicating as early as July 22 about scheduling a trial board before the report was submitted?
No, sir.
And I assume you're not aware either of, in early August, that I was questioning about a trial, date for a trial.
No, sir. I'm not involved in the communications.
Are you aware of the fact that the trial board was scheduled for September 5th?
I believe. I can't say for certain.
I'm sorry, say that.
I can't say for certain.
All right. Now you're aware that the after this invest all began July 1st, that soon thereafter the state police asked Michael Proctor to surrender his work phone?
Yes.
And the work phone would be one that the DA's provided him with?
Yes.
And Michael Proctor voluntarily produced his work phone to the state police on July 10th, correct?
Yes.
And he also provided, John Staples, counsel for legal, asked me to have him provide his passcode, correct?
Correct.
And he voluntarily gave the passcode, correct? correct?
He did.
And so then that phone was then extracted for other information, correct?
It was, yes.
What was the purpose of extracting his work phone?
To determine if there were any other text messages in that phone that could have been derogatory about Karen Reed or other cases.
Okay. And that phone was extracted. Who's Matthew LaVoy?
He's the lieutenant that runs the unit that has the technology to get that information.
Was it he or under his direction that work phone was extracted?
Yes.
And then you saw that report, correct?
Yes.
And could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 26, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so APP 0129 Bates number, we have that primary.
I do, sir.
And this is a, first of all, down the bottom, we'll work backwards. There's an email there from you, correct?
It is.
Dated August 2nd of 24 at 11:30 a.m.
Yes.
And it's to Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
Yes.
And to Captain O'Rourke,
Yes.
and to DLT Goslin,
Correct.
and to Siobhan Kelly, legal counsel, correct?
Correct.
And copied on it is Scott Cooper. Who's Scott Cooper?
He was another DLT that was an OPIA.
Okay, and also David Toomey. Who's David Toomey?
He's another DLT that's an OPIA.
All right. And the subject of this email is Proctor work cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you say, good morning all. The iCloud for Proctor's work phone was looked at today. There was hardly anything on there other than some photos and videos related to evidence from the Reed trial, in parentheses, the Canton driveway and plow truck, that I believe has already been entered into the trial. There were no messages or other content. The iCloud has 5 gigabytes of storage available and only 7% of it was used, which supports that there is hardly anything there. From what can be seen, there is nothing currently in the iCloud that would be of concern. If anything that was learned, we will pass it along. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So nothing was found on the work phone.
Correct.
And so next, the department decided to go a step further and do what's called a cruiser dump, correct?
Correct.
What is a cruiser dump?
So again, I'm not a technical person. My understanding is that I believe that when certain smartphones connect via Bluetooth to a vehicle, that some information can't get stored on the computers, the vehicle's computer. So a cruiser dump is essentially taking or searching his cruiser's computer to see if there's any data from his cell phone on there.
So we need to back up. The work phone would be the department phone.
Correct.
And the cruiser obviously is the department, personal property of the department.
Yes.
And so the cruiser dump would be designed to try to find something incriminating against Michael Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Well, I'll rephrase it. What's the purpose?
Can we go to sidebar?
Please go to sidebar. Please go to sidebar.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the sidebar, but we're going to zoom. Is everybody okay? Do we need a stretch break? Or is all well? Yeah, I saw that. Are you okay, Angela?
Jim Proctor's cell phone had connected to his cruiser via Bluetooth, because it is known that sometimes information from a cell phone can be stored on the vehicle's computer when that connection happens.
And in this particular case, what was the purpose of performing this cruiser dump?
To ensure that we did a thorough search to find any other possible relevant text messages that may have existed on his cell phone.
And is it fair to say nothing was found?
Correct.
And so there were 2 devices belonging to the state police that were searched and dumped, correct?
Correct.
And nothing was found in either one.
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you were focusing quite a bit on Michael Proctor's case in July and August of 24?
Yes.
I'd like to go to Appellant's Exhibit 40. date stand 268. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
And so this is an email from you to Robin Marrera, correct?
Correct.
And who is Robin Marrera?
Robin Mira works in the Division of Science and Training. One of her functions is to complete the transcripts of interviews that are done.
She's the stenographer, essentially.
Correct, yes.
And it's copied to Jeremy Sweeney, and he's your colleague.
Correct.
And it's dated, is the subject, I'm sorry, it says interview transcript, and then there's the case number, correct?
Correct.
And it's dated Friday, July 19, 2024 at 6:31 p.m., correct?
Correct.
That's the same day as Michael Proctor's interview.
It is.
And it's at the afternoon following the interview, correct?
Correct.
And you say, hi, Robin. I uploaded an interview with Michael Proctor to your SharePoint folder. Interview was conducted today at GHQ by Sweeney and I. Others present were Sergeant Christopher Johnson, Attorney Daniel Moynihan, and Attorney Michael DeStefano, correct?
Yes.
The next line says, I'm sure you have others you're working on, but can this one move to the top of your list? This is a priority case for the department. Those were your words, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've told us a number of times that no one at the department told you that this case was a rush, correct?
Correct.
What's the difference between it being a priority case and a rush?
Certain cases always take priority over other cases. It is no secret that there was heavy media attention on this case. Based on that, this would be a priority case in addition to the allegations that were made. When I sent this interview, when I sent this email to Robin, this was an effort to her move this transcript to the front of the list, take it to, she has a long list of interviews that she transcribes. So it's an effort to say, this one is a priority. Can you please move this to the top of your list?
So although no one told you to rush the case, it was a priority.
Correct.
Could you look at Appellant's Exhibit 45, please, APP 0283?
Yes, sir.
Now, this was introduced as an exhibit in the trial, correct?
It was.
And this is an email from Jen Prokopovich, correct?
Prokopovich, yes.
And who is she?
She works for DST.
And the date, and what is her job?
One of her duties is to assist with the administrative side of the house.
And is she the person who typically sends out case reports, or case reports?
Yes, typically.
And charge sheets?
Correct. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And also letters of recommendation of discipline?
I believe they come from her, but again, it's not something that I'm involved in.
And you're aware of the fact that this was sent to me on August 15th?
Yes.
And that was admitted in the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And there's a cover letter dated August 15th, correct?
Yes.
And this letter is from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It is.
And he is the designee of the colonel.
Correct.
And on this letter, there is a recommendation for termination, correct?
Correct.
That was August 15th of 24.
It was.
And are you aware of the fact that the report was recalled after that?
I learned that after the fact, yes, at the trial board.
And this letter of termination, which was a recommendation from the designee of the colonel, was introduced at the trial board, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of the fact that the trial board was postponed again from September?
Yes.
And if you could look at Exhibit 47, please. Appellant's Exhibit 47.
Yes, sir.
And this is bait stamp number APP 0292.
Yes.
And this also is another email from Jenny Prokopovich, correct?
Yes,
And this one is dated October 29th of 24, correct?
it is.
And it says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Moynihan. Attached, please find a cover letter on the charge sheet regarding the Michael Proctor's case number," correct?
Yes.
And
That number again, Mr. Moynihan?
APP 0292.
What's the number?
Exhibit 47. From Jenny Prokopovich, I'm sorry if I'm destroying her name, and it's dated October 29th of 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, this attaches a letter of recommendation from Colonel Shoemaker, correct?
It does.
It's just a different date on it, October 29th, correct?
Yes.
And it again recommends termination of Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And then we have the charge sheet accompanying it, correct?
Yes.
And this time the report was included with the recommendation of termination, correct? It's not with the exhibit, but if you don't know that.
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay, fair enough. And Colonel Noble was sworn in as the new colonel in early October of 24, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, the next step in the normal process of an IA case is after I or counsel gets report that we try to negotiate some resolution, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we can't, we go to a trial board.
Correct.
And in this case, we did have a trial board. We had 3 days, correct?
Yep, yes, we did.
I have a moment now. It's Respondents Exhibit 28, DOT. And we'll go first to page R0677.
Yes, sir.
And the first, are you there, sir?
I am.
And so we had 3 days of a trial in early 25, correct?
We did.
And without knowing, I would suggest January 15th, February 10th, March 13th, those sound familiar?
Yes.
So the first day was January 15th, and that's the day that the trial board was first sat, correct?
Yes.
And so on this trial board, we had Captain Timothy Blackwell, correct?
Yes.
And he was the president of the board member, correct?
Correct.
We had Lieutenant Talitha McCarthy Johnson as the secretary of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And we had Lieutenant Stephen Heen, H-E-A-N, as a member of the trial board, correct?
Correct.
And the location of this was at the headquarters in the second floor, correct?
It was.
And if we could look at Respondents Exhibit 25.
Yes, sir.
But I just need to find it. this would be R0658, Bates number.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is Article 6 of the regulations of the state police, correct?
Yes.
And if you could turn, sir, to RO 6.5.1, which is Bates stamp number 662.
I'm there, sir.
6.5 deals with hearing on charges, correct?
Yes.
And it's 651, a member who has served for 1 year or more and has been formally charged in accordance with department rules and regulations shall be tried by a state police trial board appointed by the colonel/superintendent, correct?
Correct.
Now, so it makes clear that the colonel decides who sits on the trial board, right?
Correct.
And so Blackwell, McCarthy, Johnson, and Heen were appointed by Colonel No. Is that fair to say?
Based on that, but again, I'm not involved in that in the selection process.
Well,
but yes, they were appointed as the board members.
And in January 25, the colonel was Colonel No.
Correct. Correct.
And this occurred in January 25.
Correct.
And so policy tells us that the board members are appointed by the colonel.
Yes, sir.
And if you could look at 6.7.8, and 6.7, first of all, governs the proceedings of trial boards, correct?
Yes.
And 6.7.8 on Bates stamp number 663 reads that the trial board, by a majority vote and in writing, shall summarize the evidence and make findings of fact. The trial board shall enter a determination of guilty or not guilty for each charge specification. I read that correctly?
You did.
And it then tells us that the board shall forward their findings to the lieutenant colonel/department superintendent, correct?
Were you seeing that, sir?
6.7, following page 664.
Oh no. Give me a second. It is with great sadness that Jamie has announced her beloved kitty of 15 years has gone to the rainbow heaven. Poor baby has passed away. Jamie, our hearts, thoughts, and prayers go out with you. What a beautiful little blessing. Oh my gosh, look at the baby. And then her, I assume recently. So, Jamie, our love, our thoughts, our prayers are with you, honey. We love you, Who.
Yes.
So in this trial board for Michael Proctor, we had 2 recommendations from Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker as designee of the colonel, wherein he recommended termination, correct?
Correct.
Those were introduced as evidence.
Yes.
We then had a trial board that was appointed by the colonel, correct?
Correct.
And it was their decision to decide guilt or innocence.
Yes.
I have Exhibit 56. We go to Appellant's Exhibit 56.
No, sir.
And this would be Appellant's Exhibit 37, page 372. And what is this, sir?
This is Article 3 of the Rules and Regulations for the regulations establishing the duties of sworn members and civilian employees.
And under 3.1, it's titled Superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that under 3.1, the Superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police, that would be Colonel Noble, correct?
Correct.
Or Colonel Mon, remember,
Correct.
also known as the Superintendent. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That he shall hold the rank of Colonel and shall be the executive and administrative officer of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Correct.
They shall promulgate all rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives governing the Massachusetts State Police, including, but not limited to, discipline, organization, government, administration, training, and compensation. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Those are all the powers of the superintendent, correct?
Yes.
And then it describes the deputy superintendent powers, correct?
Correct.
If you could go to 3.3 on page 0373.
Yes.
And this is entitled Staff Officers, correct?
Yes.
And it reads, staff officers, with the exception of the colonel/superintendent, shall be appointed by the colonel/superintendent and shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned, correct?
Yes.
And it then tells us 3.3.1, the term staff officer shall include the following ranks: colonel/superintendent, lieutenant colonel/deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and then major, correct?
Correct.
And then it tells us in 3.3.2 that the colonel/superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of lieutenant colonel, deputy superintendent, lieutenant colonel, and major with those officers who are eligible for such promotions, correct?
Yes.
Officers so appointed may be returned to their previous rank or to the rank of captain at the discretion of the colonel/superintendent.
Correct.
I read that correctly?
You did.
And so is it fair to say that the colonel has authority to promote and demote?
Correct.
And 3.4 deals with commissioned officers, correct?
Yes.
And it tells us that a commissioned officer shall exercise such authority and supervision over the functions of the Mass State Police as may be assigned by senior supervisory members or proper authority, correct?
Yes.
And 3.4.1 tells us that the term commissioned officer shall include the following ranks: 1, detective captain; 2, captain; 3, detective lieutenant; 4, lieutenant, correct?
Correct.
It then goes on in 3.42 and tells us that the colonel superintendent shall fill vacancies in the ranks of detective captain from officers holding the rank of captain, and shall fill vacancies in the rank of detective lieutenant from officers holding the rank of lieutenant. Any officer so appointed to the rank of captain, of detective captain, or detective lieutenant may be returned to their previous rank at the discretion of the colonel/superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And so in this trial board for Michael Proctor, with those 3 commissioned officers who are appointed by the colonels and who received into evidence 2 letters of recommendation of termination, it was their task to decide whether Michael Proctor should have been terminated, correct?
I believe it's their task to find guilt or not guilt.
And to make a recommendation.
Correct. Yes.
And they recommended termination.
They did. They did.
Objection. Can we go to sidebar, please?
And it is that trial board. Oh, I didn't know we objected.
Sidebar. Yeah, he's not happy at all with the line of questioning right now. Wow. What are your thoughts on this, y'all? Hi, Tracy. Hello, love. Oh, I feel good now that I got me some food in my tummy. For a while there, I barely could get a cup of coffee, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. Now it's like, well, I guess because I didn't sleep as well last night, I had like 2.5 cups of coffee, and all of a sudden my stomach went, you may want to put something in it. So nothing feels better than a little bit of sourdough bread. Sourdough is is my favorite bread. Now, I do like the heartier breads in the winter, I'll be honest. This was a very long, this was a long sidebar. We're coming to the end of our day, y'all. We're coming to the end of the day. Okay, let's do this.
Good afternoon. The time is now 12:46 p.m. We're back on the record, and Mr. Moynihan is going to resume his cross-examination.
Thank you, ma'am. And so DLT, we had a little break there. The trial board we talked about is tasked with deciding guilt or innocence, correct?
Correct.
And they're also tasked with coming up with a recommendation for discipline, correct?
Correct.
And it is that trial board's decision, which is the reason that we've appealed this to this body, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking back at Appellant's Exhibit 56, page 0375.
Yes, sir.
So, looking at 3.7, entitled Supervisory Members, you see that?
I do.
And it talks about the duties of supervisory members, correct?
It does.
And then on to the next page, 0375, 3.7 is continued, correct?
Yes.
And it says supervisory member, I think it should be plural, shall, and there's a colon there, correct?
Yes.
And there are numerous subsections. It looks like there are 12 of them going on to the next page, right?
There are, yes.
So 3.7.7 says that supervisory members shall ensure that rules, regulations, policies, procedures, orders, and directives of the Massachusetts State Police are enforced and adhered to by employees under their charge, correct?
Correct.
3.7.11 says that supervisory members shall, and then it says, any unusual occurrence that may have an adverse impact upon the Massachusetts State Police shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent, correct?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
If you learn of something that could impact the job's duties or performance, it needs to be forwarded through the chain of command.
Okay, and then the next page, 3.7.12. Again, supervisory members' responsibility. Any unusual occurrence that may result in a question of the department's liability and/or result in heightened community or media interest shall be reported through channels to the division commander and as appropriate to the colonel superintendent. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
How do you interpret that?
Same as the previous. If you learn of something that could be impactful, it needs to be forwarded to the chain of command.
I just took a moment. I may be wrapping up there, Commissioner. That's all the questions I have at this time.
All right,
Thank you,
We're
Leah.
coming to an end.
So it's a good time to take our lunch break. It's now
12:49 p.m. We ended earlier than I thought we would. Let me go off the record.
So resume at 1:45, and we'll continue again. And I believe we will continue with Mr. Collins' redirect at that time. Thank you very much.
Richard, did you say 1:45?
Yes.
Okay, that's strange because that shows the end of our feed. I need to find the rest of that day. We should have more feed than that. Just the afternoon.
And with me there.
Let me see.
Termination. It was there.
Yeah, that's the same feed. Okay, so yeah, I believe this has the afternoon. So we have the double feed, and here we go.
So good afternoon. The time is now 1:59 p.m. We're back on the record. And Mr. Monahan, were you finished with your questions?
I am finished.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carly, do you have any redirect for Lieutenant Dwyer?
Yes, I do.
Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Detective Lieutenant Dwyer, good afternoon. Could I ask you first to please turn your attention to Respondents 18, Exhibit 18, page R0500.
I'm there, sir.
All right, sir. Do you recall a series of questions under cross-examination where certain portions of your report here, portions of paragraph 21 were read to you?
Yes.
And you were asked if they were read accurately?
Correct.
All right, sir. For completeness, could we go to the fourth line down on page R0500, starting with the sentence regarding?
Yes.
You see the word regarding?
I do.
All right. I'm going to read some of these sentences and just ask if I'm reading them correctly. So, regarding the information about the investigation that he texted, Trooper Proctor told investigators that he did not provide specifics besides the name of the decedent. While he may not have provided other specific case information to this friend group, he still provided information, including the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries that had not been released publicly. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And continuing at that same point with the next sentence. The comment Trooper Proctor sent about Ms. Reed being a, quote, whack job cunt, unquote, is an inappropriate and derogatory comment that shows Trooper Proctor had a personal dislike of Ms. Reed. Trooper Proctor testified that his comments were partially due to his emotions getting the best of him.
police officers have to act impartially and not based on emotion. However, police officers still experience emotions based on what they are exposed to. While this is understood, it is also understood that the emotions a police officer may feel about an individual are kept in check and their actions are based on reason and fact. Did I read that correctly, sir?
You did.
Continuing with the remainder of what you wrote in that paragraph, a few more sentences, sir. Did you also write, there is no evidence to show that Trooper Proctor's personal feelings influenced the actual evidence of the case, but the language used to describe Ms. Reed is offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Did I read that correctly, sir?
You did.
Continue. Trooper Proctor's comments about Ms. Reed, quote, excuse me, I'll restart that sentence. Trooper Proctor's comments about Ms. Reed having, quote, a weird Fall River accent, though, no ass, unquote, are inappropriate as they are a commentary on Ms. Reed's
Mods, go to private chat in StreamYard. Thank you.
appearance and mannerisms. Again, these comments are offensive and created the appearance that he was not impartial. Trooper Proctor's comments, quote, she's got a leaky balloon knot, unquote, and, quote, leaks poo, unquote, are commentary on Ms. Reed's medical conditions. In his interview with investigators, Trooper Proctor acknowledged that the comments were unprofessional and regrettable. Not only are the comments offensive and unprofessional, but they are also medical issues that he disclosed to a group of people who were not privy to it. Did I read that correctly, sir?
You did.
And that was the complete portion of that paragraph, beginning with the word regarding and going all the way to the end of the paragraph.
Correct.
If I could ask you to turn your attention a few pages later to R0503. Do you see paragraph 30 on 0503, sir?
I do.
And it's fair to say you were also asked a series of questions about part of what you wrote in this paragraph.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to follow along, and I'm going to read aloud from this document, and you tell me if I read it fully and correctly, sir. After reviewing the testimony provided by Trooper Proctor related to the text messages about Ms. Reed that Trooper Proctor sent, as well as information he provided to investigators, and considering the ramifications of his actions, it is clear that Trooper Proctor's behavior was unprofessional. His actions created an image that he was not impartial in his dealings with Ms. Reed. It is entirely reasonable that a police officer may have personal feelings about an individual, but a police officer must act solely on fact and reason. While there is no evidence to show that the police actions taken by Trooper Proctor were directly influenced by his personal feelings about Ms. Reed, his conduct demonstrated that he acted in an unprofessional manner that was demeaning to Ms. Reed and cast the department into disrepute. Is that the entirety of that paragraph, sir?
It is.
Thank you. Now, sir, in the same set of documents, again, respondents' exhibits, the binder you have in front of you, could I ask you to please go to R481, please? R0481. I believe it is 15. Sir.
15?
Let me confirm, please. I said 15. Let me confirm, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. All right.
Okay, in there.
0481, sir, Exhibit 15. I want to ask you, before I refer you, first of all, what is Exhibit 15, just to clarify for everyone?
It is a transcript of the interview that we conducted with Trooper Proctor.
And this would otherwise be known as the OPIA interview conducted in this case?
Yes.
As part of your investigation?
Correct.
Okay. And I think earlier you testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, this interview was audio recorded?
It was.
And it was also then reduced to this transcription as well?
Correct.
During the course of your entire investigation, not just this interview, when, if ever, did the discussion or the topic of the February 8th, 2024 meeting between Michael Proctor his attorney, and members of the department. When, if ever, during your investigation, did that subject come up?
To me, during this interview.
All right. To your knowledge, or as in your training and experience, and given your entire knowledge of your entire investigation, is it your belief that this is the only place in your investigation where this subject came up?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to these pages of the transcript, starting with 0481, there's a series of questions, both by yourself as investigator, a fellow investigator, and counsel for Mr. Proctor on this page and the next 2 pages. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, sir. And referring you specifically to 481 through 483, this is the part that you were referring to where this subject came up, sir?
It is.
All right, sir. And just with respect to the introduction of the subject, starting with line 4 of 481, I'm going to read it aloud, and again, if you would tell me if I read it accurately, sir. Question. So you said on February 8th, 2024, you met with Attorney Staples and Kelly and Stefano about the text messages. Was this a breakdown of all the text messages within your phone, or just what was brought up at trial, essentially? And then at line 9, the transcript indicates Attorney Moynihan says, this was in February of 20, and then it cuts off. And continuing with line 11, you state this was after the grand jury. In terms of lines 4 through 11, did I read that accurately?
You did.
All right. Continuing on, sir. The line 12 begins with a question after grand jury, yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there's some back and forth between on lines 13 through 18. There's some back and forth and some crosstalk between yourself and Attorney Moynihan. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And reading portions of lines 15, 17, and then 19 through 22, your question that's next stated is effectively as follows. And again, please tell me if I misquote anything. Question, but I mean, now he knows what was brought up in trial, so what you learned at that meeting, was it just a discussion of essentially what then came out in trial, or was it about a lot of text messages, other text messages? Did I read that accurately?
You did.
Then, beginning with line 23, there's an answer from Michael Proctor. Answer. So that February meeting was after I testified at the federal grand jury. And it was a discussion about the messages, how they were unprofessional and how they could potentially be interpreted. We decided to go into content. I've ended there at midway through line 2. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And after Trooper Proctor indicated in that statement that he had decided to go into content, he takes it a different direction and says, I mean, we, Attorney DeStefano and I can't remember specifically what I shared, but they didn't really want to hear the full content at that time. We provided some examples, but we didn't go through like every single text. Did I read that portion of lines 2 through 7 accurately? So,
yes.
Then picking it up again with line 8, question. They didn't have a breakdown of every text. They just had what was presented at, and then you're cut off. And Mr. Proctor answers on line 10, not to my knowledge. I didn't know if they, and he's cut off, and there's some crosstalk. And picking up with line 12 with Trooper Proctor's answer, if, yeah, I don't know what was provided to them at, you know, what point. Did I read that accurately, sir?
You did.
All right, sir. And then on line 14, Attorney Moynihan, based on the transcript, interjects by saying, I have a question if you're done. Did I read lines 14 and 15 accurately?
You did.
And then the answer comes back from Detective Lieutenant Sweeney on line 16, yes, I'm done. And then the questions pick up in the transcript, starting on line 17. The questions now for this next portion are being are questions posed by Attorney Moynihan. Is that accurate according to the transcript?
Yes.
All right, beginning line 18, now under questioning from Attorney Moynihan. Question. At some point thereafter, did they get the specific text messages? Answer. Yes. My understanding is question. In March. Answer. Correct, sir. And then a question is interjected by a different participant, Detective Lieutenant Sweeney, on line 23. Who got the text messages? Question, again referring to Attorney Moynihan, the legal department. Then Detective Lieutenant Sweeney interjects another question on line 25. All of them? Did I read that accurately through line 25, sir?
You did.
All right, and the last few lines here, sir. Beginning at the top of 483, beginning with line 1. Question, again referring to Attorney Moynihan. That's what you were told, correct? Answer, yes. I was informed that by Attorney DeStefano that MSP Legal met with ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin was read in the full content of the messages. Then on line 6, sir, you interject. Yes, I think for clarification purposes, the department didn't receive anything. They were verbally told, and then you're cut off. Michael Proctor answers on line 9, correct. And your question continues, or your statement continues on line 10. What was the content of the messages? And on line 12, Michael Proctor answers, that's my understanding. Did I read that accurately, sir?
You did.
Other than that portion of the transcript and that portion of the interview, do you have any personal knowledge as you sit here, sir, of what took place in the meeting between Michael Proctor, his attorney, Michael DeStefano, Major Copegrath, and staff from State Police Legal? Do you have any knowledge of what took place in that meeting, other than what comes from this portion of the transcript on February 8th of 2024?
I do not.
All right. So in terms of questions that you were asked on cross-examination about, well, you weren't aware at the time, but you're now aware of that. Do you recall those questions, sir, in that form?
Yes.
The answers you gave to those portions of the questions, or those questions posed to you on cross-examination, did those come from your personal knowledge or from essentially hearsay and rumor around the department?
It was from rumor.
All right. And those answers you gave to those questions, that was not based on any investigation that you performed. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right, sir. I want to switch topics now and ask you about a series of questions you were asked on cross-examination concerning the timing of the duty status hearing for Michael Proctor. Do you recall a series of questions on that subject?
I do.
All right, sir. I want to ask you, before getting into the specifics of the timing of duty status in this case, some general questions, if I may. First, you subjects of, based on your training and experience as an internal investigator for OPIA within the Massachusetts State Police, you subjects of internal investigations by OPIA have certain rights under the collective bargaining agreement and Massachusetts Department Rules and Regulations.
Yes.
All right. And in fact, during cross-examination, is it correct to say that you were asked a series of questions by counsel about some of those rights?
Yes.
You recall questions and answers related to due process rights of the subject of the investigation, things of that nature?
Yes.
All right, sir. Is it fair to say that some of those rights come into play once a subject is brought forward for a duty status hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And if they have their duty status changed, if a given member has their duty status changed, based on your training and experience, do some of those rights under the CBA and under Massachusetts State Police regulations kick in at that time?
Yes.
All right. And would one of those rights be presenting the subject with evidence of the misconduct that is the basis for the allegation so that they can defend themselves during the disciplinary process?
Yes.
All right, sir. And you know that to be a right that subjects of internal investigation that you pursue have in your investigation.
Yes.
And you also know that Michael Proctor had that right as well as one of the subjects of one of your investigations.
Correct.
Did you, or to your knowledge, did anyone at the Department of Massachusetts State Police have documentation, physical evidence or documentary evidence of the alleged misconduct, the alleged text message misconduct, either at the meeting in February 8th of 2024, or the Colonel's meeting that you mentioned before, March 4th of 2024?
None that I'm aware of.
All right. And based on your understanding of the non-disclosure agreement that you described previously in your testimony, were you permitted to do anything with that information other than open an internal investigation at that time, meeting March 4th of 24?
No.
All right. Had any documentation as of March 4th of 2024, had any documentation been provided to you or to your knowledge, anyone else within the department, underlying the allegations of inappropriate and disparaging text messages by Michael Proctor?
No.
So there was no documentation provided to you?
Correct.
And you were the assigned investigator in that matter?
Correct.
Would, if documentation had been provided and shared with the department, would it have come to you as the assigned investigator?
Yes.
Wait.
Based on your understanding of the NDA, were you allowed to share even the existence of the allegation of inappropriate text messages outside of the group of people who signed the NDA?
No.
When was the first time, sir, as the assigned investigator, when was the first time that you received actionable information and details about that alleged misconduct by Michael Proctor via the text messages that allowed you to move forward with your investigation?
When Trooper Proctor testified at the criminal trial.
As you understood the NDA, sir, you were not in a position to move forward with your investigation until you received Michael Proctor's public testimony about his conduct.
Correct.
And the department could not bring Michael Proctor forward to relieve him of duty, whether it be restricted duty or suspension with or without pay. It could not do so until it could provide the subject with documentation to support the accusation of misconduct.
Yes.
All right, sir, I want to ask you about the charges. You were asked a series of questions about Article 5. Do you recall some questions about that, sir?
I do.
All right. I'd ask that you go please to Article 5, which is Respondents 24.
No, sir.
All right, and for council and the commission's benefit, that's R0642 is the first page. All right, sir. You have, let's call it 0642 is the cover page, 0643 is the first page of content from Article 5.
Yes.
Okay. Could you read? It's a very short. It's a very short thing, but just 5.1, if you could read, not 5.1.1, just 5.1.
5.1 is titled Violation of Rules. Members and civilian employees shall not commit nor cause to be committed any acts or omit any acts which constitutes a violation of any Massachusetts State Police rule, regulation, policy, procedure, order, or directive.
All right, sir. And could I refer you then to R0644, the next page, and specifically to 5.3. Do you see 5.3 general conduct?
I do.
Could you just read very briefly that one sentence, general conduct?
Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession. Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute.
Now I'd ask you to please, to drill down on this a little bit more. Please go to R0645. It's page 3 of that particular document. You have 0645, sir?
I do.
All right, looking down at the bottom of 0645, 5.8 is titled unsatisfactory performance, is that right?
Yes.
And 5.8.1, could you read 5.8.1?
Yes. Members shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform their duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions. Members shall perform their duties in such a manner as will maintain the highest professionally accepted performance standards in carrying out the functions and objectives of the state police.
So, could you then continue on to the next page, R0646, excuse me, R0646, 5.8.2. You were asked a series of questions about 5.8.2 in particular as well, is that right?
Correct.
Could you just read for us the complete text of 5.8.2, and then we'll have some follow-up questions.
Unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks, the failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, or other condition deserving state police attention, or by an absence without leave.
Thank you for reading that, sir. A series of questions for you about 5.8.2 in particular. Understanding your earlier testimony that you are not assigned responsibility for what charges are brought during the disciplinary process. You're only assigned to the investigation and to either sustain, not sustain, or exonerate on each individual allegation, factual allegation. Understanding that, sir. Do you see the portion of 5.8.2 that says unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated, and then it proceeds from there?
I do.
All right, sir. Is your understanding that unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated? What follows is a list of possible ways in which 5.8.2 can be violated?
Yes.
All right, sir. It is not your understanding that that is an exhaustive list?
Correct.
All right, sir. With respect to the questions you were asked about 5.8.2, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination where you were asked to go down and after each one of those clauses and each one of those sections under 5.8.2, you were asked, did you find any, effectively you were asked, did you find any evidence in your investigation to suggest that Michael Proctor violated this portion of 5.8.2? Do you recall that series of questions?
I do.
Did I characterize those fairly, sir?
Yes.
In your view?
Yes.
With respect to your answers to those questions on cross-examination, sir, can you explain how you were answering those questions? What did you mean by your answers when you did not find anything with regard to Michael Proctor's performance of his duties as a Massachusetts State Police detective assigned to Norfolk County?
Yes. So my investigation was focused on the allegations over the text messages. It was not on any aspect that Trooper Proctor took in furtherance of the criminal invest. So when I was answering those questions, I was referencing the fact that during my investigation, I learned nothing to suggest that any of his actions impacted any of the investigative steps taken during the invest.
All right, sir. Does it therefore follow from that testimony, sir, that you are saying that there's no evidence of a violation of 5.8.2 at all?
No.
Okay. With respect to, for example, in 5.8.2, failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position. With respect to that, going beyond just the specific investigative steps that you're aware of or became aware of during the course of your investigation, are you aware, based on the conclusions of your investigation and the evidence gathered, of a failure to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position in that broader sense of Trooper Proctor's duties?
Yes.
And Earlier you asked, or you were asked a series of questions regarding your familiarity with Article 5, this document here, Exhibit 24. Do you recall being asked about your familiarity with Article 5 in general?
I do.
All right. And with respect to your familiarity with Article 5, it's fair to say that all members, not just internal investigators, are required to be familiar with Article 5. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
All right. With respect to all members being familiar with Article 5 and your knowledge of Article 5 in particular, is there any portion of the sections we just read or any portion of Article 5 that says members shall perform in the following way except when on a personal cell phone?
No.
Does it say except when texting with one's high school friends?
No.
Does it say except when you're stressed or angry at a suspect?
No.
All right, sir. I want to change gears, if I may, and ask you a series of questions with respect to the interview that you referenced earlier. The interview with Michael Proctor took place July 19th, 2024. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination from Mr. Moynihan, from Attorney Moynihan, about the timing of setting up that interview and specifically a conversation you had in conjunction with the duty status here?
I do.
All right, just to refresh everyone's recollection and the commission's recollection, what was the date of Michael Proctor's duty status hearing in this case?
It was the first.
Well, so the administrative leave went through on July 1st.
Yes,
Is that
the 12th, I
Sorry,
believe.
the administrative leave went through on July.
July 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And the actual duty status hearing didn't occur, and based on scheduling issues, didn't occur until July 8th of 2024.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
With respect to July 8th in particular, do you recall a series of questions from Attorney Moynihan with regard to your attempts to speak with him at or around the same time as the duty status hearing and asking him to set up a time for Mike Proctor to come in and give the interview?
I do.
All right. And sir, you were also asked a series of questions about your motivations and the how much emphasis or how much importance you put on the timing of getting that interview done quickly.
Yes.
And you were also asked about how common it was, for example, for you to go to, for example, the counsel of a subject of an internal investigation at the duty status hearing in an effort to set up the duty to, that's a terrible question, pardon me, I'll start over. Do you also recall a series of questions asking about how common it was for you to approach counsel for a member at a duty status hearing to set up the interview?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that it may have happened before, but it is somewhat unusual to do so.
Correct.
Can you explain why it happened in this case?
Yes. So typically, when someone gets their duty status altered, that typically happens at the beginning of the investigation. In this case, that did not happen. The investigation began in March. I learned of the content of his text messages when he testified in the trial in June. At that point, I started my analysis of the text messages to include the analysis of his pay station records as ABL. At the time of his duty status hearing, my investigation, the bulk of it had been completed. The only piece that I had left to do was to interview Trooper Proctor. So when I approached Attorney Moynihan, it was an effort to get that interview going.
Let me ask you a couple follow-up questions, if I may, there, sir. When you said you had completed every other step of your investigation except for the interview with Michael Proctor, did that include some of the exhibits we saw in your testimony yesterday? For example, your collection and analysis of the ABL data, your collection and analysis of the pay station reports, things of that nature?
Yes.
Those were all complete as of July 8th, 2024?
Yes.
In fact, every part of your internal investigation was complete as of July 8th, 2024, with the exception of the interview from Mr. Proctor?
Correct.
Was there any reason to wait to schedule the interview of Mr. Proctor, given that you were at that stage of your investigation on July 8th, 2024?
There was not.
All right, sir. Switching gears once again, I only have two more topics to ask you about. You were shown under cross-examination a series of emails that you shared with a fellow OPIA investigator, the chief of OPIA, Lieutenant Colonel Shoemaker, and Suzanne Caravaggio from the state police. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And there were a number of emails, including emails presented to you from July 17th of 2024 in particular. Do you recall those emails?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall being asked a series of questions by counsel for the appellant with regard to the different permutations or versions that your report went through in July, around the time of July 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And one of those, you were asked a series of questions about a new version of your report from the afternoon hours or PM hours of July 17, 2024, that included preliminary recommendations as to each allegation as you put forward in that draft of the report at that time. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right, sir. And do you recall a series of questions about whether or not you had reached premature conclusions in this case?
Yes.
All right, sir. Commissioner, may I approach, I handed it up earlier in the hearing when this topic came up before. The two-page document, yes. May you have a copy? May I approach the witness with a copy?
Do you have an additional?
I do have an additional.
So are you gonna send it?
I was just gonna ask Detective Lieutenant Dwyer to authenticate it, and then I would be offering it as an exhibit, yes.
Please have it.
Thank you. May I approach counsel and the witness? Sir, handing you a two-page document, can you just take a look at that for me, please, and tell me if you recognize what you see there?
Here's an email that I sent.
All right. And the date of this particular email is July 17, 2024, and specifically sent at 9:05 p.m. and 14 seconds?
Yes.
All right, sir. And if you could just look at both pages and tell me, based on your awareness and your personal knowledge, is this, do these two pages fairly and accurately reproduce the content of this email chain as it existed at that time?
Yes.
All right. I would ask that this be, would it be exhibit, respondent's exhibit 37?
Can you tell me who Jeremy Sweeney is again?
Sir, would you please tell the commissioner who Jeremy Sweeney?
He was a DLT that was assigned to OPIA.
All right, sir. I'm going to refer this, well, I apologize.
I admit that is, I'll respond as exhibit 37.
Thank you, thank you. I'll now refer to it.
Thank you very much.
I'll now refer to it as exhibit 37, sir, for clarity. On exhibit 37, is it fair to say that this particular email was drafted after you had submitted within OPIA the new version of your draft, which contained those preliminary recommendations?
Yes.
Or preliminary conclusions, is that a fair way of putting it?
Yes.
Okay. And is exhibit 37, and specifically the two lines at the top that you added at 9:05 p.m. that evening, is that by way of explanation for the new version of the draft?
It is.
Could you please read aloud the entirety of those two lines, please?
Yes. Also, and obviously, the recommendations are only based on what we know so far, and it's just a draft. They may be changed based on what we learned from Proctor.
Now, sir, I want to move slightly ahead of exhibit 37, but related questions. The interview of Michael Proctor took place July 19th, less than 2 days later after this email was drafted.
Yes.
All right, sir. And as of July 19th of 2024, following the interview, did you take it upon yourself to conduct a summary and analysis of what Trooper Proctor told you and investigators in that interview?
I did.
Did you, in fact, update your report to include the content of what Trooper Proctor stated during that interview?
I did.
And did you also check the earlier versions that you had entered into the draft copy of the report, the boilerplate that you mentioned before? Did you check that for accuracy?
I did.
Did you also have occasion at that point to analyze and incorporate Michael Proctor's testimony into your findings and conclusions in your report?
I did.
Now, do you recall a series of questions on cross-examination about how the draft copy of your report existed as of July 17th, 2024, a couple of days before the interview, and the final version as it ultimately ended up? Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
Do you recall questions specifically directed to you as to whether or not any of your recommendations changed after the interview with Michael Proctor?
I do.
All right. Can you tell us why none of those recommendations changed after the interview was complete?
Nothing was learned in the interview that changed the facts as we already had them. For the most part, Trooper Proctor had confirmed basically what he had testified to. So the sustained charges were kept. In addition, he also confirmed the charges that we did not sustain as well.
During your interview, did you have occasion to ask clarifying questions or additional questions that were not necessarily asked during his public trial testimony?
Yes.
And did you consider those questions of importance to you in your investigation?
Yes.
And with respect to those questions, were you seeking additional information and insight as to whether or not Trooper Proctor's, each individual allegation against Trooper Proctor was accurate?
Yes.
Or was supported by evidence?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to ask all of those questions and Trooper Proctor answered them?
Yes.
All right. And did, in answering those questions and clarifying your questions as an investigator, excuse me, in clarifying the answers to your questions as an investigator, did Michael Proctor give you in that interview any reason to change any conclusions that you had reached as a result of what you knew going into the interview?
No.
All right, so last topic, if I may. Under cross-examination, you were also asked a series of questions with regard to Michael Proctor sharing information about the active homicide investigation with individuals outside of law enforcement. Do you recall a series of questions about that?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall being asked if you looked into whether or not certain individuals knew certain facts as of, for example, the evening of January 29th, 2022 at around 10:30 p.m.?
I do.
And you recall stating in your testimony that it was not relevant to your investigation what the pre-existing knowledge of those other individuals was.
Correct.
Can you tell us why it wasn't relevant to your investigation? What they did or did not know? That's not.
Because my investigation was focused on whether Trooper Proctor was authorized or not to send that information, not based on what someone already knew.
All right, sir. As a reminder to the commission, I know you touched on this in your direct examination. As a reminder to the commission, who or what is the entity legally charged in Massachusetts with all homicide and unattended death investigations in a given jurisdiction?
The DA's office.
All right, so the local DA's office and jurisdiction is the legal authority by state law.
Correct.
And are troopers assigned to district attorney's offices required to follow the lead of the district attorney or his or her designees in their office for homicide investigations?
Yes.
And does that include following the lead of the district attorney and his or her office as to what is shared publicly with the media?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying in trial court in this matter?
I do.
Do you recall being asked a series of questions under cross-examination at the trial court on this particular topic?
I do.
And do you recall a series of questions designed to elicit from you whether or not you had any information about how public certain information was in the hours following the discovery of John D's body?
Yes.
As a result of being asked about that at the trial court, as the investigator in this matter, did you have occasion prior to today to go seek out additional information to nail down the timing of when the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office authorized release of certain information?
I did.
So to your, based on the information you tracked down from the source, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, when did that office first make a statement about providing any information about the discovery of the deceased John Peace body?
I believe it was in the late afternoon of the 29th.
Based on the information provided by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and their provision of information publicly, did they, at that time, meaning the late afternoon of the 29th, did they confirm, for example, that the deceased was a Boston police officer?
I believe so.
Do you recall whether or not on the afternoon of the 29th that they had indicated there was an individual found outside a residence, they were taken to a hospital and pronounced dead?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Do you recall information received from Norfolk County that it was at 3:19 or thereabouts on January 30th before they confirmed that the decedent was a Boston police officer? Do you recall whether or not when they confirmed that to an outside source, to the public, that the individual was a Boston police officer, did they confirm the identity of the individual, meaning not just a Boston police officer, but specifically Boston police officer John O'Keefe? Did they confirm that at that time on the 30th?
They did not.
When was the first time that they confirmed additional details, including the identity of the decedent and the arrest of Peregrine?
It was on February 1st.
As part of that process, and as part of your investigation overall, did you have occasion to look for any information, one way or the other, as to whether or not Mr. Proctor, as of, for example, January 29th, 2022, was authorized by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to reveal what he did in those text messages?
Yes.
Did you find any information to suggest that Norfolk County had authorized him to reveal that information?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. Do you have anything, Mr. Martin?
Just a few questions, Commissioner. Just to backtrack, DLT, Michael Proctor was not charged with dissemination of information, was he?
No, sir.
And regarding this non-disclosure agreement, do you have a copy of that?
I do not, sir.
Have you ever provided a copy of that to myself?
I am not.
And do you know if anyone has?
I am not aware of that, sir.
When was the last time you read it?
On March 4th.
And were you weren't given a copy, I presume?
I don't recall, sir.
You ever recall having in your possession a copy of that NDA?
On March 4th, I did, yes.
Other than on March 4th?
Not that I can remember, sir.
And so on March 4th, I'm assuming correct me if I'm wrong, you've shown a copy of it?
Yes.
And you signed it?
Yes.
You read it before you signed it?
I did.
So your understanding today is what you recall from March 4th of 24, correct?
It is. It was a very clear understanding.
Yeah, and but you haven't seen that document since March 4th.
I have not, sir.
And and as far as you know, it's never been provided to us.
I wouldn't know that, sir.
Now, as part of that process, numerous other people at that meeting were required to sign the NDA as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Law included.
I would assume yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Connors.
Yes, sir.
And others, Major Caporath, et cetera.
I would assume yes.
And so they were aware of the contents of the text messages, and they were presumably precluded from disclosing them.
Again, I don't know if they're aware of the contents. All I know is that people in that room were aware of the existence of the text messages.
Now, you were shown what I believe is Respondents Exhibit 26 a moment ago. If you could take a look at that and its date stamp number. So I think it's 25. can look at respondents exhibits 643, which was shown a moment ago.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
And this is Article 5, correct?
It is.
And you were shown the category of discipline entitled unsatisfactory performance, correct? 5.8 on page stamp 645.
Yes, sir.
And you specifically read 5.8.1, correct?
I did.
And you told us that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor was eventually charged with, correct?
Yes, sir.
You told us earlier that you don't decide what charge Michael Proctor or any trooper is going to be charged with, correct?
Correct.
But you told us that 5.8.2, which is very clear and specific, only lays out possibilities of examples of unsatisfactory performance, right?
Can you ask that again?
You told us on redirect that 5.8.2, first of all, that's what Michael Proctor is charged with, correct?
Yes.
That only lays out possibilities. Recall telling us that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But 5.8.1 is pretty specific, is it not?
It is. Yes, sir.
And that's the category of unsatisfactory performance, which, as you read, members shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform their duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions, correct?
Yes.
Members shall perform their duties in such a manner as will maintain the highest professionally accepted performance standards in carrying out the functions and objectives of the state police. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And could you go to Respondents Exhibit 26, please?
No, sir.
Date stamp 0669. So page 669, date stamp. You see 5.8.1 on the category of discipline and the consequential charge.
I do.
And 5.8.1, the section we just read, I think you were asked to read. What classification of discipline is that?
For 5.8.1,
Yes.
it's class C and D.
It could be class C or class D.
Correct.
And that's at the discretion of the department/colonel, correct?
Correct.
And so Michael Proctor, if he had been charged with 5.8.1 under the disciplinary guidelines, he could not be fired. Could he?
Under that one, yes, under 5.8.1.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, Bob. All right, now we have a sidebar. These proceedings seem to be, I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts? I don't think it is boding very well for him, in my humblest of opinions. I don't think he's doing so well. What do y'all think? Angela or June, do you want to hop on voice only with me later on? You don't have to. Just a thought later on. I got 2 videos I want to show when we're done. I want to show those 2 videos. June, thank you so much for your information.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you?
I'm well, ma'am. How are you?
So I have a few questions for you. Just I'll begin with asking about your background. When did you first join the state police?
In 2004.
And what were your first assignments?
My first assignment was out of Leominster Barracks.
And you were just a trooper?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, dear.
And how did your career advance after that?
From the Lawrence Barracks, I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit of Worcester County for about 6 years.
You say that slowly. State
The
Detective
State
Unit,
Police Detective Unit,
She's not asked questions yet. This is interesting.
Worcester County.
Worcester County. Okay. Okay.
From there, I was assigned to the High Risk Victim Unit for about 4 years.
That was also in Worcester.
It was a statewide unit.
And what year did you begin that?
It would have been 2016, I believe.
So you were in Leominster for how long?
Over 5 years.
So then,
About 5 years approximately.
so then in 2009, you went to the Worcester County.
I was beginning 2010, I believe.
And then after you left the high risk unit, where'd you go next?
From there, I went to it's called the Public Response Unit.
And that's also statewide?
It's a statewide, well, it's a unit that's based at headquarters.
Which is where?
In Framingham.
So please no acronyms that just
I apologize.
give me all the late for this. What year did you go to the public response unit? What year was that?
2020.
And you attended the State Police Academy?
I did, yes.
And Lieutenant Dwyer, what is your level of education? Where'd you go to school?
College.
College. Did you do an advanced degree?
No.
And when you joined, when you were at the police academy and after, have you had any trainings since you were hired?
On the state police?
Yes.
Yes.
Investigative trainings and
Yes.
internal affairs trainings?
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you
We
please
have.
describe those?
There's been numerous invest trainings when I was in the detective unit for crime scenes, homicide trainings. I've been trained in sexual assault investigations, human trafficking investigations, multiple IA investigations. There's doing a bunch over the years, but those are the ones that stand out to me now.
When did you become a detective lieutenant?
In 2021.
All right. So I just would like to go over some of the work you did on this matter. So I'll ask you please to turn to exhibit 19.
The respondent or the appellant?
The appellant, exhibit 19. So this is based on appellant 107.
Said 19, ma'am?
Yes, so it's based on page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is dated June the 26th.
Correct.
So is this product the result of your first draft?
No,
First, what is that?
no, ma'am. This product was a result of watching Trooper Proctor's testimony at the trial and the notes that I took. This was generated just to draft an idea of what possible violations would have been.
And this, there was another exhibit where you took the notes as well. This was based on that exhibit where you submitted on just notes?
So those notes probably weren't finalized until after that one. It was this draft here was probably based off of all the hand notes that I took.
All right. Someone tell me which exhibit was detective's notes on watching the testimony?
I apologize. I believe it was respondents 8.
Yes, that makes sense. Yes. Respondents 8. So you testified earlier that you made those notes respondents exhibit 8, and then this letter later after watching the testimony?
No, ma'am. The notes that are the exhibit, I don't know exactly when they were created, but they were most likely created after I had drafted that document.
The notes from the video, from watching the live stream?
Yes, the notes of the exhibit, that was my final drafts. It was 2 days of testimony.
Yes.
So I spent 2 days just writing notes down. That is not what is Exhibit 8. The Exhibit 8 is me compiling all the notes that I took while watching the trial. I also generated this document here from the handwritten notes that I took from watching the trial.
So I'll just ask you to look at paragraph number 2, which is on page 107.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have at the end of that paragraph that the conduct identified in that paragraph could be, your very last sentence says, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe we said earlier that 5.23 was dissemination of information.
Yes, ma'am.
So I believe that is in respondents 24. You can turn to that, please. So that's page 652, respondents, page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you look at these, it looks like it goes to about 10 sections, 5.231 through 5.2310. Which section were you considering that this could be a potential violation of?
So I'm not qualified to speak which section it is. The purpose of this document is to highlight the possible violations. So when I pointed out 5.23, I was referencing the fact that those texts could fall under one of those subcategories in the greater category of 5.23.
Okay, so who would be qualified to decide which section it would be after you draft this?
The personnel that are involved in the process to decide this. That would be the DST command staff, the legal section, the prosecutor, among others.
But if you can just please look at page 652.
Yes, ma'am.
In looking at those sections, I mean, they're quite, I would say, different kinds of acts. Which ones would you think would match that conduct of the text messages being sent out to different people?
I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to make that call.
How'd you choose 5.23?
So I knew that he was sharing information, which would be the dissemination of information. So I know that the broader category, 5.23, the overall one, is the dissemination of information. It would be up to the person who decides the actual charges to go through that category and pick the specific subcategory.
So at the time that you wrote this document, who did you think would be the person to decide that?
So this document was not designed to recommend charges.
Mm-hmm.
This document was just to let my bosses know this is the violation that occurred. These are what the possible violations may be once the invest is done. This document was generated well before a report was done, or I was near the end of the invest.
All right. The same thing on paragraph 3, the same page. The last line says, this could be a potential violation of policy and procedure ADM-47 bias-based policing and ADM-18 unlawful harassment / sexual harassment.
Yes.
And what made you choose those?
Again, based on the nature of the text messages, I was just making sure that I encompassed all possible violations. Again, this document was not meant as a recommendation for possible charges. This was just a document what the possible violations may be as the investment moves forward.
And then on paragraph 4, if you turn the page, the last sentence, this could be a potential violation of rules and regulations 5.10.4.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your consideration of including that? It's page 108, paragraph 4.
Let's look at the appropriate rule. Because that one specifies that they shall not consume alcoholic beverages. So that one was pretty simple to pin down.
So that was one you decided on your own.
There was no other option for that one, yes.
Thank you. So the other question I had is, when you were investigating the issue of the text messages and dissemination, did you consider, did you view it as multiple violations?
I did.
Or one violation?
Multiple violations.
How many violations do you think occurred?
So there were 4 separate text conversations. So I viewed each text conversation as its own incident.
So would you consider them, so you're looking at them as 4 separate, so basically 4 separate chains?
Correct.
4 separate dates?
Multiple dates.
Multiple dates.
Correct.
So you were looking at them as more than one offense then? It would be a first offense? How did you look at it?
For charging purposes?
Yes.
I don't make that call yet.
I just want to look at one more item. Do you recall this morning that Mr. Moynihan went over with you potential charges that you received from Mr. Badgie?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall that he described that, if you could turn to exhibit, it's actually Bait stamped 172, I believe it's exhibit 32, appellant's exhibit 32.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is where we have to look at more than one exhibit to get the information. I believe it's also respondent exhibit 26. The danger of double-sided copies. So our respondents exhibit 26. You see on page 667.
I do.
So they're classes of guidelines.
Yes.
A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
And do you recall this morning when Mr. Moynihan went through dissemination information, which is 5.23?
Yes, ma'am.
And 2, and he went through each clause with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that for a first offense, that 5.232 is a class C?
Yes.
And that for a first offense, if you look on page 667, it's a written reprimand up to and including suspension for not more than 5 days?
Correct.
And that's for a first offense.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not gonna look at the alcohol, the 5.10.4, but on the unsatisfactory performance, which is 5.8.2,
Yes, ma'am.
which was terms of class A. And you recall that under the first offense, a suspension of not less than 30 days, but up to and including termination for a first offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Carley and Mr. Moynihan, was there an ADM 47 admitted as one of the articles?
don't believe so. I believe it was produced in December, but I don't believe I was part of March.
Yeah, it got mentioned in one of the exhibits, but it wasn't submitted. That's fine. I just know, I know I read it somewhere.
I apologize, I don't believe it was marked, but if you have to provide it.
Yeah, yeah, because it is mentioned, and I was just wondering what it said. So I think that was the ADM 47 that's mentioned. It's mentioned in Exhibit A19 in paragraph 3. That's what I was trying to figure out what it was. So if one of you could submit that. Thank you. Excuse me. All right, thank you very much, Detective Lieutenant.
Thank you, ma'am. May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Only with regard to the Commission's request for ADM 47, which I'm happy to provide.
Yes.
As the Commission may be aware, the Department's policies and regulations go through multiple versions over the years. Is there an effective date, or is there a date range that I should target? I'm happy to submit multiple if necessary.
Well, I would be interested in the one in effect on the date of the letter, which is June 26, 2024. And if it's overly, and actually the second one as well, there's two of them, ADM 18, unlawful harassment / sexual harassment. So there are two documents.
I'll produce both that were effective on this date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any further questions for the Lieutenant?
I just believe, I'm just curious if the department's resting. They didn't want to make this big.
Right, I think I'm just saying,
I don't have any.
based on the questions I just asked, I guess that is what I meant. Do you have anything further for your comment?
Nothing for this witness. No.
Mr. Moynihan, you're rested as well?
I have nothing else for this witness.
Okay. Well, Detective, you've had a long day, and thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're excused. Yes. If you two may please approach.
Okay, it looks like we may be done. I'll give it a minute just in case they decide to come back. They've done that before. I'm doing something real quick. I was hoping to get it done before I had to chat with y'all. There we go. I think I got it. All right, guys. Multitasking is my game. Okay, we are done with that. I wanted to go over a few things before I say farewell, but it's important. I'm going to add something. As I just said, one of our beloved members of our channel has lost her baby. So I created this little rest in peace, sending love and sympathy, Jamie. Oh, poor baby. We love and appreciate and bless you. And, ooh, that was loud. Sorry. Oh, Lord have mercy. Today has been, the last 2 days have been difficult. We, of course, had the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, and then we have 9/11, and then one of our YouTube family members lost their beloved pet, and that's such a hard thing. I guess that's the 3
I don't know. But we love and bless you, darling, and we are so, so sorry. So, so sorry. All right, I'm going to share this tab because there's 2 videos I want us to watch.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle.
I don't want to hear from T-Mobile. Can't help it. It is what it is. I know. I'll put this up again for a minute. Yes, we are, Jamie. We love and appreciate you. I know. I have to let this play. Are y'all doing okay, Angela and June? Let me.
A sense of the reasoning behind the recently announced campaign to build public trust and where that reasoning came from.
Absolutely. I think my main mission in coming here and when I was appointed by Governor Healy was to conduct a full assessment of the operations of the Massachusetts State Police. And
don't get me started.
And that's a promise that I made to the people of Massachusetts, certainly to the governor, and to most importantly troopers. I stand ready, willing, and able to conduct that assessment, to execute on the promises that I made to the Commonwealth. And that promise includes always looking at ways in which we can do better. And after my first 9 months here, we have introduced the Excellence Initiative, which is a snapshot, which covers my assessment over the first 9 months and a realistic plan that we can execute. But the reason that you ask is because we have an unresolving commitment to always meet the needs of the Commonwealth and to do so in the highest professional standards. And you know, that's a promise that the Mass State Police makes to all of our constituents. And the Excellence Initiative is helps us chart that course.
I'm curious your overall thoughts on the Karen Reed verdict and if this campaign at all came out of the verdict that was reached in that case.
Yeah, certainly the state police, and this will certainly continue while I'm here, is that we will always search for ways to do better, to enhance our operations. Any major event, whether it's a trial or it's a security event like here with the Boston fireworks, we will do an after action. We will look introspectively at the Mass State Police, and we will always look in areas and ways that we can do better. And the Karen Reed trial just is another example of that. Certainly now the trial is over, myself and our team have taken the information, and we are in the process of reviewing that information. And parts of that review will certainly lead to suggestions in which the Mass State Police can make additions, enhancements to
on
our
that
overall.
topic. What is the status of Michael Proctor's employment, and was he suspended because of Karen Reed's testimony?
The discipline process for Michael Proctor has been well published. Certainly that's out there. He remains terminated at this point, and I certainly understand that he has every right to go through a process, and I understand that process is certainly ongoing. That process does not include the state police. The state police role in the Michael Proctor discipline process has concluded, and he has been terminated from service.
Did you feel there was a need to try to reestablish trust within the community after?
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
I believe that the effectiveness of any police agency, particularly a state police agency, particularly one that has the enormous responsibility and scope of our duties, relies and needs public trust. And that needs to be a relentless pursuit for every trooper. That's a challenge that we take on proudly. And we understand the value of public trust as it relates to the ability for our troopers to go out there and perform every single day. So for me, the journey to earn and maintain public trust is a never-ending journey. And certainly we take all the events that we've seen over the last several years, and our goal is to learn from them, build from them.
Oh, wow. No, that's not what I wanted. Thank you very much. Go back. So do you know what I find interesting? Do you know what I find real interesting is why am I not able to let me refresh this? I find interesting is the fact that he says all this, but then when the findings come out, he found that they did wrong. He found that there was some major issues, but yet he holds nobody accountable. I think we went through the entire thing last year, I believe, or whenever it came out, the findings, and it was very interesting because he found that there was issues here, and that they needed to do additional training, but nobody was held accountable. To me, it was an expensive fluff job that the poor county had to pay for, and no changes have really been made, and nobody else was held accountable other than the few. I think that it was a crappy job. Okay, now we're going to Michael Proctor Speaks. It is, stop it. It is a very short video. I haven't seen the whole interview. I would love to see the whole interview. I'm trying to find it right now. That's what I've been looking for. I have it pretty gained up, you guys. So if it's soft, I can't go up anymore, really. But I just felt that the investigation should have been done from an outside source and should have been paid for by an outside source as well.
Thing to you that you want, with everything that's happened, what is the most important thing to you that you want people to know out of all of this?
I guess for people to know is that those text messages, as juvenile as they are, it's not me as a person. I vented after being involved in an investigation of a police officer and used words that I regret.
People see those text messages and they instantly jump to a conclusion about you that.
Look at the body language. Look how his wife has put herself next to the woman and has separated herself from her husband. That's a subconscious choice. Maybe.
You must be biased. You must be a bad person. And I'm sure many other names.
Yeah. I could see how people make that leap because that's all they know about me. They don't know who I am. They don't know the kind of person that I am. They just see those text messages and they immediately just assume I'm a bad person.
I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Where was this interview? Dateline. So let me see if I can find it. I hope I don't get in trouble. I may get in trouble for this. I don't know if yep. That's all they're showing. Yeah, I don't want to show the whole thing. You guys can go look up the whole thing. I might get copyrighted. Just saying. Yeah, no, I think there's a lot more. Also, we're going to go over here real quick. We're going to switch gears. Thank you for this, June. This is a article about what happened yesterday, and I'm going to bring it in front so I can see it. The FBI faces questions over an airport that was left open after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, with the speculation brewing over the jet that could be linked to the Red Room. Kirk, 31, was gunned down Wednesday while speaking at a university event in Orem, Utah. Despite a large-scale manhunt being launched for his unaliver, he was still yet to be found. The authorities closed off the airspace surrounding the airport. The updated by the authorities Thursday morning said a high-powered bolt-action rifle recovered in the wood area nearby after the shooter jumped from the roof and fled the scene. The regional airport deals with domestic flights in 10-minute drive from the Utah Valley University. Speculation the media point private jet left the airport shortly after the single shot that unalived the conservative activist rang out. Flight track data showed the jet left the airport shortly after 2 p.m., headed south towards the Arizona border before it disappeared on radars. It then reappeared on the radar, returning to Provo roughly 1 hour after leaving the airport. The jet in question is registered owner in the Utah City, according to the FFA. So I'm not going to play that, but here is the flight path. You can see where it landed and where it took off, and there it is. I could probably pull up that flight pattern because I have the app to do so. Retired FBI agent appeared on Fox News Thursday morning saying that the unaliver could have made their escape via airport. Was there pre-planning? Absolutely. You have to get access to the roof. This is the most chilling thing about this manhunt. If you come off that roof, there is an open air parking lot behind the building, and it splits the distance from I-15. This is a big concern because the person between 3 to 5 minutes of the shot going off could have been in a vehicle on his way out miles away. The airport's only 45 minutes from there. There are things you have to consider. It's going on long before Kirk, father of 2. So, yeah. So there are some issues. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm doing something wrong. There are some royal issues with the fact that the airport bus trains, all forms of mass transportation should have been shut down immediately after the shot rang out and he was unalived. Yes, thanks, Jude. What we can do is, if y'all are interested, please let us know. We'll try to find the entire interview and play it on our Discord. But last time I played something, I think from Dateline or one of those big news stations, I got copyrighted and it was not fun. It was horrible how it was handled. Just absolutely horrible. All right, guys. So we are caught up. Yay. That means tomorrow we will not be live. That is Friday. I've got a lot of moving to do between now and Sunday, so hopefully we'll be back on a Monday. We will be doing movie nights on Discord. Please pay attention in Discord. We always advertise our movie nights. And so, yep. But I just want to take another moment of silence, if you don't mind, for this. Let me do this again. Let me get my comments off the screen. Give me a quick second. All right, let me get this up. And this is take a moment. Charlie Kirk, October 14th, 1993 to September 10th of 2025. We have gathered today with heavy hearts acknowledging the passing of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of how many have agreed or disagreed with his views, today is not about politics or division. It's about the value of a human life. Charlie was a son, a friend, a father, a husband, a colleague, and a fellow human being. Beyond his public voice and his opinions, he was somebody who laughed, who loved, and who mattered deeply to those who knew him personally. It is important to say this clearly. No one deserved to die because of what they believed, what they think, or what they say. None of us should ever forget that our differences, whether political, cultural, personal, religious, etc., do not erase the fundamental truth that we are all human. In moments like these, we are reminded that life is fragile, precious, and worthy of respect. Death humbles us all, and it calls us back to what truly matters: kindness, compassion, and understanding. Let's honor Charlie's memory not with anger, not with bitterness, but a commitment to seeking humans as one another. May his loved ones find peace in their grief. May all of us take with us a reminder that while our words and beliefs may differ, humanity is shared by all. And that is so true. Humanity is shared by all. And on today being 9/11, it's just been a very difficult week, I think, for all of us. We've had a lot of shootings. We've had a lot of unalivings. We've had a lot of fears. This week has just been a very difficult week. So everybody do self-care. Make sure you take care of yourself. It's sad. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and hop in and do we're going to do our giveaway entries. Yeah, we'll do that one last. Okay. Let's see who's going to win. No, you don't get an entry. Yay! Yay! Congratulations. Let's go. No, Nightbot, you can't play. Okay, guys, there that is. Did somebody push the wait button? My captioning said, wait. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for joining us. Greatly appreciate you. Yay, you got an entry. Oh, y'all are welcome. I am so blessed you joined us. So it is going to be a long weekend for everybody. We will not go live unless something important happens. We will not go live tomorrow. So everybody get a little breather, kind of spend some time with your family, spend some time with your loved ones. And remember, we're all human. That's what makes us special and unique is our differences in views, our difference in opinions. But in the end, we are all brothers and sisters of the flesh. And I just hope that you just remember to give somebody a hug. Smile at somebody who's having a bad day, because you know what? We all have them, and it's nice to be treated very kindly in difficult times. Y'all have a great weekend, and we will see you Monday. In the meantime, peace. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.